Hello, one. Hello, all. Welcome to the scuffed build stream. We will see how this goes. We got a bunch of people waiting in the back. But welcome. It is our Fun Time Friday. If you need a link, DM me. I'll pass it around. Let's first introduce everyone to the patient. This is the patient for the evening. This is my computer. This is what I normally am using to stream on. We're gonna be upgrading everything from CPU, GPU, the PSU. We're gonna be doing all kinds of goodies here. So let us bring in everyone else. Welcome, Leon. How are you doing today?
Living the dream yourself.
I can hear you. That's beautiful. I've got everything I normally use plugged into a Microsoft Surface, so I wasn't exactly sure how this was going to turn out, but I think we're going to make it.
Now you look professional
what
as
is
always.
up? Oh no, he's gone. Michael,
What?
how are you
Who?
doing? Oh, there you are.
Yeah,
Oh,
I'm
the
here.
anime guy.
Yeah. Well, hello everybody, and yes, I see that you're performing surgery, doctor.
Yep,
Can't you
it's
see
going to be a
I'm
fun
burning?
one.
Oh yeah, it'll be fun to upgrade a PC. Upgrading PCs are always fun, but so expensive. But good to see you. Good to see you.
It can be. It definitely can be. All right,
Oh, man.
I think this will work. This will work for our quad for right now.
I
Fry's
started
computer and his
upgrading.
Wii goatee. Get out of here, Serranos. I mean, get in here, Serranos.
I started upgrading this PC that I have now right at the very beginning of the COOF, and I just barely finished it just a few months ago. So,
Yeah.
but yeah, was going to get a 30 series NVIDIA or Team Green, but Team Green drives me nuts anymore. So I'm
That's
all
why you
AMD,
buy a
baby.
used Team Green. I got this 3080 for like $550.
Nice. That is
That's
that is
like
a decent
$300
price.
off because someone bought it and was like, I don't like it.
Oh yeah. So, anyways, continue on.
Oh, that's fine. Anime reviews. Anybody else watch Oshinoko?
No.
I finished it. It's great. It's fantastic. I can't wait for season 2. Give me more. What
So
about
they
Dead
didn't.
Mount Death Play?
They didn't blow
Yeah,
it
I
up
finished
then, huh?
that.
No, they didn't blow it up. It stays consistently not as mind-blowing as that intro, but I mean when you make like a movie like that, it's kind of hard to regain that sort of storytelling over 10 episodes, so
Yeah.
not going to hold it too far against them. And then I followed it up with finishing Dead Mount Death Play, and I was like, "Oh, is this your final episode? This does not feel like a final episode. I don't
Yeah.
know. I
And
don't
then
know who put this one together. They're just like
it was rough. It was
yeah, they're
definitely
like,
rough.
I'm doing these things and these things. Like, what's gonna happen? And then just ends. And they're like, we'll see you in the fall or whenever their season 2
Core
is. It was like,
2.
this is not a season ender. Back in
No,
my day,
it's-
they had to wrap up a season so they could, if they didn't ever have one again, people wouldn't hate it forever.
It's
Yeah,
a
it was like,
mid-season
no,
wrap,
we're doing
so-
it.
They're following that
Yes.
American method now. It sounds like where it gets canceled on a cliffhanger. Oh well.
Yeah,
No.
exactly.
When it goes to this stuff, they pretty well, I think, know if they're going to get a second season or not fairly rapidly. Like with with Oshinoko right at the end. Yeah, well, season 2 coming up, or with Reincarnated the Sword. Yeah, we've got season 2 coming up. There's certain ones that you just know is going to happen, and this one it did specifically say that it's still the first season. It's just the second half. It's the lame.
I think they've got contracts built out already, so they're like, oh yeah, we're getting our season 2, of course.
And speaking of which, I absolutely am digging the Billy Idol behind you there, Leon.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, Billy Idol is my favorite musician of all time.
Oh, he's so good.
Yell.
That's right. So
Nobody else has got a rebel yell. Come on.
with a rebel yell, she cries, "Mom, mom, mom!"
You gotta
Wow.
throw the lip when you do it though. Mo.
See, I can't do the lip thing. I'm just not good at that.
That's-
But yeah, Billy
I
Idol's
learned I
one
could
of
do
my
the lip
favorites,
thing
too.
when I went as Billy Idol for Halloween in 8th grade.
Did you also use that for a Stallone costume?
Oh, I've never. I should do that. Or should teach Classic Cage how to do it because she looks way more like Stallone than me. But yeah, I'm too pale to be Stallone. I don't want to culturally appropriate the Italian culture, Italian American culture. I don't
Yeah,
even make
there's
spaghetti
some
in
white
my
Italians
household.
out there.
Oh yeah.
I think you could do it.
All right. So what? So you've got a 3080 that you're tossing in. What else are you upgrading?
We're going from the Ryzen 7 3700 to the 5800.
A 5800, a 5800X, or a 5800X 3D?
The 5800X, because I don't want the
Okay.
onboard 3D. It doesn't play as well with the 3080. I'm focusing more on 4K than I am on ray tracing or any of that.
Well, the X3D is just the extra, the souped up cache version of it. It's what I'm running right now.
But
and
it's
it's expensive.
slower on certain processing when paired with a 3080.
Yeah, it doesn't do as well with productivity because it has to go with a slightly lower clock speed. But an excellent finish to the AM4 system. You'll be most pleased. So, but yeah, 5800 with the 7900 XT for me, and yeah, it's a monster. You'll have a monster on your hand.
Also, the RAM I'm doubling it by cutting the number of sticks in half.
You going to 32 or you going to 64?
I'm going to 64. I've had these
Ooh.
8 gig sticks for years, but the problem with 8 gig in all 4 channels is it's really hard to give your computer an excuse to use more than 25%.
Mm-hmm.
It'll be like, no, I'm in one channel and we're going pretty fast. If I go to a second channel, that might slow me down. But if you've got one channel that has 32 in it, you're usually pretty set.
You
Oh,
gotta
yeah.
let pop in.
Oh, I gotta let it pop in. Thank you.
Yeah, 64 gigs of RAM is nice. Well, you won't use it, so, but it's nice to have. It's nice to have.
You
that
won't use
buffer.
it.
Oh, trust me, I've tried to max out this thing, and even with using Streamlabs Desktop, which is an absolute a system whore and hog, even with it, even with the full 2000 mod Skyrim that I've got, it doesn't fill up the 32 gigs. It just doesn't do it.
I'll give you one reason why I will and you don't. Premiere Pro.
Yes, if you're going to use Premiere Pro, you will top it out. But I refuse to give Adobe a monthly stipend like that. So
I used
Yep.
to buy the
use it.
upgrades every year, and I'll take the monthly. It compared to what I was paying for having to upgrade every 2 years with the old system to now paying a subscription, I pay less. I know most people won't, but at least me, I I save money with that subscription.
hey, Pops,
Hey, how you guys doing?
doing good. Doing real good.
Right. I like this upgrades. I remember does anybody remember what their upgrading their first machine was like for them?
Yeah, it was a pain in the ass.
I'm still running on my first machine, but I'll be upgrading the motherboard soon.
Very nice.
Oh,
Nice.
That's what
It's
I
a
love
rare
about
upgrade.
Not
to
super
choose.
nice. The only reason I'm doing it is because the current motherboard's not recognizing my hard drive. So I already replaced the motherboard, and
that's
the
not
one that I got was dead on arrival. So I've got to get another
Oh.
one. And the company refused to warranty it, even though it's still under warranty, which I am so upset about. But you do what you got to do.
Beat them.
Yeah.
Well, I've been dealing with computer systems and building my own for damn near 30 years now. It's getting close. And comparing that to running a Crapple, it's just so much more fun. It really is. I love digging into them, changing them, working with them. It's a good time. So
See, I mean, I work IT, so like you would think that I would really love that and enjoy it, but everything I do is more networking based, and I'm terrified. Since this is my first PC and I've only had it for like 7 or so months now, 8 months give or take, I'm terrified of screwing it up after just investing in it. So
really,
All you
You'll be
need to
fine.
do is watch
fine.
how often Linus Tech Tips just like drops something on his motherboard or throws something around, and then you're like, oh yeah, RAM is way more sturdy than you think it is. Like it's not.
oh, Linus,
don't be too
Torvalds.
scared.
Linus is a funny character, and yeah, he's fun to watch. There are a few of the tech tubers that I do like to watch, and he's one of them. Although,
Oh, like 8-bit guy. 8-bit guy is great.
yeah,
Is he? I don't know that
Yeah.
one. I was thinking Jay's
Yeah,
2 cents
I
when he
watched
said
8-Bit
that.
Guy before I watched Linus. Not that I have anything against Linus. I've never even watched his content, but as someone whose first wife left him for a guy named Linus, I just take that name super personally.
Ooh. Ouch.
Jay's 2 cents is good. Jay is good.
I'm gonna pass on watching this channel. It hurts.
All right, so I did spread the word on the Twatterverse. I did severely muff up my ankle, and unfortunately, I didn't do it doing anything cool. It literally was me getting up in the middle of the night because I'm the 40s male things happen at night. You have to get up and take a piss. I come
Dude,
back.
sometimes
to bed.
I have to piss in the middle of the night. You see how much I drink on these streams?
Well, that's because you're drinking too much. But anyways, same problem. So I get up at 3. I'm feeling fine. I'm not feeling anything wrong. I go, do my business, get my butt back to bed. I wake up at about 7 to get ready to go to the gym because I had skipped the day before because of all stuff happening. And the second that I tried to put any weight on my left foot, and it was killing me. It was dying, and it just got worse throughout the day. Puffed up pretty good, and yeah, it's I thought I had a torn ligament in there or an Achilles problem because I had the same problem happen last year with my right leg with a partial tear, but it's just all super puffy and swollen. Nothing feels torn. It's just either a hyperextension. Something got extended the wrong way for too long, one way or the other, and it just decided to go puffy. So.
I feel like I've known you more in a boot than I've known you without one.
Well, I was in that boot for 6 weeks. Fortunately, I don't have to be in the boot this time.
Okay, good.
And yeah, that's the one thing about drinking all the water is having to pee all the damn time, Tim. You're absolutely right, and yeah, it's a royal pain in the ass. But Kitty Bear's talking about his 16-core system and stuck with the 3060. That's a pretty big mismatch. But if you're doing more CPU intensive stuff and less GPU intensive stuff, then it doesn't matter. But
let's
see
hard
here.
drive enclosure out of here too. I don't like.
Yeah,
I
if
just don't
you're
like
not
that it
using that,
exists.
they're just a waste of space. But I went and saw my doc and said, "Yeah, you sprained it pretty damn good." And so I went to my chiropractor. They've
It had to
got
be the most intensive piss you've ever taken if you sprained your ankle taking a what the hell?
It is pretty bad. I must admit.
I'm just sitting here imagining Ghostbusters, but with urine, and it's freaking me out.
It's just a toe curler.
Well, that's the thing. It wasn't anything out of the ordinary. It's not like the flow doesn't go. I'm not at that point, but it's just something during the night that it just was like, yeah, screw you. I'm going to screw with you.
Something went bump in the night.
Yeah, so it's sprained. I went to my chiropractor because they have what's called a piezo wave. It's a pain relief and let me read it to you here. Let's see.
It's a crystal with a science name.
No, it's not a crystal. Let's see.
It's
Myofascial.
It is a crystal.
I hear the noises.
Myofascial acoustic compression
Weird.
therapy is
I
used
heard
to treatment of acute chronic pain in muscles, tendons, and joints.
Yeah, I wonder what that's from.
Well, anyways, I had him do that on my thing. It's basically a sound wave. It tries to match the harmonics of everything, and when it does, it does pretty decent things. So I had it done. It hurt getting it done, but trying to bust all that up, loosen it up, make it not have the scar tissue or breaking up the scar tissue. And I'm walking. It still hurts to walk, but it's not keeping me from moving as it was yesterday. So I'm a little better, but I got to keep the leg up primarily most of the time for the rest of the weekend. So yay! Oh.
Old man stuff.
Indeed. Just wait till you get there. Then it's going to really suck.
I'd like to get there, get old, have kids, get a divorce. That sounds great.
It's not as great as you might make it think. Trust me.
Well,
You don't
one
have
gets
kids.
into
You don't get to
things
talk
thinking they're
about
gonna
it.
get divorced. So
Leon, aren't you the
Roles have
same
been
age as
worse.
Serranos?
Look, I've
You're like
lost
28,
two wives.
right?
I've lost 2 wives at this point.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Wow, he's like 3 times your age, Tyrannus, and you guys were born in the same year.
As I say, I've been
Wait,
through
what year were you
one,
born,
so-
Leon? I was 98.
94.
Okay, so yeah.
Yeah,
Jeez.
I turned 29 in like 2
How many
weeks.
years have you been married total?
I was so how many years I was married, or how many years did each relationship last? They were both very long-term relationships. One of them, it was high school sweetheart. We've been together since we were 16 or 14. Yeah, we were together since we were 14, and then we split up when I was 21, and then
And you guys like got married?
yeah, I got married
Yeah,
in
okay.
I think 1920, somewhere around there,
Yeah.
and then
Back in
second marriage
1920.
ended literally just like 8 months ago after being in a relationship for about 4 years, so 5 years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So of your, we'll call them 10 adult years, you've spent one of them single? Like what are we dealing with?
Yeah, I guess that's about right. I think I had spent probably like 23 to 20, no, 24 to 25 single, or 23 to 24, whatever that math works out to be.
I can say I spent about half of my adult life single and the other half married. Although I think it's finally starting to tilt the other way. So I was married to my first for about 5, and I've been married to Amy now for 10 years this year. Later in November.
Hey,
so-
congratulations.
yeah, and I can say for me it's better the second time around, but yeah, no
It
one.
was absolutely better the second time around. Like
Yeah.
like me and the current separated wife are still super great friends. It was just like a hey, things are weird, so we're splitting up. I was like, well, I guess I don't get a say in this, and we
Mhm.
still like we're going to an anime convention together in 2 weeks. I'm sort of in this, it's in a weird spot. So
At least you didn't cut the kids in half.
Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah.
Does the first wife
I'm really worried about
also
that.
bring like her new man along to things?
oh, I don't know. We have no contact.
Okay.
No, if
Oh,
you
wait,
don't
the
have
sec-
kids,
second
it
one
makes
you
it much
said is
easier to say.
now you're
Be
friends.
gone.
Yeah, it's the
Yeah.
second one that the second one's the one that I'm still very close with, because we were best friends before we even dated. So
We sold a camper to 3 people.
What?
One of them was a woman who her ex-husband was buying the camper. Now, this is the type of camper you put in a truck,
Okay.
and it was so that her ex-husband could live on the property of her and her new husband
No.
because they divorced, and suddenly now they're best friends. And I'm like, I'm 18, 17.
Why is he
I'm like,
living
and
on the
I
property?
think this is weird. Like, I don't know.
Oh, that is weird.
I don't know what's
Yeah,
going on.
does that?
That's incredibly weird.
That
was
sounds
a,
like
that was a
somebody you
strange
shouldn't
situation.
marry. I'm gonna be honest there. That doesn't sound like marriage material.
No, I don't
No.
think
Looking out for
anyone
the
should.
new
I
man.
do remember though the first time I experienced something like that, because I used to sell direct TV, like that was my job for during my first marriage, and I was sitting
Oh,
there.
I
so
just
this
lived in
lady
a
was talking.
high crime area.
Oh,
Yeah,
you're
no,
a
so-
dealer. That's what you were.
Effectively, yeah. No, so I was selling this girl direct TV because she's like, hey, yeah, I'm moving 3,000 miles across the country. I want it all set up by the time I move to my new house, whatnot. And so I'm just doing what a salesman does, making casual conversation with her while I'm selling it to her. And at one point, we were talking about the move, and she's like, yeah, no worries. My ex-husband's helping me. Me and my new husband are moving 3,000 miles, and he's going to drive the U-Haul for us. I was like, that was
Huh?
so mind-blowing to me at like 19. It was like, how do you have an ex-husband that is going to drive a U-Haul 3,000 miles for you? She's like, no, we're best friends. We still get along great. And it was, to this day, I'm like, I guess I kind of get it now that I'm in the position I'm in, but also I still don't know if I'd do that for her. Like that's a bit too much.
Yeah, that's a no.
With
I
her
wouldn't do that.
husband?
Yeah, she with her new husband, she's moving
Yeah, so I mean,
across the country.
There's a little bit of a difference between like keeping a relationship with each other and
And driving a U-Haul 3,000 miles.
and doing stuff
Soup?
with her and her husband, and not like
Right.
just going to an event, like doing like helping him move that stuff.
Okay,
Yeah.
I've got a bunch of new fans to put into the case.
What'd you get?
How much did you spend on them each?
I don't know, like $12. They're a little knocked to a
Yeah, that's
fence.
good. Yeah,
But,
Noctuas? Okay,
I was
we'll
gonna
be
say-
good.
I didn't want to see our RGB fans.
But I'm wondering. Yeah,
What's
they're
the
the gross
CFM?
beige
That's
ones.
the important thing.
They're the giant gross beige ones. I'm wondering, do I just do 2 in the top,
Yeah.
1 out the back? But then I have 1 more. Do I use the last one for the new
No, yeah,
mini
you
computer I'm
pull
building,
in.
or do I stick the
No, no,
last one
you-
at the bottom?
Oh, I was gonna say no. You stick that one in the front. Doesn't it all have a front pull?
I have 2 pull in the front already.
What
Oh,
are
okay. Okay, yeah, you can just save
They're
them.
fractals.
they? Okay.
And
Yeah,
as
one
long
in
as
the
they're
back.
as long as they're pulling it in, and then you have one in the back pulling it
Yeah,
out.
yeah.
that's
One in
good
the
enough.
back, 2 on top. That's all you need.
Okay. And I'll
Are you
use the other one
sticking-
for
you're
the
sticking
other-
with the air
straight
cooler,
up, you
right?
actually don't need one pulling out the back if you got 2 pulling out the top, anyways. Because I mean,
Yeah.
it's 2 and 2. Like, should be fine, right?
I bought the
I would still,
120 though.
I would still
like,
do it.
I have it,
Oh,
and I have the space for it.
Well, yeah, I just said like you don't need it, but you already bought it.
Well, you are sticking with air cooling, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I went.
Air
We're,
cooling.
we're going from the RGB thing that comes with your AMD
The
to
old ones.
the Noctua double tower thing that has
Oh,
the world's
you're going to the
biggest.
monster.
Look at this box compared to the computer, right?
I have
This
one.
is just
Yep.
the box for this stupid fan.
Yep, the NHD 15. The
They
only
want
thing
you
you
to
have to
how
be careful
quality it
of
is.
is RAM clearance with that one front fan. So
Yeah, that's the most annoying thing about those large like full radiators, or not. That's not even like the biggest ones you can get, but like just the like larger radiators, just like stick out so much.
yeah, well, the amount of heat that thing is going to well, even it's only going to do about 105 to 120 watts.
No, that's
worth
the
of
thing. It's
heat,
like lots
so it
of
won't be bad,
lots of
but-
cards now are if you don't have an Intel. Some of the high
Yeah.
tier Intels, like the
Yeah.
AMD, like people joke about the AMD running hot, but that's the GPUs. The CPUs are fine. There's nothing wrong with like the AMD GPU or the CPU running hot.
Well, I think I could
Yeah.
leave a fan off it too. If I put a fan on the back, I think
Yeah,
I
you
could
can-
run it with just one fan.
You can do it with one, but you've got it set up for the 2.
You
Tried to
bought the
work
one
the
with 2. You gotta put it in.
I don't know. My GPU is a R9 390 series, and like it's been great for me.
That old.
Are you playing games while you're streaming though?
Yeah, I streamed Resident Evil 4
Oh,
remake.
how did the R9 do on that?
Dude, like so when I was streaming, there was occasional frame rate drops for the people watching, but as far
you
as the
get
game
30
playing on my
FPS?
end, I played it with like I had almost full specs and it ran like a dream.
So is it 1080p 30 or 1080p 60, something like that?
Where is the arrow on a Noctua fan? How does it?
I'll be honest, I imagine 1080p 30, but I also am, as someone who's been a console gamer my whole life, I never really cared much about frames, so I'm not entirely sure.
I think you will once you actually get a graphics card that can.
Was I what?
Once you get a graphics card that can actually give it to you, I think you'll start to care.
Well, I don't know, like my thought process, because I've played games at 60 FPS, and I don't know. To me, it's like it looks more fluid, but not in a way that, in my opinion, adds to the game. I've never really understood this whole frames matter argument, and I've had this argument with
They
people
really do a
several
lot.
times. Frames don't like it's up to what you value in a game, and to me,
Depends
I've
upon the
never
game.
valued visuals to begin with.
It
Okay.
depends on when
But,
those
like,
frames start
if it's a
disappearing.
15 frame rate, that's
See,
not okay.
Yeah.
What?
If it's like at 15 frames per second, that's not okay, dude. You need
Yeah,
at least
15
30.
's not okay.
Obviously,
Honestly, I
I'm
don't
not going to
think
settle
30
for any.
FPS
I'm not
is
going to
30
settle
is
for
not
anything
okay.
less than 30, obviously. But like people are saying, oh, 30 is so much worse than 60. I mean,
Oh, it
it's a
is.
value proposition. It depends. Like if I'm playing a 60 FPS game and it's running at 45, that doesn't bother me.
Oh yeah,
It doesn't bother you that
as
it's,
long
like,
as I put the RAM
switching
in first,
between it is
I'll
like
be fine.
stuttering.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people talking at once. I'm gonna
It
need that
doesn't
again.
bother you that it just like changes frame rate and it's like awkward.
No, not at all. It
That's-
genuinely
I don't
doesn't.
like
As
it
long
when
as I'm
the
playing a
frame
game that
rate's
like
unsteady.
if I'm engrossed in the story and if I'm having fun with the game, like sudden drops in frames, as long as it's again no less than something like 30, it's never been an issue that I've been like, oh well, it happens. This is gaming. Like gaming has been a cesspool since like the PS3 era. All of a sudden, throwing a fit about 60 FPS doesn't make sense to me when gaming has sucked for the last 15 years anyway.
It depends upon the game. Fighting games have always been at 60. You start dipping below that, and the fluidity.
Dude, I'm a
doesn't
fighting
work,
game.
so-
That's my bread and butter. I go to fighting
Yeah.
game tournaments. I've been playing fighting games competitively since Street Fighter 4.
No, I can tell you, going back further than that, even to the older days of the Super Nintendo, 60 frames is what you had to have for a fighting game. But
Well,
yeah,
yeah,
there
but
are
the
certain games that you
Super
can get
Nintendo
away
ran
with.
at 60 frames anyway. Like Mario Bros
Well,
on the
for it.
original Nintendo ran at 60 frames. Like the 30 FPS, that was something that really started in like the 3D era with PS1 and Nintendo.
Well,
Depending upon
64.
the game, yeah. Depending
No,
upon the
usually
game.
in the 3D era is running at like 12.
Well,
That's an
you know what I mean.
N64
Like,
you're
it's
thinking of.
supposed to
Yeah.
have been 30 frames.
Yeah, PS1 could hit 30. The Nintendo 64, I don't think so. I don't think so.
Yeah, no,
Well, depending upon the game.
Yeah, there was a notable difference between the PS4 or between the PS1 and the N64. But then again, I don't put the N64 on this giant plaque that everyone else seems to for whatever. Like, don't get me wrong, it was a nice system, but my go-to if I'm gonna game classically has always been the Dreamcast. That's my favorite system of all time. And
There you go.
Trump, yeah,
Redemption is yours. You
Ah.
mentioned the almighty Dreamcast,
exactly.
of which everyone should have. But sadly, they're starting to become harder and harder to get and expensive to get. And yes, Gaminar, I am in a bitch until the cows start keeling over and get sucked up by the aliens. Current modern gaming systems that say, and in their advertising, are very specific about 120 frames peak, 60 frame minimum, coming back and saying, yeah, we're going to run this game at a locked 30 and you can't change it. That is bullshit.
Oh yeah, I agree that that's a problem. But that's a problem on
It's a
the
massive
company
problem.
itself, not the game. Like if I was playing, let's say Starfield for example.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna have an issue that the game itself is running at 30. I have an issue with the company making promises that it will run at 60 and then reneging on them. Like that's a problem.
We'll be
That's
lucky if the son of a bitch runs at launch.
I mean, that's true. It's a Bethesda game. That's
Bethesda,
true.
yeah. So yeah,
They
Todd
have a better
Howard.
yeah.
track record than
Yeah.
Ubisoft.
That's also
That's true.
true. But yeah,
I don't know
yeah,
how
no,
anybody.
like,
I don't know how anybody touches like any of the Ubisoft games. They've had like one good Assassin's Creed launch, or actually they've had two good Assassin's
Long
Creed
time.
launches since the second game. The rest of them have been bug-filled messes.
the only
just
Assassin's
continually
Creed
getting
game I've ever
worse.
even played was the first, and it was good. Hondo, what are you doing? Sorry, my bird put in from my camera. Yeah, no, it's the first Assassin's Creed was fine. Didn't Ubisoft do that Wii U zombie game, Zombie U?
Yep.
Yeah, they
That,
did.
that was a fun game, but it got old really quickly. It was more of a novelty than anything else. But what wasn't on the Wii U?
Yeah.
And
No,
there was real games on the Wii U, but they're all made by Nintendo.
But they were
That's
Right?
true.
Yeah, exactly.
Wind
That's true.
Waker.
That's true.
Well, no, they
I
had-
did love the
Yeah.
Wii
They had
U.
lots of
I
other
really did
stuff
love
too,
it.
but
So.
it's just like
Breath of the
not
Wild.
enough.
Yeah, Breath of the Wild is good, but because of my ankle being the way it is and everything aligning this week, this is what's currently aired that's on the watch list and what I've actually seen. So there are a few shows that I have dropped, a few that I have paused, but the ones that what I've got here are the ones that I still have, and there's a few of them that I'm undecided on, but I'm definitely going to keep My Tiny Senpai because it made me laugh. Level 1 Demon Lord and One Room Hero because
Yes.
because it made me laugh and it's a stupid premise. Sweet Reincarnation because it's actually a pretty well thought out. What if a dude was a pastry chef being reincarnated? So I'm okay with it.
Is that the vending machine one I've seen people talking about?
No.
Okay.
no,
This
this
is-
one's
this
Sweet
completely different.
Reincarnation. It's more of a pretty standard isekai trope.
Yeah, it's quite
okay.
normal. I don't like them as much, so I'm probably just gonna watch.
I
it
haven't started anything this season,
on.
so
No.
I've been catching up on all the live action stuff I've been missing. So
I would say that with this one, it's worth at least the third show. It's already got 2 out,
Yeah,
so it's
yeah.
ahead
I'll
of the
watch.
curve.
I'm gonna watch 3 episodes of it probably, but I'm probably not. I
So
don't
we'll
think I'll
see
keep
on
up with
it, and then yeah, Reborn as a vending machine. That was just stupid fun. I really
Vending
liked
machine
it,
is way
so.
better than has any
It was
right
good.
to be with how stupid it is. The
Yeah.
author,
is it actually that good? 'Cause,
Yeah.
like,
It
from the
is.
Stills I've
My
seen, it
only
looked
question
hilarious,
is
so
the
I do plan
effects on the
watching it.
economy.
Yeah, we'll see if
That's all
they
Blaine
actually
thinks about,
explore
the
that.
economy.
That's all I think about. Like, what about the
But yeah,
money supply?
I think it's an 8.5.
Because the
so-
problem is like this is like ancient fantasy world where they have like minted coins that are like these giant things. He's literally taking bunches of money out of the economy when that would be circulating otherwise between.
And
like,
it's not even
townsfolk.
just money. He's taking a raw material out of the supply.
Yeah, that's yeah.
yeah,
Somebody's got to
that's true,
collect that
so-
money.
we'll see. We'll see how that plays out. Undead Murder Farce. Holy shit!
Oh
This
yeah, I'm starting
was-
watching that during the stream. It looks really nice.
Oh, it's absolutely gorgeous. The animation and the style of it is. It's the is it the Meiji or the Meiji?
The Meiji era, right
It's
before
the Meiji
1900.
era, but it's
Right
not
before
the Meiji
1900.
era that you know. Oh, it's this. I think this one is probably going to be the most out there, but also probably the best new show. It stands a chance of it. So
Yeah, it's one of the few
Real
shows
quick,
that I
the
like
chat,
hadn't heard of that
Jiminair
impressed
says-
me. Yeah.
The chat, Jiminair says just magic, more coins, and that I fucking while I get
don't
the
think it
joke
works
he's
that way
making,
for the
I've
vending
made
machine.
this mistake. So I was playing D&D, you know, I was being a DM, dealing with some friends, and it was like the 4th campaign. We've been doing it for years, and so I was like, you know what? If you want to just like whip yourself up some characters that are not D&D, like if you can find yourself a template for D&D characters that are from outside lore or whatnot, go for it. And I had a dude who created an alchemist based on the Full Metal Alchemist rules, and I said that'd be fine. I did not realize how fucking game breaking that would be to the economy, because he could just turn everything to fucking gold.
Yeah.
Pissed me off.
oh, that's
Funny you mentioned D&D. I figure out what I want to have like my character for my channel. Talked about just the other day. I'm gonna make my character a mimic. Yeah, that's gonna be.
Yeah. And Kitty Bear, you're absolutely right. That's why a lot of the competitive shooters and a lot of the monitor makers keep pushing for higher and higher refresh rates. You know, I've when I got a 144 hertz refresh rate monitor, it was like a revelation to me. And then going to a 1440p 165, the nicer resolution, that worked. But they've got, 1440p with 240, 300. They're making 1080p displays with 500 hertz refresh rates. But yes,
I think
it is shown.
240, 300's plenty. I think that's plenty
Well,
of
the
FPS.
higher it is,
Yeah.
the smoother it is, and
Yeah, it
has
is
been
smoother, but I
demonstrated
think
that,
like
that
I
even
de-
if you
I
suck,
definitely get the-
it helps.
I definitely get the argument for FPS games, and so I'm not going to try and discount it at all. I
Yeah,
will
for
say
those it
I've
makes
sucked
sense.
at FPS games since fucking Doom. I've always been bad at FPS games. Doesn't matter if it's 30 FPS or
I-
60
The Twitch
or
shooters, the
12.
Twitch
Like, I'm
shooters.
just bad at
I also
first-person
can't
shooters.
imagine people like being able to do anything higher than 600 like FPS. Like that feels like the cap, because the just human reaction time just isn't fast enough to keep up with
Well,
the
you're
monitor.
getting to that point, but
Yeah.
little old Doom Eternal there with the right hardware can push up to 1,000 frames. So, but anyways, yeah,
back to
never go back to a 60 hertz refresh.
Yeah, I
refresh
love my
rate display again.
144. I love
Never.
144. It's very nice.
So let's see. I did watch.
Also,
the
yes,
most,
I love shooters. That's the
I did-
difference for me.
I did watch the most heretical last boss queen from Villainous to Savior. It's your
So good.
typical Sundre villainous stuff.
It isn't.
It's
But I
not-
liked
not
it.
all.
It's better. It's a little better than the ones that I've seen prior. And I
Her
think it really
situation
could go
is
somewhere.
different. Her situation is different than other shows because she's not just trying to she's not trying to avoid death. She's not just a character that's going to die because they get taken over by the big bad. Her character specifically is the big evil. She's the
Yeah.
one that destroys the kingdom that needs to die. And she's worried that she will turn into that person, and she's going to try to not do that. And also, more so, she wants to not destroy the kingdom. She wants to protect everybody else because she liked those characters a lot.
Yeah.
She wants to
Mhm.
make sure these people are safe and fine.
So I did like it, although with this one, out of everything that's still on this list, this is one that's teetering because this is not normally something that I stick with or finish. So we'll see after the second episode how it goes.
Yeah.
And of course, Rurouni Kenshin was fantastic. Oh, it was so
See, I
good.
can't bring myself to do it. The original is so perfect. How can
I've
you
never seen the
make that-
original.
Oh, you've
Me
never
either.
seen the
By
original?
finishing
Round
it,
Six?
that's how they can make it better.
What did you say?
So-
By finishing it.
By finishing
yeah,
it?
by
No, no,
finishing it.
No, I mean,
So
look,
we're-
I don't just read. I'm not usually this guy since I'm not a manga reader, but just read the manga. Like just remaking the anime and making it prettier, which is it's by the way, it's not modern animation with all the modern anime is like garbage. But no, there was no need for this. This is like remaking The Empire Strikes Back. Who has the fucking gall to remake Empire Strikes Back?
God, I hope nobody does.
Yeah.
But
George
leave it to
Lucas.
Duck Fisney to try and do something like that. But I really did like it. So I'm gonna watch it. And it's
Alex
a
Moore
it's a
calling you out,
24
Leon.
episode show. So, and then I really did also like The Great Cleric. That one was that one's this is a good isekai, and I think it's going to get better. So I would highly recommend it. And then this show, The Gene of AI, is way different than I thought it was going to be. This one is the heavy philosophical set of questions of what do we do, basically with transhumanism, both with augmenting you as a human and or having full-on androids that can either have uploaded to it a human psyche or is created out of the web. I see a parrot. I see a bird.
No. He's just perching on my camera. I'm just going to let him.
So for it, I gave it an 8, but this one, it's going to be a bit of a trip.
Say hi, Hondo.
Birdie.
Cute.
So the Gene of AI is one that I'll have to give the other 2 episodes to see how it actually goes. And then The Masterful Cat is depressed again today. It's funny to see a cat, supposedly a Maine Coon, that becomes full human size and takes care of his human by cooking and taking care of the house. And where she works, she's like, oh, everybody teases her. It's like, you have a cat, you're never gonna get a man because you have a cat. You're on that way. And I can't think of anything else that's quite like it, but this is one that might have to be dropped just because of time. But I do think it's pretty funny. So if that's more your bag, definitely stick with it because I think you'll enjoy it. Then looking at what we still got coming up, we've got Zom 100 pretty soon, Tenparu. Let's see, Sin Duality Noir, Saint Cecilia and Pastor Lawrence. My unique skill makes me OP at even level 1. Liar Liar, a little longer for Helk. Dark Gathering, that's the other thriller, psychological. That's going to be another long-running show. That's a 25 episode. And then Classroom of Heroes, that one I'm probably going to drop just because it's probably too much like the others. And then, of course, we got Bastard. Got to wait for Bastard.
You don't sound excited about Bastard.
I really do want to be more excited about Bastard, but I'm not. I'm just not. So, yeah, you're great at cooking. You'll make great wife. I do not make it. My cat does. That's what she says in her mind. Just like how with a cat, you can pet me with your eyes, but don't touch me. But let's see. There were some shows that I did drop already. Let's see. Where'd it go? All right, so I have paused, but I'm probably just going to keep it dropped. Am I actually the strongest? I'll change it to paused for now. I won't drop it yet, but I wasn't.
And really, it's like baby can't do that.
Baby can't do that.
That's the baby can't do that one. The girl I like got her
anymore.
glasses. Here's the thing: the people that made this one, they also made which one? They also did The Masterful Cat is Depressed Again. That's the same studio or the same art house, and they both use that same 3D rendering engine.
It's very weird looking. I don't think it's ready for
And
animation.
When they start doing the walking shots with the camera that is below their waist level, it looks like their legs are twice the size that they should be. It's weird.
Well, because they're doing like a fisheye lens. It looks really weird.
Yeah, it looks weird. Fisheye lens look weird, Serranos. What don't you understand about it?
Well, yeah, that's what I mean. They're trying to do something artistic, but it doesn't work. It doesn't look good.
But yeah, both of those, I would say The Masterful Cat and the girl I like forgot her glasses. I think those two are they're probably on my chopping block. And the Aritalia, whatever, the Reza one. I'm not digging that one. That one I'm keeping. I put it back to pause. I'm going to drop it. I don't care about it. And then the Reign of the Seven Spellblades. That first episode was I guess I was expecting more, and I didn't get it. So
Did you look at the cover before you started?
we did, and yeah,
Guy's
after the one
thigh
episode,
isn't even pointing the right direction.
I'm
Yeah.
good with dropping those, and yeah, and I think I'm just gonna delete Classroom of Heroes. I don't think I need that one. There's too
Well,
many
I've
others
not
out
heard of
there.
Classroom of Heroes, but just looking at it from here, that looks like the most generic shit I've seen like in a long time.
It does look fairly generic.
I don't think you've
so.
seen. I don't think you've gone deep enough, Leon. I think that's the problem.
Well,
Right,
I haven't
we
watched
were-
seasonal anime in like a solid like several seasons, just because I've been very unimpressed with seasonal anime as of late. So
Well, My Tiny Senpai should be funny. Level 1 Demon Lord could be funny. Sweet Reincarnation could be really good. Vending Machine. as we've talked about here,
Vending Machine for sure.
it's either going to be ridiculously good or ridiculously bad. And so far, I
Well,
think
it's not
it's
going to be
leaning more
ridiculously
towards the
bad.
good.
I don't see how it could be ridiculously bad with the writing quality they've had.
Yeah,
'Cause it seems
I'm-
like the guy or the author set up a decent amount of stuff to go through for the story. Like fun
yeah,
situations.
we'll see how it goes. But the next one I'm really looking forward to is Helk.
That's not fair, Gemini. He says I haven't watched anything past 2006. That's beyond incorrect. I just when you've got six
You
main
watched
characters
Fullmetal
and they all
Alchemist, that
have
was
when
past
they all have
2006.
different hair color and they all wear the same like sort of skin tight sort of outfit that shows revealing skin. Like that's generic. All modern anime does that.
Go watch like the Insomniacs After Dark, and then come back to me.
Speaking of which, I still need to finish that. That's the only one from last season that I haven't finished yet.
That you want to finish.
Let's take a look
I
at
was gonna
this
say
art
you watched
style here.
every anime last season.
No, I didn't. I dropped quite a bit.
No,
Exactly.
After Dark, the art style here doesn't look generic at all.
That's what I said. You should watch that because that's not what it.
Yeah.
That's what you were looking for.
Oh,
Yeah,
Alex,
yeah.
the-
I'm
Because all the
agreeing,
kids,
yeah, this
all the
seems right
kids
up my
look
alley. This
different. They
doesn't
all have
seem
their own
generic at all.
personalities, but they don't have crazy style. That's a
Alex,
rounded
the SH in the show is the innuendo that used to occur in office buildings, and it's kind. I don't think it's being done overtly, but I think it's going to be fun. I said we'll give it the other 2 episodes. If it's really not that much better by then, I might drop it, but I don't think I will. So. But yeah, I'm once again ending up with more shows than I thought I was going to, but at
Really?
least I'm fully
And
caught
no
up
one
with
was
where I need.
surprised.
What was that, Pops?
It said no one's surprised anytime
Yeah,
they
no
watch you
kidding.
make a list.
No kidding.
To be fair, anime guy, that's why I have trouble starting seasonal anime is because once I commit to watching something, I refuse to drop it. So like if I start watching 8 anime
need to
and
go to
6 of them
Blaine's
are
TED Talk.
drop worthy, I'm still gonna finish.
I
them
need to
just say
release
I've
my
seen them
TED
all.
Talk.
So like yeah, the fact that you're able to
You
drop
need
them is
more
like I'm
TED
envious
Talks.
of that.
Yeah, well, if it doesn't catch me, or if it doesn't hold my interest, yeah, I don't mind dropping it. Well, like last season, I went halfway through the Marginal Service, and then I dropped it. I probably dropped it way later than I should have, but I still dropped
You need to
it.
go to the
so.
Frost School.
That was a good choice though to drop it because I watched it all the way to the end and I'm like, so that was a
Yeah.
show.
What did
See,
I gain from this?
I love having debates with people, and so if I'm like, yeah, I watched anime, XYZ, and it sucked, so I dropped it, and they're like, really, what do you know about it? Or we're getting into a debate, and I only talking about the first 3 episodes or whatnot. Like, well, did you see this, this, and this? And they start bringing up points like plot points I haven't seen. I'm like, I can't argue whether those are good or shit because I haven't seen it. So I want to at least be able to tell you for certain your anime is shit. So to do that, I need to have seen it all the way through.
Well, I would say out of everything that's currently on the airing, so if I was going to give you, let's say, just a handful, I would say without question, Rurouni Kenshin, Vending Machine. Hold on. Undead Murder Farce.
See that's the one you were explaining that one earlier. I thought that one actually sounded interesting. Undead Murder Farce. I'm absolutely willing to give a shot.
Yeah. The Great Cleric. And those are the only ones that I'd say without hesitation that they'll be they'll be at the very least a C tier to maybe a B, and possibly maybe even up to an A or even an S tier with the Rurouni
Jujutsu
Kenshin, so-
Kaisen does not require you having seen the first season or the movie.
Oh, really?
I've watched,
But I would
I've
recommend
watched, quite a bit of Jujutsu Kaisen because back to that whole separated wife thing. She loves Jujutsu Kaisen. I've watched a bit of it, and I can't
help you there, man. I'm sorry.
like it's fine. I don't know why everyone's sucking it off like it's the greatest thing ever when it's just another shonen. But
Haven't
yeah,
seen it.
it's it's better than Demon Slayer. It's better than Chainsaw Man. I'll give it that. Like, it's not
Ooh,
much.
I
anything's
don't know
better
about
than
Demon
Chainsaw
Slayer.
Man.
That's pretty
not better
good,
than
but as
Chainsaw
far as Chainsaw Man,
No, Demon Slayer is like mid tier at best. Everyone thinks it's amazing because it's really, really pretty.
It's because Ufotable makes it look so good.
Yeah,
we
it
know
I
looks,
wish you
it
had
looks
eyes
stunning.
that you
Demon
can
Slayer
see what
looks
looks
stunning.
good.
But if you were to take that same story,
I got the
if you were to take that
Russians!
same Demon Slayer story, and you were to
Dakomat.
put it like a less talented art team behind it, everyone would see it for the absolute okayness it is.
It's
I
not
feel
That's
like you
fun.
just
It is
actively
actually
don't like
worse than the
things that look
manga.
good. You know, that's what it
It is
feels like.
actively worse. than
No,
the-
if I'm just saying, looking good shouldn't be the only justification. Like,
Like,
if
it
it's a
feels like
really
you
pretty
actually
anime-
dislike shows more because, like, oh, it only looks good.
Well, yeah, I do think that's I feel the same way about video games. If your biggest strength is look how pretty it is, that's not good enough for me. I want a story. I want character. I want something that I haven't seen a million times. I want archetypes that if you're gonna reuse the same archetype, do something to make them interesting. Demon Slayer doesn't. Now, I'll
actual
give
good
Demon Slayer
gameplay.
credit. By the time you get to Entertainment District was a lot of fun. It was. I wouldn't call it good, but it was notably better than the first two arcs.
interesting. I would say watch Helsing Ultimate.
Hellsing Ultimate's incredible.
Yeah, it is incredible.
Hellsing Ultimate's
It is.
fantastic.
Yeah,
And I would even go so far as to say the first half of the original Hellsing is, fun. It's I wouldn't know. I don't know about good, but fun.
well, I see what they were doing with the original Helsing, but that particular one was massively dependent upon getting a second season, and it didn't happen, so it
Right.
falls apart. But that's what makes Ultimate great is they did finish it, and they did follow the manga.
Yeah, I would say
so-
it follows the manga effectively beat for beat.
Yeah, so it definitely helped it out there. But yeah, that's where I stand. And of course, I got to finish Jobless Reincarnation, the second core. I'm at just got done with episode 6, and I need to finish 7 and 8 tonight. And I guess the last 3 episodes are pretty rough, or at least I keep getting told be prepared. So I have no idea what I'm prepared for, but I'll do it. And then I just gotta get caught up with Dragon Ball. I gotta be to episode 28 by the end of the month.
I wish
then-
I could rewatch Dragon Ball for the first time.
Me
Yeah,
too.
that'd be awesome.
Well, how long has it been since you've seen the original Dragon Ball?
I was 15.
Well, that's been half your life ago, so there you go.
Yeah, but what new
No.
lesson am I going to learn by watching it?
He hasn't
How awesome
rewatched
it was.
remember?
I know how awesome it was, though. Why would I waste hours when I already know how awesome it was?
Oh, Blaine, you and your rewatch policy. But I get it. I get it. You can only you can't go back home. I understand.
See,
that, so.
the rewatch policy, I don't get that. I've rewatched the original Dragon Ball probably 5 times in my life. Like the original
Imagine
Dragon
how
Ball
many
is
other
fantastic.
anime you could have watched instead of watching it like 3 extra times.
Well, yeah, but I've been watching anime. Like I said last time I was on here, I've been watching anime since I was 4 years old because my dad was a weeb in the 80s. So like I've got almost 30 years of anime I've been watching. So with that, when you like look at it like that, it's not that hard to rewatch one that you really love.
Yeah. Well, let's see. How many times have I been through Goblin Slayer? 5. How many times have I been through Reincarnate as a Sword? 4. And each
adds
time
up.
that I watch it, it's still great. I
How
still
long
enjoy
are
the crap out of it.
your 2 watch lists now?
What was that?
How big are your 2 watch lists getting? Your planning list?
They're still,
There's like at least 1,000 from the last decade, I'd say.
yeah, they're still massive.
I thought it was just the last season.
I guess I really need to start becoming more picky about the new stuff so I can go through the old stuff, or just take a whole month where I do nothing but the old. But then I miss out.
See, if you want old stuff, then by God, like I'll hit you up with some bangers. That's almost all I watch at this point. Like I've got 121 on my want to watch list, and I would say that it's like 50-50 old and new. New being anything newer than 2014.
So, Leon, on Anime Guy's channel, we will do these decades at a glance kind of a thing. So, like over the month, we'll like go through year by year and say this one was worth watching, this one was worth watching. So he has 3,000, 4,000 shows on his needs to watch list at this point.
Let's take a look here.
And yet he will rewatch Sword
shit.
Girl again and again and again.
Well, I've seen Go-Go 13, the first half.
You
of
haven't
its,
seen the
stuff
original
twice.
Berserk, or is that? Oh, that's watching. Okay, so
Yeah. Well, as you can see right
I've
now
never
on the
watched
all.
Berserk. I've never read Berserk.
Did you at least watch Lolly's video on Berserk?
No.
I swear to sweet Jesus. What am I?
Why would you watch that if you hasn't read it?
Because it's fantastic. It's like
Who's
what the
Lolly?
anime should be.
I'm like halfway through the manga and I still haven't watched the video.
There we go. But anyways, 2,799 shows on the all list. So, and there's only 33 of them that I have dropped. Come on, bring up the drop list, you pile of shit. Anyways, here's the ones that I've dropped. And I can honestly say that with all of these, I'm good with it. I'm good with dropping them when I did. So, yeah, there's that.
yeah,
Although
see,
maybe,
that's not a super large drop list. Like, yeah, that.
well,
that,
not
that's
yeah.
respectable.
It's
Well, fair enough. Yeah.
I still have to. Well, we put together the list just with what everybody has either seen, kind of seen, or stuff that maybe might be good, but we don't really know because we didn't see it originally.
It
The
was
next
just
step with
zeitgeist
these-
of the time kind of a thing.
Keep the screen up because this screen is a perfect example of what I mean. So scroll up to the top and just if you just do a quick scroll down and just like look at the art, tell me how many of these all look like the same fucking anime at a glance.
I mean, my screen's really tiny right now. So.
Which ones are you talking about? Look the same at a glance.
Yeah, if he was just like to quickly scroll through here and you're just like doing these one-shot looks, so many of these just look like the
No,
same
no, no,
thing.
no. Scroll faster. Scroll faster, okay? No,
Yeah, like-
scroll more.
That's too fast. I'm saying like yeah, if
Whoa.
you just scroll like one scroll every second or so, you know, like one Mississippi scroll, one Mississippi scroll.
All right,
like,
Love Flops
they-
and Onimai, they're both terrible. They're the type of stuff that'll get you put onto a list that you don't want to be part of. So
Whoa. Just don't even mind. Love Flops was bad, but not list worthy.
it's bad. It was terrible. It was awful. The fact that I got through 2 episodes without losing my mind
Okay.
is a miracle in and of itself.
But did
so.
you know that everything changed at episode 7?
I know that, but I'm still okay with not going back to it.
Why do you,
Because if it
out of
takes that
curiosity,
long
just
to
so I can
get-
understand your rating system, how come you have it at a 5 then if it's that bad?
Because he has a bad rating system.
Yeah,
Change it.
The
maybe.
I guess I
numbers
was
are dumb.
I was being generous. So those ones I was
Yeah,
being
yeah,
generous
this is the
with.
talk that me and Blaine had, like trying to, because I mean, he explained his position on numbers being dumb, and I
like
guess
numbers.
like after he explained it, I get what he's saying. Like to throw out a number, there's got to be a frame of reference, and so just that's why I was asking, you know,
Okay.
why you give
Well,
it a 5.
that's-
I don't know what your frame of reference is. I don't know what a 1 and what a 10 is to you.
All right, a 1 is it should never have been made, whereas with the 5, yeah, I can understand why some people would like Onimai. I can understand why some people would like Love Flops, but for me, it's middling. 5 is middling, and it's possible to have something that's middling but still have fun with it and to finish it. There's 2 shows that I gave 6 twos, so they're still pretty bad, but I still finished them. I shouldn't have, but I did. And of course, Blaine knows what I'm talking about because both of them are the type of shows that you have to throw up the flag to go find the version of it that doesn't suck.
See, but
Or
you
sucks
got me more.
less.
'Cause I was following you for a bit, but now you got me more confused. Because you're like 5 is middling. There's 2 shows I watched. There's 6s. They were just bad. Well, hold on. Bad is worse than middling. So why is your 6
No.
higher than your 5?
They're just bad. They're just bad to me. Whereas with the 5, they are middling, but at least with them, I would say, here's what I would say. With the 5, I can see people liking them, but I don't. They're not for me. If it's a
Right.
6, they are bad, but maybe not as bad to the point where. Oh, who cares? You got me. I'll admit
I'm just
it.
trying to wrap my 'cause,
number
like,
scheme
I
may be
do like
goofy,
using
but,
numbers, so I'm just trying to like figure
There we go.
out your rating system so that if we're like
I'll show
debate or
you
talk about
mine.
it, well,
Geminar has it. The 6s have the bigger booba. So that's why they get the 6s. But in either
6s
case,
are already pregnant.
in either case, I gave Magical Destroyers a 7, and I still dropped it because it got stupid. The same with the Reincarnation of the Strongest Exorcist in Another World. It was good looking, it had potential, but it got stupid in that 3rd episode. I'm like, and I had so many other things. So part of it has to deal with what else is coming out that season that I'm watching, that I'm trying to compare it against, and then comparing it against other stuff that I've seen that I'd like. So, like the Legend of Heroes, Trial of Cold Steel. It's almost an 8, but I still dropped it after 2 because it was taking too long. But for other people, if they know the game or have seen any of the other things that tie in with it, they would probably like it better. So I can see it. I can see why it was
I just
good.
want to make
but
sure I
it's not for
understand.
me.
You're rating this based on what you think you can foresee other people rating it, even if it didn't speak to you.
It's part of it is myself, part of it is what other people might think about it, but ultimately it's also up against what other things for that season. So that season had some pretty good stuff that I liked way better. But it's not like it's really, see, the thing with that one, it's not that bad, but it's that bad to me. If you like the game, or if you know the games, you'll probably appreciate that anime a lot better.
So
Whereas,
maybe that's where we're having this miscommunication. Because when you say that bad, versus that bad to me, like in my head, there's a difference between something is bad and I didn't like
That's
it. 'Cause,
true,
like,
Alex.
for example, like that's why
So-
maybe it's just a linguistic sort of thing. Like I
Maybe.
don't like like Kill Bill. I love Quentin Tarantino. I don't like Kill Bill that much, or specifically Volume 2. I think it's his worst work. I don't like it. I can still acknowledge
I think
it
a
is
lot of people
an
actually agree
objectively
that it's,
well-made
yeah.
film, but
I
I,
love Kill
don't
Bill.
like it. So I would give it a rating of, let's say, 7 on its overall quality, even if to me on a personal level it's like a 3.
No.
I disagree with that. That's not how I rate things at all.
Well,
Yeah, when I'm rating things, I try to rate things like I know it's hard to be objective because people will say all art is subjective, and I disagree with that. I don't think all art is subjective. I mean, there's plenty of objectivity in art, so I want to be as objective as possible. But there's gonna be some stuff you can't be objective about.
Yeah,
Probably.
this is my list. This is my drop stuff.
and you see, I'm
it's
way
just
higher on
what-
the Dragon Ball and
it's
on
just
Urusei
whether-
Yatsura.
It's whether I liked it or not. I only watched one episode of
Urusei
Urusei
Yatsura is a
Yatsura.
classic. How you gonna be dropping
Exactly.
that?
I only watched one episode and I never got back to it. I just don't think
Yeah,
I'll get back
that's
to it.
that's the problem, Serranos, because that was a damn good show.
Yeah, I just don't think I'll watch it. Yeah, Devil May
I can
Cry
see why
2,
you would
I
drop
dropped
Fire
it right
Force,
at
though.
the
You
end.
probably made a good call dropping Fire Force.
Yeah, these are the highest rated shows I've ever dropped is a 6.5. I would consider a 6.5 to be pretty good. Like
You made it halfway through Mashal. You might as well just finished it because
No, I'm not
we're
going
getting a
to.
second season of it, and I thought it was pretty
I'm
fun.
not watching it. No, it's not good enough. It was,
See,
it
like,
was just decent.
yeah, 6. I can see the rating of 6.5 making sense in terms of like. So for me, a 5, since 5 is in the middle of 1 and 10, that means 5 is legitimate. That is average. That is the
Yeah, and you can see
definition
that I
of
have a lot of 5s.
Yeah,
Okay.
I have a show. I feel that there's a lot of shows that are pretty okay-ish.
Yeah,
All right,
yeah.
for the most part, we're
that makes
good.
plenty of sense to me.
Too Cute Crisis. That one, that was just a lot of damn fun.
It had the
it's not
same
earth
joke
shattering.
basically every episode. Yeah,
It's not going to change your world, but you know what? Last season, I needed stuff that was just fun and funny, and that I could watch and enjoy, and that was it.
Why did you drop the quintessential quintuplets 3 episodes from the end? That is
Because
for
I
my
just didn't finish
OCD
it.
ass. That is painful. Like,
I didn't
bro,
finish it.
dude,
Okay.
Obviously that's why it's on your
Yeah.
drop list.
Leon.
But like, dude, that is you have 60 minutes left of the entire show. How can you
Yeah, I'm not
dedicate
watching a
Leon.
second season.
That's 3 episodes from the end of the first season, then the second season, then the movie.
Yeah, it's
right,
like,
right, and that's
yeah,
all
I'm
well
not
and
gonna
good, but,
finish the
like,
second season.
still,
It
that
wasn't
would
good
be like
enough.
dropping. Let's say let's pick a popular show like I don't know House or something. If you watch House has got like 22 episodes in a season. If you watch the first 18 episodes, you've already invested so much time. To me,
Yeah, I know.
it is mind blowing to
I
not
just really fell
finish
off
it.
of it more as I went along. I just didn't feel like I needed to keep watching it.
Yeah.
Well, let's see what else you've got on here that I can understand dropping Bastard. I can
And
understand.
I guess
that,
I
even
could,
though
I could
didn't.
sort this by
You don't
like
need to
episodes
keep throwing
watched
time
too.
at shows you don't like.
Yeah. Did I guess progress?
Wait
yeah.
a minute, he dropped the furry show. Very bad.
So, yeah.
Bad choice.
So, yeah,
Yeah,
Dragon Ball.
dropping
at the
Dragon
most.
Ball.
I
That
dropped
far
Dragon
into
Ball
it
like
is-
50 episodes. Yeah.
Yeah, that you.
Because it's
You
just
might as well
very
finish
long,
it.
anyways. Yeah. And there's so much Dragon Ball stuff. It's not like it's bad. It's not like I couldn't go back and watch if I wanted to, but I don't have any reason to go back, really.
Yeah, and Alex Moore was right. The brother having the.
I dropped My Hero midway or early on in season 5 because I was reading the manga and I just got depressed and didn't want to watch it anymore.
Need to finish it.
I'm
Need to pick
surprised
it
you
I'm
back
not
got
gonna
up.
Sword
watch
Art
it.
Alicization. Like of
My
all
Hero's
the
shit
Sword
now.
Art,
I'm done
that's,
with it.
you know, that one's
No,
the
it's not
most. I
shit.
agree with your
Yes,
rating.
My
of
Hero went to shit.
5.5,
It like
but-
went to complete garbage. They narrowed everything down. All these other characters don't matter. It's just Deku versus whatever his face was. It's like so boring. It's so like it's so limited. It feels like nothing. It feels like nothing matters in that show.
No, I'm.
Because when
That's
you get
one I'm
down
gonna have
to
to
it,
say.
literally
No,
nothing
no,
goes.
that's
Why?
a bad call. That's
Why
a
does
bad
something
call.
matter?
That's
I
okay.
have
What does any other
season,
character
season
do
5
that
is the current
matters?
season of My Hero, right?
No, season 6.
Oh, okay, never mind. I've seen all of season 5. Then I've got My Hero on hold, but I've got it on hold. I'm like halfway through season 6, and I have
Yeah,
it on hold.
Shigaraki. It's just like Shigaraki is
Shigaraki.
OP. He's way too OP. It's just so
Oh
dumb.
yeah, there's reasons why he's become.
Bro,
Yeah,
OP.
I know. And it's really stupid. I hated
Shonen,
it.
like
Yeah, it's your standard shonen stuff.
Yeah,
Anyways,
it is. It
scroll
sucks.
down. Let's see what else you got on
I
this.
hated My Hero at first. It took for me. It took 3 seasons for that shit to get good. I hate
Which
season
one?
1 and 2.
Why would you get
Yeah.
3 seasons into it then?
So I
that's
watched
weird.
season 1. I hated it, and then I dropped it. Then I had a buddy that really wanted me to give it another shot. I got through season 2. I was like, dude, I know you love it. I want to be here to support you, and watch it with you because it's fun. But this sucks. I'm done watching it. And then someone told me that season 3 gets really good. I was like, well, I care about you. I'll watch it with you. I
think I'll give it a
genuinely
6.
started to enjoy it. So mostly it's been other people trying to get me into it. That way they're not watching it alone. And just by the time
Egerton
season
was
3
very
got to it,
weird
I was
show.
actually very invested because season 3 is when it stops being generic shonen to me and when it actually has its own identity.
Yeah, and then there's some shows I watched a little bit more of before I drop, and then most of the rest of them like are just 4, 3, 1.
Well, Galaxy Next Door was cute, but I can see why you would drop that.
Yeah, and we talked about it before. I thought the main
Yeah.
protagonist sucked ass. I didn't like him.
I liked Beast Tamer, but yeah, it's not going to get a second season, which I think for it needs, but it's not going to get it.
I don't remember exactly what I didn't like about Beast Tamer, but I know I think I didn't like the fact that it's just like the guy gets really strong, as well. It felt pretty silly. The fact
Yeah.
that it felt like it should have been a show. One of the shows that made it more that the familiars are doing all of the lifting.
Yeah. Well,
That's
let's
why
see.
I
I love
see.
that description as if it didn't describe every other like famous anime out there. I stopped it because the guy was getting really strong. Like if you just said that sentence. In a
Oh, it's because
vacuum-
I expected. I was hoping. The reason I watched it all is I hoped it would actually do something else, and it didn't.
Well, let's
did
see.
it
Let's
all
see
as,
what else
like,
you got on here.
Really generic. High card. That was
Okay.
That was
All right. There's one of the shows that I finished that I wish that I hadn't.
High card.
No.
Giant beasts of ours.
No, I didn't finish that either. To the
Immoral
left,
Guild?
down to the left, right there.
Hmm.
I went through it. I don't know why I did, but I did, and I wish I didn't. I really wish I didn't. Anyways, now let's see.
I think we've been in an oversaturation period for the last 10 years or so. Like because anime has gotten so accessible, it's just the oversat, like used to, you would watch an anime and think, wow, this is the greatest thing ever. I want to get people into it. But
I
then,
think it's probably because you're a kid.
well, no, but
Yeah.
what I'm saying, but also when I was a kid, anime wasn't near as accessible. So now that it's so accessible and you get to see, 12, 15 shows a year as opposed to 3 or 4 a year, you realize, oh, the vast majority of these suck.
Yeah, that's how it always has
Yeah.
been.
And I say, looking at your drop list, you're pretty close to the same. Dropped most of the same shows. Although I said I'm probably a little more forgiving on some of them, dependent upon when they come out. So
I do not care one iota about other shows in a season for my
Yeah.
rating. I will drop some stuff like some of the stuff I drop is mostly because like there's no reason to be watching compared to other stuff. I'll go back to score now. Because like stuff I would rate like Ayumu, I would probably finish that one if I didn't have a lot of other shows I was watching because I liked it. It's just it wasn't one of the better shows I was watching, so I dropped it. And Mashal is something I could feel fine finishing, but I don't have any reason to finish when I have a lot of other stuff to watch. Like a 6 is usually where I'd want it to be at a minimum to like finish it. Anything like a 5.5 to 4.5 is just kind of the middle range of stuff that's like, whatever.
well, Kitty Bear, you're 100%
Kitty Bear
correct.
said, "Oh, sorry, go on. I was about to call out the same comment, so
Yeah.
go for it."
Go ahead and read it. I'm good. Go ahead and read it.
Yeah, he says, "Here's what I have to say about you guys. Drop lists, everything on it's better than anything the USA has on live action series. I'd rather watch those anime than anything come from the US." And I disagree. Just trust me, just because it's anime does not mean it's more quality than what's coming out of the US. Like you can take, don't get me wrong, live action US shows suck 9 times out of 10. But if anime also sucks 9 times out of 10, one is not, in my opinion, better than the other. I would just choose to watch neither and then watch the good
And I don't have the
stuff
time to
from either
watch
one.
that much stuff anyways.
Yeah, it's just a ton of stuff
I
to
could
watch.
I could just spend more time watching stuff I like better.
Well, let's see. Go ahead and scroll back up. Go ahead and scroll back up. If
You want
would.
to go to the top of my scores?
Yeah,
my
so
drop stuff.
I've committed to watching Dragon Ball. I want to. If you've already seen it through one time, and if you've stopped going through it again, sure, I could see that. Urusei Yatsura, you got. I would say that one to me is an absolute must watch. If you
Yeah,
like Rumiko
Urusei Yatsura is
Takahashi,
a
you got to watch it.
classic.
It's not like I can't go watch it, but yeah.
Why,
I don't expect to.
why does it say 2022? I mean, is this a remake?
That's the new one, yeah.
Yeah,
I didn't
it's,
know.
uh,
there
Oh,
was
you
a
didn't see the new one?
I've been talking about the original.
oh, the original one's fantastic.
I
there
didn't
was a
I didn't
new
know there
one,
was a new one.
Yeah, and it's pretty close to the
I'll
same.
pop
It's,
up the
it's,
trailer real
it's still
quick.
set in the 80s, and it's a lot of fun.
I was gonna say, I'll
but,
pop
uh,
up the trailer so you can see what it
Yeah,
looks
they
like.
have a house
Yeah.
phone in the remake.
Yeah, yeah, it's all 80s tech in it, so it's
Okay, see that I might be able to go for that, like because
Yeah,
I
I think
was
it's
saying
fun.
earlier
I
that I
think it's
don't
fun.
like. It seems hypocritical because I'm so anti the Rurouni Kenshin remake. But by the same token, Urusei Yatsura is one of those that like. I don't know. I want to see the trailer, so when you pop it up, I'll give my like full assessment based on the trailer after that. But I feel more inclined to watch a remake of that than I do.
I'll also share this
Rurouni
here.
Kenshin.
yeah.
So,
This one,
this is what it looks like.
yeah, this one you
Oh,
can
see,
do
this
with the
looks
sound
gorgeous.
too. So
Yeah, because some anime looks good and some anime doesn't because they don't care. That's literally all there is to it.
Shinobu, baby.
This looks like they're honoring the classic art that's in the manga and in the
Exactly.
original anime. They're not,
Well, and there's that also. It just has a strong. It's also just well made. It's just straight up. It's well made. Has nice,
Yeah,
clean lines, good expression. Just
all
that
I
kind
will
of
say is, don't watch the dub of it. Watch it in Japanese.
who did the dub?
Well, let's see. It's that one is on High Dive, but whoever they chose to do the Shino or not Shinobu, but Lum and Arturo's voice, they're just wrong. So
Yeah, and this is
doesn't
my like completed list. There's like
I mean,
all the
I'll
stuff
be honest.
that-
I would
the
probably
bottom-
watch the dub, but I don't really. I also don't judge anime 9 times out of 10 based on how good or bad the dub sounds. So like my
well,
thought
trust
process
me,
is
I absolutely love the original Japanese of it because it fits. But I've seen that first
Oh, yeah.
episode at least 3 times, so I have a good frame of reference with it. But trying to watch it dubbed, I couldn't get through the first one. You finished Harem, but then again, so did I. So yeah,
Yeah, I finished the. Was that down a little bit more, or was that up actually more?
Yeah.
I forgot. I forgot where Harem was.
It's-
I thought it was
It's
a 5.
bad. It's another one of those that I
Oh, yeah, I
shouldn't
forgot I
have,
skipped
but
over
I
it.
did, and now that I have, I
Yeah, I
wish
wanted
could
to
remove it.
finish it, but it didn't. It didn't really
If
do
it-
what I wanted to
It
do.
didn't go any further.
Now I'll say if it was Funimation, for example, I won't watch it. So I won't watch it dubbed.
Yeah,
I
Herman the
don't watch-
Labyrinth and Netherworld was just too slow. It was so slow.
Let's see.
That
There's a
was
bunch
the-
on
that
here
was
that I
the big
haven't seen
hindrance.
yet. You see, I dropped I'm the Villainous, so I'm taking the final boss. That
Yeah.
one, I just couldn't bring myself to do.
Yeah, I'd
And-
read the manga through, and I knew of the story from the light novel.
Okay, that makes more
and-
sense then.
It wasn't really that special at all.
And yes, Peter Ving fans, I really wish that with the original releases that they've been doing of Yorosei Yatsura on Blu-ray, that they would do the UK dub, but they're just doing the original Japanese.
This is the one I didn't get to share with Pop because I was asleep. Are You Lost? This is a summer anime for you.
Oh my God, Are You Lost is amazing. Have you not
Oh,
finished?
nice.
Or is this one you? No, no, you
This one I
completed this one.
completed.
Okay, Are You Lost is fantastic. Like it's not
thought it was
good,
kinda-
but it's
I think it was pretty dumb, but it was funny.
exactly. It's the
Totally.
definition of dumb fun. It's like it's the popcorn movie of anime.
Yeah,
Let's
that's
see.
definitely one you should have on your list, Pop. Are You Lost?
The JP Mexican is asked, what should
Okay, I'm
I
writing it
name
down right
my
now.
Lapras? It's a male. Name him Arturo. There you go. Yeah, there's some of these on here that I definitely would watch, like So I'm a Spider, So What?
I'm gonna
That's-
get back to how Realist Hero built the kingdom because
Uh,
honestly, I don't rate it that high.
You
But
watched Aijin Demi-Human. That one's interesting. I don't
yeah.
really, I don't remember what I rated it. I'd have to go back and look, but I think
it's
6
got
sounds about
it's
right.
full CG. Yeah,
Yeah,
All right.
yeah. Well, to be fair, so many people are anti full CG. I'm all right with anime being full CG as long as it still is you know,
It
good
really-
anime.
honestly,
to
that
work.
was just at the start of them being able to put out stuff that doesn't look terrible.
Right.
I feel like Ajin was the
before
first
Berserk 2016. It looks
I
better.
am
than
talking
that.
about this specific studio because they're not like Studio Orange. Studio Orange is special. Let me see, which one was this? Yeah, Studio Orange is really good.
Because this one was Knights of Sidonia as well as
yeah, they
Ajin,
made
right?
Knights of Sidonia. I hated how Knights of Sidonia looked. I dropped it for that alone.
I'm glad you finished Otaku Elf.
Yeah,
That was just a lot of fun. I liked
I
it.
said they have some old 3D animations they're credited with, and then 2014 they started back up again. Knights of Sidonia. That was their first
Ronia
one.
Roberts' Daughter. I love that anime. That one's also
And this
great.
one is not a full 3D, is it?
Yes, but so the character models are 3D. I don't remember if the environment
Okay,
is,
yeah.
but the characters
Because
are all
no,
3D.
Knights of Sidonia is full 3D. Yeah, I did not like Knights of Sidonia. I thought it looked like garbage. You just take a look at these people. I just just look at
But-
this.
so
Just look at these
Ronia Roberts'
characters.
Daughter was it is
Uh.
also got Ghibli's hands in it, which they're fine with their CG work. I mean, they've been fine with CG for years. So
You know, actually,
Yeah.
maybe it wasn't their fault. Maybe it's the fact that the models or the characters from the manga look terrible. 'Cause I just hate the way
Yeah.
these things look. They have such giant faces. It looks so weird to me. I could not watch it.
I need to be going. My ankle's starting to hurt a little bit. I need to go
You need a
raise
lo-
it up.
Oh, you can't just sit back in your chair and just like put your legs up. Oh,
No,
that's
I'll take a photo of my desk because it's been a while since I've done it, and there is
'cause that's what
no
I'm doing
space
right
to do it.
now.
There's no space for me to put my foot up. I've got 3 monitors in front of me. There's no room. It cannot be done.
I'm just kicking my monitor out of the way.
Just kick it over.
So yeah.
These people have gotten better at their CG. They're not Studio Orange, but it's definitely better than they used to be.
All right, anime guy, what do you got tomorrow for us?
I've got the Adventures of Piper. She's coming back, and we're gonna check in on what on how her the Little Mermaid, her independent comic that they're doing, how far it is, and see where that's at, and then we're talking isekai. I love isekai. I openly admit it. I am a fantasy isekai whore. I do not deny it. That's why most of the stuff that I finish is typically either fantasy, isekai fantasy, etc. But just prepare to have a lot of laughs and see what type of fun stuff in the isekai realm we can go to. And I'm thinking that next week we're going to go ahead and put together an isekai watch list. So keep your DMs open and we'll fix a day to do that and see what gets tossed on there. Going back as far as the 70s, there are a few from back there, but we'll
I'm
go
gonna put
through.
the over under at 700.
No, I don't think we'll have quite that many.
Oh, you're only gonna go about 500. Okay, that
Yeah,
sounds
Angry. There are a lot of us.
We'll
If you want to
start a- we'll
jump
start a
in, just
pool.
let me know. I'll DM you.
So yeah, it'll be open for everybody in the Twitter DM group. Of course, I'll Pops, if you're available, I'll send it to you. Of course, Blaine for you, and whoever else wants it, just hit me up on the Twitterverse, and I'll send you a link. But that'll be, I think that'll be fun to do. And I don't. Oh, I know. Next week I have Lofty Pixels. Lofty is coming back on the 11th.
Roofy pictures.
Yes,
Is it a
Lofty
planned
Pixels.
showing?
What was that?
Is it a planned showing, or
Yes, it's
he's
planned.
gonna randomly show up after spilling alcohol everywhere?
No, I got him set for the usual time.
Yeah, ask Lofty's drunk enough to come on tonight.
Oh, that's a
And
good question.
then on the 13th, we're doing it 2 hours later, but I've got the man with the plan from over there in Thailand, Mr. Legal Mindset, is popping back in because he is also a massive isekai fan. So
I always like his takes. He's a little
Nice.
boomery, but it's funny.
well, he's not that much older than you.
I actually
That's the
thought.
funny
Oh, why? I
part.
thought he was younger than Blaine.
No, he's
Wait,
got a few
really?
years on Blaine, and I've got a few years on all of y'all, except for Pops.
So, to be
Pops
fair,
got
Blaine,
years
the
on
only
me.
reason I think that's
That-
because I thought you were way younger than you were until you told me on last time I was on stream with you. And I was like, oh, because I had you pegged for like my age. I had you pegged for like 29.
Oh no,
So.
no, I'm in my solidly in my 40s now, and man, my body is telling me, yes, you're in your 40s. Go fuck yourself, type deal. And
Leon,
then,
I'm the elder statesman here.
yes, that you are the elder.
We don't
statesman,
talk about
He's
Pop's
old enough
age
that
around
he
here.
knows what that word
That's right.
means.
But I'm technically old enough to be most of your fajas. The faja, the exception of Pops. But
And my dad's pushing 60. I was a late kid.
yeah.
Oh wow, you were. Oh wow.
So yeah, that's what's going on next week, and I'm not sure if I'm going to do it Monday or Wednesday. You know, both of those days can be good. They can also be busy for people. I really don't want to do stuff on Fridays anymore, as far as my own stuff, because I just don't.
Well, I guess that answers my question because I was gonna
old.
send you a DM literally earlier today. I didn't know you were gonna be on the show tonight because I was gonna send you a DM earlier asking if you'd ever want to be on my Monday show. But if you do your own on Monday,
Yeah, yeah, I'd be more than happy to do that. And I said I typically only schedule out Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays. If I'm doing a Monday or a Wednesday show, it's because who I want to have can't do a Tuesday or a Thursday. But yeah, if you hit me up, let me know what time you've got it going, and I should be able to make it in. So
Sounds like a plan. Yeah, I'll shoot you a message on Twitter after the stream then.
excellent. So Blaine, have fun putting the beast back together. And
I will. I just realized I didn't get a fan hub, so it's going back together. It'll function, but the fans won't all run until Tuesday.
you don't have enough fan headers on your board.
There's only 2 headers, so I got an SATA.
You got to be kidding me. There's only 2
adapter.
on there.
Yeah, it's an old X570 board. Well, 3, I guess, if you include the CPU. But
Yeah, that's
that's why I was just staring at my phone for like the past 10 minutes. Like, God damn it!
Now you got to find a fan hub. Oh,
It's on its
such
way.
pains in the ass.
Thanks for
Such pains in the
joining.
ass. Absolutely. You take care, and you all go. Once you're done here, go watch some anime. So hold on. Let's see. Angry Canadian. One more time. This Thursday at 10 p.m. Eastern. So we're starting 2 hours later, because with where he's moved and all that, his time. He used to be 13 hours ahead. Now he's only
Now he
11.
says, "Fuck it."
Yeah, exactly. So yeah,
It's a
going 2 hours
geography
later than
joke for
normal, but
everybody.
that's just
There
how
you
it
go.
goes. So, see you Tuesdays, see you Thursdays, and of course, we'll see you all tomorrow because it's gonna be fun. All right, take care, get it together, play some
Catch
games,
you later.
etc. Later, everybody.
See ya.
The rest of the chat are a bunch of 20-year-olds. I'm not
Probably.
20.
No, most of
Legal's a hard guy to get a reply from. Sometimes I always get like the short reply, like the polite big streamer reply, where they're like, "Oh yeah, cool, that's awesome," and then they just disappear.
Gotta get a couple more thousand subscribers, Blaine.
I'm on my way.
I don't know. It hasn't
Make
been
sure
growing.
to eat these when you build
need
a
more.
computer.
You need more shorts. You need more hot takes.
I know.
I'm so excited for your political stream.
Blaine's
You're gonna be doing,
political
like,
corner.
ooh,
Yeah.
Blaine's political corner is gonna
If
be
I want to get back to
fun.
some hot takes, I can show you my tens.
Oh god. Yeah, I was watching Destiny on Tim Pool for his Culture Wars thing. And
Yeah, I'm gonna be watching that tonight after this stream, actually. But by all means, give me the spoilers.
Oh, I mean, it's exactly what you think it is.
When do they talk about abortion?
They haven't gotten to it yet that I've seen. Mostly, they're all sort of making fun of the red pill, which is kind of wholesome in a way. I'm a little surprised and enjoying it, actually.
Where is? Here it is. Okay, sorry, I gotta fit the mood. Then there we are. Making fun of the red pill. I had to change my background to make it blue.
Oh, good. Yeah, you got to get that out of there before they come for you. I got a power supply that matches the computer, so now it's white too. White power computer. It's literally
I'm
a
gonna have to
white
Google
power
this
computer.
term. I've been seeing it on Twitter so much lately. Spurg.
Spurg? You don't know the term
Too much of a
spurg?
boomer to understand what that means.
Well, it's an illegal term.
Spurg
now.
is
You
what
can't say
a
it. That's offensive.
it's
Person who
the
displays
action.
awkward, pedantic, or obsessive behavior stereotypically associated with Asperger. Oh, with Asperger's. Oh, fuck.
Yeah.
I'm a Spurg.
Fucking Spurg.
I
Jesus, get my
Spurg all the time
stream
then.
fucking
Shit.
Spurging
Dang
up,
Spurg
fucking-
over.
The
Spurg it out.
Spurgening.
Can I remove it? No, those are solid. Okay. I will use the new screws.
Yeah, I wanna
You
talk
snot
more
nose, you calling me a
anime.
20-year-old? No, I'm not calling you that. Oh, Veritax earlier said something about Horimiya. He said that the dialogue was too fast. I think the dialogue was a breath of fresh air, honestly. Horimiya was like, finally, we get two people that can caveman their way through a relationship without everybody sitting around pussyfooting around.
I need a anime
Is
that
that
actually
anime I've
knows
been
how
hearing
to
about
write.
where it's not actually a will they won't they? It's just a legitimately good romance anime.
Yeah, I need
I
a
think it's
romance
a very good
anime
romance
where they have
anime,
an
yeah.
actual relationship and they actually just like do romance stuff instead of just ooh, hee, 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 going on
Yeah,
dates.
you'll have to
Within like
know
the
that to me, 'cause
second or
I
third
love-
episode, within like the second or third episode, he's best friends with her little brother, and they're playing video games together. Like it's exactly how like relationships continue.
Good, yeah. Someone messaged me that at some point because I love romance anime, but so many of them are atrocious because it's like not really romance. It's like puppy love as opposed to romance. So
It's Greece's fault, damn it.
And then they go in and out like twice in a season and nothing happens. And some things just never change. That's just the way it's always been.
Oh, the filler season. Oh, I haven't started the filler season yet, so I'll have to withhold judgment on your statement, I suppose. But judgment will be coming.
I know I'm looking for so tomorrow 1,000-Year Blood War starts, and I, as someone who hates Bleach but loved the 1,000-Year Blood War season 1, I'm actually excited for that.
Oh, that's the one you give deference to. Okay.
Yeah, give me one moment. I'll be right back.
So I want to talk anime.
All right, what do you
I
want
want
to
to
talk
why
about?
scores matter, but I was gonna wait until Leon's here. So I want
Tier
to say
lists
why
matters.
scores matter.
You don't want scores, you want tier lists.
I think tier lists are a genius representation.
Also, yeah, I
Because
guess
then you see immediately a comparison.
Honestly, I have to make my next fest video into tier
Oh,
list.
jeez.
I'm rewriting it. I have to make it into tier list because that's the only way I can actually talk about enough stuff. Because if I don't, I'm going to be repeating myself too much. Then I can get it out of the way all together, the same kind of category. Just like talk about all the city builders at the same time, compare all of them, talk about the ones
Yep.
that are actually worth
Yep.
it. I was like, yeah, that makes way more sense to do it. Because when I was looking over my different things, I have a lot that'll overlap. And it makes more sense to talk about them by like type of game rather than just my favorite ones.
We should say that separately. Do the by grouping
I might
of genre,
have a couple
then
separately.
have like
but,
these are my favorites.
I mean, yeah, I'm gonna have a couple separate, but otherwise I'm gonna be just talking about them by genre. Yeah, I like the art style of the girl with the glasses. Girl without glasses, actually.
I like the character model that I see in the poster. But I also, when I met
Did you
my
watch
wife,
the
she
actual
had big poofy
show?
scene hair, so it's giving me very happy flashbacks.
Kitty Bear, why don't you go fight a bear or something?
Or a kitty.
That wouldn't be fair.
Kitty bear.
Kitty.
Kitty bear. Okay, do I have to upgrade my cables? The new cables are white.
Oh, good job.
But
Well, that's
I think they are like power cables are power cables, right?
Yeah.
No,
cables,
they're all
power cables,
different.
power
You wanna-
cable.
well.
They're all
Depending
the
on the
same.
gauge of the wire, if it has a thicker wire, then that'll be better for getting the power in there. So
You're right. Because I went from a 650 to an 850.
Blaine,
We
have
gotta
you ever
use new
thought about?
cables.
You ever thought about building a Gundam in a bottle?
In a bottle? I mean,
the,
like
the
a
people
boat?
that build like ships
Like
in a
boat
bottle.
bottle
but, like-
people?
but like a
Huh.
Gundam.
No, I have not put thoughts to that idea ever.
That's
until
like
you
the
just said
worst
it.
choice you could possibly go with Kitty Bear.
Rent a Girlfriend season 3. Wow, that stings.
ouch.
That really
I
stings.
feel like that
Yeah,
says more
that's
about
right.
your own taste than anything else.
That's almost as bad as Shikamori.
No. It's
I think it's
Shikamori
probably
as
worse.
the manga. It's completely different.
Yeah, the Michael, the manga reader over here, telling you how it really is, and the thing you've
Manga's
never
better.
seen and never will.
Guys, it
That's-
really
that's what
is
really
completely
matters.
Different. They changed everything. But like for real though, like half the complaints are just not there in the manga.
You have venereal disease, Michael.
You have cancer.
I am cancer.
Oh, or were you born between July 24th and or is that the other one?
I'm the cure for
I don't know. Were you born before July 22nd and
you-
June 3rd?
Do you actually know what day that is for
Alright,
like
I'm
the
back.
stupid?
No, I don't.
I think Pop.
I
I
actually
think
only-
these are the same gauge wire. Actually,
I actually do know
Okay.
the day.
I
Yeah,
don't
the
think
if they're the
they're
same, then it shouldn't matter.
The last day of
It's
cancer,
just aesthetics
22nd
after
of
that.
July.
okay.
Excuse me.
So he's
Like-
gonna switch them.
I don't know anything else about it.
The only
Sounds
annoyance is I
funny.
like pinched in this one wire to like make it work, and it's like I have to take that fan off to redo it.
Oh,
Yep. This is what the stream's for. Learning. Okay, let's talk about more anime and why scores matter.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's talk about the heretical
tier lists.
vaccine.
Tier
Yeah,
list.
let's go.
Tier list. Tier list. Let's talk
Yeah.
about tier list.
That's what I'm gonna say. It's not all about the numbers.
I need Blaine's help though.
Oh yeah, whatever.
Yeah, this is like all my finished anime. I put My Hero down at a 7 because My Hero fell off. As I was trying to explain to Brandon, I really hated the way like they did it much better. Like it's like it's ever shonen. No, they did it way better at the start.
What?
Yeah,
Okay,
because
you're
it
gonna have to
was
explain
like-
that to me. How did they do it better? Because they absolutely did not, by my estimation.
No, I mean in terms of the fact that because they didn't go stupid yet. Because obviously you had your main couple guys, because you had Bakugo and Todoroki.
And Deku,
who were
right?
the
Like,
strongest.
it was like the first.
It
two
started
seasons
falling off
is
at
still
season
just
3.
like generic shonen.
Yeah, it
as
was normal
opposed to-
shonen stuff.
It has. The
problem was that
like
they-
the identity it develops, but at least it develops its own identity outside of generic shonen.
No, the thing is they literally do go to more generic shonen.
Yeah,
That's what makes it worse.
No,
They
because
ha- they have
it's
the
so
setting of-
Western. Like this anime has
Yeah.
so much Western writing to it. That's the antithesis
Look,
to
I don't
standard
like
shonen, which
these
What
is
it
Western
should have
inherently
been
bad.
is that they should have actually had them go through school seasons of him actually growing over the years, rather than this literally happens like a year and a half, where he just goes into the stratosphere.
Yeah,
But I
this is
mean,
a
he
year and a
really
half of
he
being
really
fun.
hasn't. His growth is incremental. I mean, he's still,
No, this
even-
happens in a year.
Yeah,
This literally happens in a single year. That's
Yeah,
insane.
but we're talking about a show about superpowers.
what I mean, it doesn't-
I mean, that's like saying that all those Spider-Man comics, how'd he get so good within a year? Well, it's still superhero stuff. Like
No, that's
Spider-
not even comparable. Not even close. Like in Deku gets like what he's growing his first power, just being better at using his strength, and then he gets like 8 different ones that he learns to use in like 2 weeks.
yeah.
Okay,
It is
you're gross. It's not like 2 weeks. I mean, at
Yes,
this point-
literally, that is like a
I
couple
think it's
weeks.
literally 2 weeks, dude.
He has a year for this entire freaking story.
It's like the
up to
first
what
6 months
point? I
where
want to
he
make sure
learns
we're
The
talking
to
about the same thing.
entire entire anime that's been animated right now is like a year.
Okay, yeah, so yeah, the entire anime is a year so far, and he has incrementally gotten stronger. He at this point, he's still not finished growing. Like,
No, I mean, yeah, I mean the current anime, but still, the stuff they're going to in the manga, where they're like going to
okay,
the
so in
end
the manga,
arc.
that's that.
The-
But if we're talking about the manga, that's its own
No, I
thing.
think-
The
No,
anime
it
and
is-
manga
No,
are
What do you mean
separate.
it's not? It's the exact same thing because they're directly copying what they
No,
made
no.
from the manga.
Right,
Serrano,
It's
right.
going to
but
be
what
the
I'm
same
saying is,
story.
if we're
This is
talking about-
My
if we're talking
Hero
about the
Academia, not just
If we're talking
the
about
anime.
the pacing of a TV show versus the
Yeah.
pacing of a manga, like yes, they might
Oh,
be
no, I'm not just-
covering the same.
I'm talking
material,
about literal time that's actual passing.
but you're saying after season 2 it fell off, so you don't get to talk
Oh,
about
yeah.
like what's happened in the manga way later and compare that to for seasons 1 and
No,
2. You gotta
it-
like go
yeah,
beat by beat.
Both. There's multiple things. I'm talking about multiple things. Yeah. For me, I think My Hero Academia really peaked in season 2 in terms of like the anime. That's where it was story wise as well in the manga. For like the stuff they're covering here, that's where I think it peaked overall.
And that's totally fine to think that. All I'm saying is it doesn't get to, at least by my estimation, it doesn't become generic shonen because My Hero is written more like a Western story, which is the opposite of Western shonen. Like written from a Western point of view, that's very different than a normal shonen.
Well, for me, it's like they introduce new character. Character is shoved by the waist. Character is there for literally the arc. Gets shoved by the wayside.
The same thing that
It's
comic books
just
do,
Deku.
which this is
Well, I
an
don't read
homage
comics.
to.
I don't care about that
Yeah,
at all.
that is
Okay, that's right. You might not read and care about them,
Yeah.
but that's what My Hero is doing. So My Hero is
Yeah, but
following
there's
a
also
more
what other
Western
shonens
comic book
do.
oriented style of storytelling, and in doing that, it's not generic shonen because if it was
But I
generic
mean, this is
shonen,
what
it
other
would-
shonens do, though. that's a lot of what they do. They'll have like this character, or I guess it's not like just every shonen, but they have character come in for arc. They do that. I mean, that's exact. I mean, Demon Slayer does this to literally a T. They literally have it
Mhm.
set up for all these Hashiras to come in. They have their arc, then they move on.
Yeah, no, I agree. Demon Slayer does
Yeah.
that, and I think Demon Slayer
Like,
is
it's very
again. I spent my
formulaic, right?
on Demon Slayer.
That's what I
think
mean. It's
Demon
the same
Slayer
thing that
is
happens in My
pure.
Hero. They have the character come in, they have their little arc, then they move on, and then it's just like whoop, whoop, and we don't actually get to see any of these other kids in the class do anything. They're just mob characters, and it's kind of weird the way they introduce them.
See, I don't know. I can tell you, like, as someone who looks at My Hero as
Real quick,
honestly, it's
IJP,
fine,
are
like,
you
it's
talking about
average.
Chef starring the Marvel guy where he gets like a food truck and he makes like Cuban
Yeah, Feige?
sandwiches?
Yeah, Kevin Feige.
No, not Kevin Feige, the fat guy. He's he's Robert Downey Jr.'s like sidekick buddy.
Oh, Happy Hogan.
John Favreau.
Jon
Yeah,
Favreau.
John Favreau. Is that what you're talking about, IJP?
Well, no, he wasn't. He wasn't in the movies. He was just the guy that produced them, wasn't it?
Well, but he's saying, have you all seen Chef? I'm very confused.
I don't know. Oh yeah, okay, yeah. John Favreau. He's the John Favreau chef.
What about
Yeah, why are
what
we
about
talking
it?
about that? Yeah, why are we talking about this, IJP?
It's like, have y'all seen? I'm so confused. Does it correlate to My Hero?
I love
Now, in
it
terms
when we're
of
here
like what
arguing about
DR
My
said
Hero,
about
it's like, yo, you
Deku
guys seen
crying,
this
I'm not
Jon
that
Favreau
worried.
movie?
That doesn't really bother me that much, like him just crying. Actually, no.
With My Hero though, I think my big issue is sort of that same idea where it goes from like, oh, this would be kind of an interesting world to get introduced to. We get introduced to a lot of heroes. We start learning other people's powers, and then almost immediately it just all falls away to like we know it's one of those like, this is how I became the strongest, but we stop learning about everybody else, and like everybody else is way more interesting
I like
than
seeing
watching
the weird
Deku
stuff,
try to copy
and the weird stuff just
Dark
basically
Knight.
doesn't matter at all.
But see, I mean,
We have,
I
like, we
agree
have a
that everyone
couple of
else is more
pro
interesting,
heroes.
but that's why I'm enjoying it. It's because we are adequately learning about the other characters. They're not doing what Naruto
aren't.
or
No,
or
you
Dragon
get to
Ball Z
see the
did, where-
characters, and then they actually just don't matter at all. And then
What do
they
you mean?
don't.
Like,
They still don't.
Dink-
Because when we
Dinky
get to the
proves his
bigger
worth
fights,
multiple
then it just
times.
doesn't matter that they were there.
Like Dinky
Because-
proves his worth multiple times. So Chaku, we get to see.
No,
have
I'm talking about
character
the fact
growth.
that like the actual conflict with like Shigaraki. What are they actually
Oh,
doing?
I don't give a fuck about that.
That's what I mean. That is like the main thing. Then they have the little side stories on the. Then they have the other side stories that don't connect to that because these
I don't need
characters
them to connect
don't
to that.
matter
Do
to
the
the
characters
story.
have the characters having development don't need to be in relation to the main.
But
conflict.
there's not like payoff in terms of like the wider story. We are seeing like these cool little side stories that are completely self-contained. Basically, they don't have any effect on anything else.
But why is that a problem? Like that's how
I think
every
that is a
fucking
problem
Zelda
because
game
we're-
is. You know,
because
like
we're
every
basically
Zelda
got-
game is technically a side
We have
story.
two
but
different.
they
We have two
work.
different shows going on, and half of it is terrible, and then we have the nice little half on the side
Half
that
of
doesn't.
it's average. I wouldn't say half of it's terrible. Half of it's.
I think
average.
that's kind of
It's
terrible.
still-
I would just consider that to be terrible because I don't like how they went about having him just blow up and become uber powerful.
But at
Both
this point,
characters,
like,
actually. I
let's
think
talk about,
both
like, for
characters,
example, where
Shigaraki
we're at in
and
the anime.
Deku's
Like right
development
now
is
we're
really
halfway
stupid.
through. Right now we're in season 6 of the anime, and in season 6 of the anime, you've got character development going on for like the character of Dabi, who's is the big reveal that he's Endeavor's son. You have this entire side story with Endeavor learning to be a better father. You've got all the like there's so many.
Yeah, I mean that was part of what I liked when reading through the manga, and then right after that, well maybe not literally right after, but yeah, coming right after that when Shigaraki gets all of his insane powers is when I was like, oh, and I ended up dropping the anime during that.
Shigaraki definitely has. Again, you're right. He has absolutely insane powers, but by the same, I don't think having a main bad guy that has insane powers that's like being like,
And it
oh,
felt like
Wesker,
total bullshit the way they
Wesker
built
being
that up.
this ultimate
Yeah.
genius in Resident Evil, who's got all these incredible powers now by Resident Evil 5. That detracts from how good Resident Evil 5 is as a whole, or the series is as a whole. Like, just because you've got an OP
Resident
villain,
Evil isn't actually connected nearly as much to other games, so.
what?
I think the issue is when you just
You'll
plug
fucking
in your
animated
villain to a
series.
machine and then you pull him out and he's like, oh, he's OP now. Like it sort of takes away the fact that
there's
the
no-
villains may be struggling.
Like, there's a pretty big difference. The fact that there's a character we've actually seen have growth. I don't think Shigaraki's growth was really that impressive over the whole series, but we had this character that was actually having stuff happen to him, and it's like, oh, now he's powerful. No, that before that actually mattered, really. It's just this is
but
obviously
if
way
you
more
look at,
important.
but in the context of the story, it does make sense because at the end of the day, this is still it's superhero sci-fi stuff. So I mean, how many times have we seen something like that in comic books? You've got a villain decides that he's tired of being beaten,
It's not
he decides
fun.
to augment himself.
It's like not fun whatsoever. That's
But
what's wrong.
see,
with it.
that's the type of thing that is, like I said earlier, most art, it has some objectivity to it. That's subjective. When I read Spider-Man, I see Doc Ock upset that he's being beaten by Spider-Man multiple times and decides to augment himself to be better, and then he finally is better
How
than
much
Spider-Man.
better does Doc
That
Ock
is-
get?
Huh?
How much better does Doc Ock get? Does he
He
get
killed Spider-Man and takes his
10,000%
place.
better? Does he
He
get
killed
10,000%
Spider-Man and takes
better?
his place.
Yeah, but Doc Ock wasn't always that much weaker than him.
Yes, he was. That's one of
How
the
much-
entire central points of the comic. When Doc Ock takes his place, he realizes Spider-Man had pulled his punches the entirety of their conflicts.
The entire time. Yeah.
Yeah. Doc Ock
That's
had always
interesting.
been leaps and bounds.
And I
weaker,
was
he never
I
knew
always
how much
introduced
weaker he
him
was.
from all the movie stuff, and it's like there's stuff he could do even if Spider-Man was just obviously a stronger person. It's not like he didn't have his own
I
tools
do
to
remember
kill.
that though from the thing because they're like, oh, he actually does have spider strength. He's just been trying not to kill people this whole time.
Yeah,
and I was
when,
like,
when
oh,
Doc Ock
Spider-Man's
takes
such a
over Peter
badass.
Parker's body, he punches a villain and kills him, and he realizes, oh shit, this is what he could have done to me this entire time. He's never once actually.
Oh well, yeah,
attacked me full
no,
on.
Doc Ock's not a superhuman. No,
No, but Doc Ock takes over. He kills Peter Parker, then takes over his body.
well, that's what I
So
mean.
he-
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
that's,
No, yeah, Doc Ock's not superhuman. So, but when he finally gets that, like, becomes one, and he like has to. All I'm saying is that him augmenting himself and becoming what's known as the superior Spider-Man was interesting. Now that might not be
Well, I
interesting.
mean, that's
for
a
others.
different.
People
That's
might-
a completely different situation because it's like a different story we're doing. Like we have a storyline where we're doing this thing with Spider-Man and Doc Ock. What is this? Is Shigaraki and Deku were being built up to be the main two villains. They're going to take over
Right.
the place from their previous guys, and they're building. And then we had this point where we cut off, and now they just get insane power boost and pass all of these other people. And it's not fun because they were building stuff
I'm enjoying
before,
this
and then they
debate.
just
Give me
fucked
one
off
moment.
with that.
give me one moment. I gotta step away for a sec.
Yeah, that's what I talked about with like My Hero. It's just like it's stupid that they skipped all this stuff, and that's why I was interested in the series in the first place.
It's just far too quick.
Yeah,
At the
because
end
like
of the day.
My Hero should have been. My Hero was perfectly set up to be an infinite show, basically that would run on like forever because of how much stuff they would be able to go through with having fun side characters, like the content they had been doing. But then they had the main conflict just speed up off a freaking cliff. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
And Michael, you went through it, right?
Yeah, I went through the whole thing. I'm caught up on the manga. It's true.
Yeah. Do you feel
But
pretty
I
similar
think the
to
main
me?
issue is that the author is extremely scared of getting his shit canceled. Because
Yeah,
it's happened so many times. So
He just thinks it's gonna
literally
get
rushing
canceled
to
despite the fact that
completion.
people loved it. Or
Yeah,
people
it is
still
the
love it.
most
People still love
popular
it
manga.
plenty. It's still one of the most popular series, period.
Yeah, and it's like top 3 manga right now, and he is like scared out of his mind trying to finish this damn story.
It's just like,
I'm just
and what's
waiting
your
for
thoughts
the,
on it overall, Michael? And you're gonna finish it because you might as well, right?
Yeah, at this point I'm like, I don't super like it, but I'm okay with like the fan service they do. Every once in a while I enjoy it. I mean,
Because that's the side that's still fun about it. But I mean, I don't care enough about it to keep going.
Yeah,
with it for that.
I like the side characters, but they got no development for the most
Yeah.
part. And then
Yeah.
all of a sudden, it's like, oh, my favorite side character just lost one of like half their power. Great, that's super awesome. I'm super glad they got all this development. Not
Yeah, and it's like that's what I mean. Is like we have 2 stories, and then there's only one story that actually matters.
yeah, like imagine. Okay, do you think Leg Dude gets any development throughout the show or manga?
Oh, which leg dude is that?
Leg Dude, I'm talking about Ida.
Oh
Lita.
yeah, yeah.
No, he's like one of the main dudes, and he's just treated like shit by the actual story.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he's
like
just goody two shoes.
he does
guy.
nothing.
Goody Two Shoes. No, but I'm Goody Two Shoes.
He did one thing against Stain, and that's it.
Yeah, and then he's literally so fucking disrespected in the manga. It's like, no, actually, I'm okay being like the backup dude. This is my arc. I want to be like the guy who makes.
I'll
all the
support
heroes
him.
better. I'm the support hero. No, that's trash. Like every
He's just
Stain
there to
was
make,
season
like,
2, right?
is
Weak
dumped on.
people feel good.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, Stain. Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Because that was probably my favorite part of the anime. Yeah.
The Stain fight.
Yeah,
Yeah, that was really good. Was that season 2?
yeah, it actually was. Yeah, I looked it
Hmm.
up. It was 26 to 33.
Yeah, that would be season 2. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think it was great.
It's not
at
like
the
there
end of
wasn't
season
stuff I
1.
liked quite a bit after that, but honestly, My Hero is the one season might be its best. You know,
Sorry about that. I don't know what I missed.
I think it's really just 2 seasons because even then, I don't think like the second half of season 1 was that good.
But you mean the second half of season 1 where they had the actual really nice fight?
The villains attacking the place.
Yeah.
I didn't like it.
You didn't
It
like
was kinda
the
boring.
really?
Yeah,
I mean, most of it was just the fight with Nomu versus All Might, and that's why I liked because that was a really nice fight.
okay,
It was
that fight's fine.
It was a
I
good
didn't
introduction to the
like-
series, basically.
Didn't like the other.
I mean, I
stuff,
think the
though.
first season was pretty great overall in terms of introducing yourself to the series. It does a really great job setting up, I think,
Oh yeah, it definitely hooks you.
because it
Definitely
leads.
buy that.
It is a little bit silly to have the villains be able to just break into the school there.
Yeah, and then they don't actually kill anyone. That was stupid.
I can understand that.
I mean, okay, I like the.
Also, if
fight
they had
from that
killed off
season.
characters there, would have given, or maybe you put that hook a little bit later. Say, if you want to rewrite it for season 1, you put that hook later, basically, and then you actually kill off the characters that are unpopular or something.
Yeah, you have a popularity poll right before the battle.
Oh, that would be really. That would actually solve so many of the issues of My Hero Academia.
Agreed.
You do a popularity poll, and then right after you get the results back from that, you kill off all the characters people don't like, and you get to narrow down your
Oh.
cast.
The guy with the tail didn't make the cut. Now we cut off the tail.
How
No,
interesting would that be,
that'd be
Leon?
so
What do you
funny.
think?
I mean, it's worked in American comics before, so I don't
That's what
see
I
why.
mean, yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, that's
I
the thing-
think it'd be fine.
No. But
My
in American
hero
comics-
does do impactful deaths, or at least they were impactful to me.
Yeah.
So, but I also agree that there should be more shonen anime in general aimed at the
Mostly.
teen. Yeah, don't do enough with like.
Now it
There's
hasn't happened.
one thing to needlessly kill a character just for shock value, but if you can use a character death.
Oh
to
yeah, one
drive
of the
the story
worst things I've
forward-
seen in the entirety of My Hero Academia has not been animated yet, as far as I know, like a manga spoiler. Stars and Stripes,
The worst.
worst
absolute
character
worst
ever,
addition to the show.
the
Or
worst
manga.
character ever created.
I think All Might should have died.
Yeah, probably. I
He's
don't know
about
when you'd
to.
fit it in.
I'm
But
pretty sure he's about
I don't think he should have died, but that's just because killing him. You always have the archetype of the
I'm not
the,
even-
the
I'm not
wise
even, like, he
mentor
has to
that
die
dies.
either.
You know,
Yeah.
Obi-Wan Kenobi dies. The wise mentor always dies. I think having All Might die wouldn't have really worked because All Might, as we know him or as the world knows him, does die. So having him physically remain to still be the wise mentor while killing off the symbol that is All Might does the same job.
I think something like that actually is.
Turismo. You still have Gran Torino.
Gran Turismo. That's what
Gran,
I
Gran,
had.
Turi- Gran
Got that
Torino was
game.
not the Gran Torino was not the symbol that All Might was. Killing the
No,
symbol
I think
of
yeah,
All
I
Might
think
was
that's actually
wise
something that
mentor.
was really well written or a really good idea from the start that he had was the fact that All Might would die, quote unquote, but
Yeah.
still be there. I think that's something very smart that he set himself up for.
You have to watch.
Yeah, I would say Stars and Stripes is my like biggest gripe, and that's the point where it's like, there's no way I'm gonna bother going along with this because I could just, it's just so plain as day to see how stupid that is. Like the whole setup. Did you read any of the manga for My
So yeah,
Hero?
you guys are actually giving me spoilers. I won't lie.
Well, I mean, yeah, I just hate Stars and Stripes. Yeah, once you see Stars and Stripes, you'll know why.
Gotcha.
Pretty much.
'Cause, yeah, no, I'm not there yet. I
Okay,
no, I
I'll
don't
talk
read, I don't
about
read
that more.
manga very often at all, just because I like to be up and around and moving while I'm watching anime.
Yeah,
like,
I
doing
really
business.
loved My Hero, so that's why I read the manga, and it made me sad.
But yeah, no. Veritex says I felt like they were trying to make Endeavor too much like maybe Vegeta, and yes and no. Shonen anime just has those archetypes. I mean, like the Bakugo and Deku, they're the Goku and Vegeta. All Might and Endeavor are the Jiraiya and Orochimaru. Like you always have those parallels, but it's such
Also,
a
in
common
terms
trope.
of oh, you finish your thought.
Yeah, it's such a common trope that as long as it's done well, I don't mind it. And I think that giving Endeavor the father, the absentee father arc makes it acceptable to have him as the Vegeta Orochimaru style archetype. It added something to it.
Also, in terms of like the specific anime fall off, I started having more issues with the anime itself in season 4, like that whole arc with what's his face, what was the name? Overhaul, yeah.
It's
there
so
was
funny that you found that you
serious
was out of
issues.
the Shigaraki stuff being because I found the overhaul stuff so boring. I was more interested in the actual.
No,
Yakuza
there
that
was
he
like
a part of
serious
than him
issues
as a
with the
character.
overhaul. There's serious issues with the overhaul arc,
Mhm.
and it was done worse than the anime, which compounded it.
Really, because I didn't even really care for it in the anime as much as so I can only imagine.
Yeah, there was
you know,
already issues with the manga, and the anime didn't help because they made the fights worse.
Now that being said, though, I think there were some really good things about it. I do think that the character of Mirio is an amazing character. I think the way they use him in that arc works, and then the little girl, I can't remember the name of, but like her story is fantastic. It's Overhaul himself who really bothers me because I'm very interested in the Chisakai High.
Yeah,
and,
they kind of completely misuse that. They completely misuse
Overall
the
is
prop
just
he
a
had set
shit
up.
villain with a shit layer. Like the whole setup is just bad.
Also, he's just kind of Shigaraki. He's kind of
Yeah,
just
yeah, you're exactly
he's
correct.
just Shigaraki.
He's Shigaraki. Yes.
he touches you and you go die. And what? Okay, wow.
I don't even remember
Great
his
power,
What was
great
his
power you
again?
came up with. You've got 2 big villains. Guess what? Or well, let's say we got like I guess. Do you want to count Nomu as like a big villain because of the first
No.
season?
No.
Because we got all for one who has all powers. It's like okay, that makes sense as like the big bad guy. Okay, then you got Shigaraki who you touch stuff, he touch stuff, they die. You have Stain who freezes people by licking their blood. It's like
I can't fucking stand Stain. By the way,
that's
like
kinda
like
cool.
it's
I like the
such,
Stain
the
arc.
Stain arc was so much goddamn pseudo philosophy. Like it.
It turns out it's fair enough.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it just reeks of someone who took philosophy in high
I
school.
think
and
they
thought they
might
could write
have
a villain
I
around
think
it.
they might have presented him too sympathetically. I think they presented him too sympathetically. Having the guy be full of himself to that idea, I would like it more if they presented him more as being more deranged and just being crazy because he is.
Yeah, I
or
think
like he
that would
actually
work
is.
better. Like, because if he was
Yes.
deranged and crazy and still had that ridiculous philosophy, it would have made sense because he adopted
Yeah.
it because he's not all there. But
Yeah, because
he
that
is meant-
philosophy is really stupid. I agree with you on that.
Agreed.
And
But
I
then you
think
have it doesn't work for later in the story when you have a bunch of fucking Reddit atheists taking up his cause for him.
oh yeah.
Also,
I'm
Ari
trying
kind
to
of
think of the other
ruins
villains in the
everything.
series.
I was
Oh,
gonna
yeah,
say,
Blaine hates
Oh well, yeah. My
Dapper-
favorite villain in
Dapper
the entire
Criminal.
show is Gentleman Criminal.
yeah, just,
Oh yeah, yeah.
that was
Yeah,
really
Gen-
fun. That was the
Gentle
last.
Criminal is
That was the
my
last
favorite
part that
villain.
I was like, oh yeah, this is fun. I was like, I like this a lot.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and Labrava,
that
they were
was
both
good.
great.
I would
Yeah.
like the show a lot more if we actually had more of that.
And see, and I
That's
agree
what
with you.
I
I just
mean.
want to put it out there. I do agree with you because like I'm not
Yeah.
I'm not a massive My Hero fan. I'm just going to like I'm trying to like defend it where I feel like it needs defense, but also I'll agree there's plenty that can be done better. And my favorite episode of the entire show is the Hero 2 episode, the one where they get on stage and they do that song for the the class. I think that if
That was
we
a
had
cute little
more,
episode.
say that again.
That was a cute little episode. Yeah.
Yeah, but I
Yeah,
love band
like-
episodes. Like the Angel
Yeah.
Beats band episode is one of my favorites too.
Isn't that the entire show?
Angel Beats band episode is great in a show that's severely
It's called
overrated.
Angel
yeah.
Beats. Why wouldn't
Shut
that be
your
the entire
mouth. I
show?
love that
No,
show.
dude, people.
Oh,
die.
dude, no. Look, I get. I love Studio Key as well, but like the other show, which is basically the same as Angel Beats, but way better that they did. I'm blanking on the name. Give me a sec.
Yeah, because it doesn't exist.
But yeah, I think
No,
if
wait,
you
is that
wanted
Monster
to
Hunter?
take the characters in the core of My Hero Academia, you could remake it way better. I think you could do it
Yeah,
way better.
I do agree.
Because honestly, his ideas for like
Little
putting quirks-
Busters. Little Busters is better than
Okay.
Angel Beats.
Little Busters is
Yeah,
pretty
just like
damn
the
good,
basic
but I
idea,
still
like,
love
you
Angel.
Yes,
call-
thank you, Dr. Asuro.
You call superpowers quirks, and you just give all these people like all these strange little things, and then you do the basic shonen thing where you have people with these like mech powers and figure out ways to use them correctly that makes them really good. And that's like a decent setup. He did a good job creating characters for the most part, other than the villains.
Yes, okay, so the villains are absolutely the weakest part. But that said,
Yeah.
I love the main
Lots
class
of them might.
1A, and even class 1B has like a good amount
Well, yeah,
of
because
memorable
he has just like a lot
characters.
of interesting stuff to put together. You have so many characters, obviously can't get enough screen time. You got to figure out a way to work around that.
Well,
and
Naruto
he didn't
suffers
bother.
from the exact same problem because Naruto has so many interesting side characters that are given pretty good screen time in the original run, but
it's
then
just
Shippuden
still,
rolls
like,
over and it
Yep.
doesn't. It forgets 95% of them.
Yep.
yeah, it's just like it's just like a complete mess.
Yeah,
Oh, and
if
the
you're not
villains are
going to be
just
able
worse.
to keep up with all your characters, then they shouldn't be. Like, I get it. You can have 2 or 3 that are relegated to more or less background roles. Like that happens in almost any story
Yeah, just
arc. It
people that are
happened
less
in Harry
popular. You just
Potter,
shove
you know?
those guys to the back, and it's like okay, that's
Right,
like
but
normal.
My Hero so far with its class 1A characters has done a good job of making me invested in almost all of them.
Yeah, and that was why again that's like a problem is the fact that I felt like they just like completely ruined that by not having them matter, because they bumped Deku and Shigaraki up so much. The only people that matter is like Aizawa. He's like
So-
the only person that matters.
Is out of curiosity, is the manga finished?
No.
No.
So
he's
the
trying
reason
to
I
end
asked
it.
is like
He is
Dragon Ball
trying
has a
to-
Dude
problem.
is in a sprint to end this
He
shit.
is trying to end it so fast. I haven't caught up with it at all. Michael has.
Yeah, I'm caught up. He is like trying to cover every base he can right now. We just got back to All Might.
He's trying to
So
give all.
the reason
trying to
I'm
give all the
asking, do
characters
they
the
do?
endings.
Because one thing Dragon Ball Super did very well for most characters was it gave agency back to those sidelined characters, and if My Hero can do that, I would be very happy.
Okay, a few characters get brought back and given more importance, but not all of them. And it's only like maybe 3 characters that actually get their agency back
Okay.
off the top of my head.
In terms of like actual like strength levels, I can understand why only a couple of superheroes matter against Shigaraki at that point. But the fact that we put him at that point is what pisses me off.
Yeah.
But see, and I guess maybe that thing, it doesn't bother me with My Hero because every other shonen also does. You know, Naruto did that, Dragon Ball did that, One Piece has
That's
done
why
that
I don't
several
watch
times.
it. That's why I don't watch
And-
any of those.
Yeah, well, and I'm not a
Yeah.
big fan of modern show. That's why I don't like Jujutsu Kaisen. To me, most shonen after like once you've seen the key 2000s and 90s shonen, there's no need to watch the modern ones because they're just doing the same thing over and over. I think that's why I liked My Hero is because eventually it starts getting very Western. I was like, this is
My
different
problem
enough
isn't
for
even
me
the fact
to
that
enjoy
people
it.
are redoing tropes. It's the fact that trope sucks. And
Mm-hmm.
No, tropes exist for a reason. Tropes are good as long as you do not
I
use
think
them
the-
lazily.
I just think the shonen trope of with the power in the like limiting of characters is like just the 1v until 1v1 fights is so annoying to me. I mean, I guess I could say I love Hunter x Hunter. That is my favorite, one of my favorite shows of all time. And the reason I like that better is you'll have like the 1v1 fight still, but not nobody, but people don't get insane power scaling. There's not any kind of insane power scaling whatsoever.
Well, he
like
probably
the-
learned his lesson from fucking Yu Yu Hakusho.
Maybe. I was
Just
gonna
like,
say, yeah.
I love Yu Yu Hakusho. I think it's one of the greatest anime
has
slash
power
manga
scaling.
ever made. But you know, it does start to fall off at about the 75% mark before it regains its footing because there's power scaling issues.
Honestly, yeah, just like power scaling in general is usually completely messed up.
Yeah.
Because, yeah.
But that's not even an anime thing. Like when I as a
Yeah.
Magic the Gathering player who plays Magic the Gathering competitively, power scaling in that fucking card game is messed up. People just like once you get so deep in terms of like what is and isn't strong, I feel like the human brain just has a problem figuring out how to scale it because it ruins video
'Cause
games.
You can't consider all the aspects. Like you can put all this stuff in, but you can't even do it yourself. Like, and you need the mass of players to figure out. Oh yeah, obviously this is busted. This
Right.
card that just gives a tiny little buff. It's like obviously this is busted. How can you not see it?
Yeah. But then they do something like release the recent Lord of the Rings set, which actually is scaled back power wise, but it feels fucking boring to play. So like they recognize power scaling as a problem, but they've already dug their hole because now you've got this new Lord of the Rings set that's just boring because it's
Yeah.
so weak.
And on top of like Hunter x Hunter, other shonen that I think have really nice power scaling is stuff like Mob Psycho and Mushoku Tensei. Because Mob is the most powerful character in the universe, pretty much. He has a couple other guys who can challenge him at all.
Yeah,
Those
I,
are
will
like-
say, I
noise?
can't really speak to that because I didn't finish Mob Psycho. It
That's
wasn't
insane.
really doing it for me.
What's that?
I couldn't tell if it was trying to be a comedy or a serious action because I get it.
It's
Some
both.
shows can balance them,
Yeah.
can balance them well. I don't think Mob Psycho balances them very well.
Did you not finish the first season?
No, I stopped around episode 7 or so.
Okay. Because I think Mob Psycho 2, I think Mob Psycho 1, I didn't give it a 10 just watching the first one. Mob Psycho 2 made me move it up because I would like to rank my shows together. Mob Psycho 2 was a clear step up and really amazing. I thought the
maybe I'll go
first
back and
season of
try and
Mob
give it another shot after I've gotten some other stuff off my list.
I thought the first season of Mob Psycho was pretty good, but then there's definitely disjointed bits where I can understand you're feeling perfectly why you would fall off of it.
I was watching Mob Psycho as it was airing, and I just couldn't. I felt like maybe I was missing something because everyone was talking about how amazing it was, and I'm like, it's fine. I'm definitely enjoying it, but what am I too dumb?
It
that I'm
really
not
pulls
getting
itself
it?
together in season 2, and it has a really awesome finale. Yeah, That's
like
what
series
season
finale?
2
Are they
does.
not doing anymore, or is the show?
No,
totally
it
done?
continues on. It has a season 3, and that one still has
Oh,
a great.
okay.
That one still has a great ending as well. But no, the ending of season 2 is really, really good. One of my favorite couple episodes of anime ever. Period. Is like the last couple episodes of season 2.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I would hold that up as peak.
The
Yeah.
IJP Mexican is entirely correct. Remember when a 40 damage move in the Pokemon TCG was busted? Now it's like a move that only need 1 energy to use. Yeah, that's entirely correct. As someone who used to play Pokemon competitively many, many years ago, you're entirely correct about that. A 40 damage move was insane.
Yeah, and for Mushoku Tensei, they just have our characters continually get stronger well within the bounds of the universe. Because like in Mushoku Tensei season 2, our characters run into one of the actual gods of this world, and they are hopelessly outmatched. They have no chance.
Yeah, I've not seen Mushoku Tensei, but that's one thing I can say that I really liked about how, what eventually became Dragon Ball Super, Dragon Ball Z Battle of the Gods. They had the balls to bring Dragon Ball back after years of hiatus, and at the end have Goku fucking lose because he's fighting literally God. Like,
Yeah, no,
I-
you're not
I
beating
like
that.
that.
Like you're the strongest person, but you're not a god.
right. Yeah, no, I like limits on powers because if you're going to do limitless power, you have to do it like Superman, which the Japanese writing never really does. Superman is not a comic. Like I'm unabashedly, I'm a huge Superman fan, and Superman is not a comic about the strongest
Japanese
guy
do
ever.
Superman now.
What?
The Japanese do Superman now.
They're
Oh,
making
yeah, I
a
saw that.
Suicide Squad.
I've seen some clips on the internet. My God, it looks
No,
atrocious.
I'm making fun of not the Suicide Squad one, the magical
that
girl
new
Superman.
Superman
Magical
anime.
transformation.
Oh, I didn't see that.
Yeah,
one,
it looks. Oh my goodness, it's so dumb
It's
looking.
Superman, like his uniform.
No, that
appears.
music is from Michael because he's playing Fire Emblem 6 and Fire Emblem 8 mod or fan game.
Well, did you guys like Batman Ninja? I thought that was decent.
It was
Never
so
saw
bad.
it.
It was good. I love it.
The
because
title
it's so
has
fucking
ninja
long.
in it. Of course, I loved it.
Yeah, it was.
Also,
Yeah,
gonna wrap
it
up
is
on
good.
my.
It looks
on
good.
my
But
anime
did you
stuff.
see Batman
Really
versus the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles? Because that's far better.
I did.
Crickets.
Yeah, I liked it. No, all the anime
Comic
stuff by
stuff.
DC is legit. Well, most of it. Like I'd say most of it. Better than the live action stuff. I would say.
Hey Tim, how are you doing today?
What up? Still working on your hard
sorry,
drive?
sorry, go on. But to finish my point about Superman, the Superman comics aren't about the strongest person ever. It's about how does the strongest person ever, how do they exist in a world of people that could be ants, but really are, he looks at it as equals, despite the fact that they're physically unequal. Like if you're going to do characters with no power limits, that's how you should do it. You should write it like a Superman story, but I've not seen that in a lot of overpowered
That
Japanese
is not how
media.
they write stuff at all. No.
Yeah,
very
I
different.
think the Brandon Ralph thing. I know it wasn't like perceived well and kind of box office bombed, but I think
I liked
that
it.
is kind of underrated. Yeah.
I agree.
I think that was a good interpretation of like how this godlike alien figure would have to find its place. It was almost like the Watchmen series, the Watchmen movie, when you had Dr. Manhattan trying to relate with society today, and the only thing that brought him humanized was his love interest. But after that, he kind of disconnected himself towards the end of the film.
I'm probably gonna go on a limb here, but say I don't think Ethan Ralph would be a good Superman.
Brandon Ralph. Ethan Ralph? Who's Ethan?
I don't know who that is.
that back.
Is that?
Okay. Let me Google that. Ethan Ralph.
Yeah,
Oh, be careful with that Google.
Oh, is he a
Ethan-
porn star?
No. Oh,
Oh,
well,
okay.
kind of.
He is now.
Search Ethan Ralph
him have
Gunt.
sex.
Add Gunt to your search query.
Oh, my lord.
G-U-N-T.
There was definitely a porn star in Little Mermaid, though, as a mermaid, but Disney didn't notice. He went under a different name, so little news
Ethan
for-
Ralph's Gunt jiggling while making
Oh.
love, if you can call
Oh,
it that, is a meme that people will overlay on top of other things, and it is the best because you watch it and you simultaneously can't stop laughing and also need to throw up. Like,
Here you go.
Oh,
Oh, I don't like whatever we're seeing.
Oh, he's the guy that fought the other fat guy, the boogie guy.
No,
right?
No. That's Wings of
different guy.
Redemption. Wings is funny. Ethan Ralph was supposed to fight Matt Worski, but didn't show up because he's avoiding getting taken back to like I don't know. He's got a warrant for his lack
Boogie
of
versus
child
Wings.
support. Oh, man.
Yeah, different thing.
Boogie versus Wings was good.
Yeah, that's fun.
Either Boogie or Wings could have kicked Ethan Ralph's ass. So
Oh yeah, they're just bigger than he is. Ethan Ralph's like 5'1".
yeah. I'm 5'2",
Wow,
goddamn
he's
it!
that fucking fat and short as shit.
It's
What a poor
not
mother-
true.
Yeah, Ethan Ralph is super fat and short. I think he's actually like 5'5" or something, but yeah, he's just he's just short. He looks tiny next to basically everybody. Even more so because he kind of leans over because he's like so fat. He's like always kind of waddling, you know. You know how the fat people waddle?
Yep.
Yeah, he's got
Like
that.
penguins.
Mm.
Not quite.
Not
A little
good.
bit worse.
Yeah. To finish off with my anime stuff, because like talking about anime plenty. I mean, we could talk about more continuing, but first I want to talk about my score.
Sorry, I missed
Suro
the
says
channel.
Review Tech wanted to fight the quartering, but because of his daughter in the hospital and him being scared of the quartering because he's training with Sam Hyde, that would have been such a fun fucking fight. The quartering versus Review Tech USA.
That would be funny. They're both fat bastards out there.
Oh, dude,
But they're like the kind of fat bastard that you think can like put some weight behind a punch, you know?
Oh yeah, because the quartering, he's just
I
a
think the
big
quartering
guy.
could definitely throw a punch.
He's not just like super fat. He's just a big guy. Like that's how you usually describe it, not just like a fat guy, right?
Yeah, like he makes fun of
we're
himself. for being
upgrading
fat,
the
but I think
streaming
quartering is
computer.
literally probably like the definition of husky, like someone who yes they are fat, but also they can throw it around in a terrifyingly healthy way.
Yeah, I have a guy like
Yeah,
that at work. Like he's a little overweight, but he's a big guy.
Yeah. Yeah, there was like this big fat guy that could throw a really hard punch. He was almost supposed to fight Mike Tyson back in the day. He was bald, fat white dude that could throw a punch. Bisping or whatever his
Tyson
name was.
Fury?
No, Tyson Fury. Yeah, he has the man bod. But no, there was someone like shorter, but a little bit more
peak
stout,
masculinity right there.
Yeah, I know. The dad bod is in, brother. Yeah.
Jim and I says Quarter Pounder learned how to throw a punch after that one incident, but I'm not for sure what incident he's talking about.
Oh,
It
when he
was
got
after he was
attacked
peeing
by
in the
fence.
drain and his
Doesn't
wife
matter
told him
what-
not to.
What?
He punched his wife after she told him, "Honey, can you not piss in the drain?"
Stop pissing in the drain. I'll piss in the damn drain.
It only took one punch to keep pissing in the drain, or his pissing privilege. Okay. We're finishing up-
My
we're
house,
talking
my
about like
drain.
scores. I think scores matter because I'm gonna forget where I put everything. It's easier to keep it in a list, organized format.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
For me, I
No.
have no problem giving stuff 10s. It's just my favorite shows. It's my favorite shows. Period.
Yeah.
see,
Like I said, it's all based on
I
how much
rarely see. I don't know. I don't like giving out 10s unless I feel like it is like so perfect that if I showed it to somebody else, they would also give it a 10. I don't give things.
I don't
10s to
care
things
about
I
that.
like because I do think scores are important, but I think scores are. I try to use scores like I was saying earlier objectively. So like things that I want to personally give a 10. I know in my heart aren't a 10. Like, oh, I love this, but I can see the flaw in the writing here. I can see the flaw in the writing there. So
Well, I consider my
I
opinion
can't-
to be correct, so yeah, I give it a 10. Like I don't know why I would judge it differently. I consider my opinion to be worthwhile to have, so I want to tell other people honestly what I think is the best. Yeah. Like if somebody doesn't like Mushoku Tensei because the main character is an old man that gets reincarnated, I don't really care. It's still a 10 out of 10 because it's amazing.
Yeah, but that's not a writing flaw per se. That could be something someone doesn't
No,
like.
but
like,
somebody says it's bad because it does something morally incorrect or whatever. It's like I don't care.
that's bullshit because that's one of those things that like
And you can just
can be
disagree on if something's well written or not. And like, I love Aizoken. To me, it's a 10 out of 10. Lots of people won't even care about it at all. It doesn't matter. It perfectly does what I wanted it to do. I
Like,
love
yeah,
it.
like
some things you can't argue whether it's well written or not. It's just objectively poorly written because like.
Well,
plot
yeah,
holes,
there-
for
oh, yeah,
example, are
There's some
like,
stuff that like
people-
straight up
people-
just doesn't work and is terrible,
Right.
but that's usually not that common.
exactly.
That's loud
yeah,
motorcycles.
like plot holes, right? There's like certain like
About to
plot
turn
holes.
Michael down.
That was
But
me.
What do you mean? That wasn't me.
That was me. I have my
Nah, it's
window
just the
open.
bleeping and beeping, sweeping, pooping.
Oh yeah, you gotta turn my off for all the beeping.
And turn me up. Turn me up.
What were you
So-
saying about plot holes though, Tim?
Yeah, like plot holes. Like that's what I was saying in the chat earlier. Obviously, I think like I'm one of those sided. I have some arguments about it, and people. This always comes up because I follow like John Campea. I know he's kind of gone off the rails, but I follow him in AMC days. He's always said things have been subjective. Well, you know, as reviewers,
No,
like
yeah, there's
all
stuff
of
that
us
just
and
doesn't work
stuff-
sometimes.
Yeah. And you know, there's certain things in the plot, and I started filming like college. They're like objectively, when I look at it, okay, there's some plot holes here by it, but maybe I forgive some of these plot holes because there's a thing called a suspension of disbelief. Not
Yeah,
everything
it
needs to
depends
be
how
explained.
bad it is. It depends how bad it is always.
Yeah,
right?
like if I was
Yeah,
to
yeah.
write a story and I write down in the story I went to McDonald's at 12 p.m., but later on in the story I write I went to J.C. Penney at 12 p.m. That is a plot hole. I can't be in two places at once. That is bad writing.
The McDonald's was
Yeah.
inside the JCPenney.
And then also there is an element too as far as
I don't know, I
film is,
think Michael got
the
you.
unreliable,
sounds like actual
narrator,
fandom.
though. The unreliable narrator, depending on what the story. Obviously, I don't think a lot of these films go that way, or the animated stuff. But like in other stories, They're like,
That's
wait a
true. If
second,
you're doing an
you
unreliable
know.
narrator story, that could work. But like, if just being general, that's not a
Yeah.
typical writing.
I would say
trope.
the way that would usually work is they're not going to be as specific about stuff, or they're going to straight up lie about stuff that you know
Yeah,
that
the
the audience
perspective
could
is
obviously see
skewed.
is wrong, and you'll get a
Yeah.
good idea. Is like, oh, okay, this is how they saw it. Like anime does that a lot. Like the
Okay,
character.
okay, so let me reframe
well.
it then and be like, if I make a story that the entire moral of the story is killing is wrong, but at the very end, my main character kills somebody and he's gleefully happy about it, that contradicts the moral of the story. That's bad writing.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it would.
Your
I
main
think
character could
that's
be an
fair. I
anti-hero.
think that sounds-
It could
It-
be
it-
like,
no, but
no.
if I write the story to where the moral of the story is that killing is wrong and the main character is anti-killing, but I show him gleefully taking place in killing, that
Yeah,
is
it could
bad
be a
writing.
fall
Well,
from
we could
grace
say is
story.
where does your moral come in? Like, where are you saying this moral? Are you saying like then, and this is why killing is bad, or is this a general?
Right, yeah,
theme
you
have
would
about
write
the
that
story
in the
that's
context of the
proven
story. Like
wrong?
you would have the central theme being that killing is wrong. If you're gonna have that be the case, you can't show your main character.
I mean, what if your character
gleefully-
changed his
you
mind?
can't. It's literally just a fall from grace.
Well,
Yeah, what if your
that's
character
a-
just changed his mind? He changed.
But
his
you would
mind.
have
That
to
was
show
originally
that
what he
fall.
said.
You would have
That's
to
the
show
biggest
that
difference.
in the
Exactly.
writing.
That's what I'm saying. If you show that, but the reason I'm saying it would be wrong is I'm operating under the assumption that is an example of bad writing. That is, hey, I'm not going to show a fall from grace. I'm not going to show any sort of flaw. I'm going to, if I go through this whole story saying killing is wrong, and then out of the blue, the main character gleefully kills the main bad guy at the end, like gleefully does it, then that is bad writing because there has been no lead up to show why he would be gleeful about it. And in story
Who
where the moral is
packages
killing is wrong.
CPUs?
What?
Okay, but
There's
there's a bad guy.
I
has
never
it.
done
there's
that.
a
This is
Oh.
the package of a CPU, and this is the box that the thing comes in. The rest of it isn't even like protective because
No,
when
no,
it's
no,
in
the
the box, it's
difference
up against
is-
this window, so you can freaking see whack it all
Oh, no,
you
no, the
want.
difference is there should be a fan in there usually. Like that's because they use the same box, but some of them don't have fans.
Well, build another box. Put this in an envelope.
No, it definitely needs
Yeah.
to be in a box, but you could put in a smaller box. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like when we're talking about the
And you
Man
put
of
that
Steel,
box
there's
inside
this
another
whole
box, and then you
debacle.
mail that box to yourself. And when it arrives, you want to smash it with a hammer.
Oh,
Yes,
drug
I
man,
feel power.
man. Drug are bad. Killing bad. Okay. But sometimes you got killed.
That's a
What
good
were we
movie.
talking about?
I was gonna be talking about my scores. The fact is, like, I only rate stuff subjectively. Really, like it's my subjective quote unquote opinion. I mean, I obviously have basis for why I do that, and I will explain that when I review something. But I'm just gonna be rating on if I enjoy it or not. I'll be describing what led to that, right? What led to
Right.
enjoying it so much.
Like, and that's totally fair. Like, you can't really say someone's wrong for reviewing something like that. Like me personally, I love Batman versus Superman. If I was going to rate it, the director's cut, I love the director's cut of Batman versus Superman. If I was going to rate it, I would rate it like a 6. But I love it personally. I get the emotion of like a 9 while watching it, but I would rate it a 6 because I know it is not a 9 just because it made me.
There's
feel like
also there's also different room for that. For like, I give Realist Hero 6, but even that is overrating it for most people. It has like some serious flaws. I still like it quite a bit because I like what it does in terms of talking politics. like inter-realm politics.
The show was
It's kind of
trash,
something
though.
it does well, and if you don't like that, you're gonna hate it, like really hate it. It's gonna be a really awful show. But I still
And
give it
what's
six
more, it's
because
not
that's
for
why I
shock
look for it, yeah.
absorption because the CPU is up against the side of the box in a little window that you can see directly through the plastic.
Now, what did you give One Punch Man season 2 out of curiosity? Because I want to know where we fall on that.
I give it like a 6.5 maybe.
What'd you
Okay,
give
I see
season
that's about
one?
fair. There were so many people that were saying it was unwatchable just because the animation changed. I'm like, are you kidding me? The story in season 2 is far exceeds the story of season 1. The animation downgrade is not justifiable to call the whole thing trash.
Yeah, it was a huge loss for me.
So season 1 was probably like 8 or 9 or 10.
I gave it a
Wh-
9
which-
because I really did love the first season, but that was a huge disappointment in terms of animation, so I put it much lower.
Gotcha. Yeah, I've
I'm
watched
always
season
paranoid that
1
my
on Netflix, and it's been years
CPU
since
has
I've
a
seen
better-
season. I haven't
Yeah,
seen season.
I would
2.
still
gotta watch
rate it positively. I think it was a nice show, but it was just like it was a huge disappointment, so I put it lower than it possibly deserved. Yeah, because I mean the animation quality is what I love so much about it for the first season as well. Like that was something really special. Like it was especially good. It stood out well above other shows, then it fell below average. Honestly, there was a lot of bad animation they had.
All right, so
There's some stuff
wanna-
that's still
Kitty
decent.
Bear says, in my opinion, there's no such thing as right and wrong because there are concepts that depends on a person's personal perception. All right,
Kitty
so
Bear's schizophrenic. Don't worry about it.
oh,
Yeah.
okay, fair enough. I was
Don't,
like,
don't
that-
bother
that is-
arguing with them.
that's inherently a wrong opinion, but all right, I won't worry about it.
He's
Fair
also
enough.
able to pay people.
And
to
yes, Alex
punch.
Moore, I am a
like-
comic reader. I love comics, but again,
I
when I'm
gave
talking
Darling
about
and the Franks a
when I'm talking about the
6.5. That's
movie of
exactly where
Batman
it
vs
belongs.
Superman, I'm judging it as a movie. I'm not judging it based
Wait,
on
wait.
its relevance
That-
to the
It
source
deserves
material
worse than
because
that.
as a movie, it is a different work. You have to judge it on how it works as a film, not anything else.
What'd you say, Michael?
I said it deserves worse than that. That shit was ass.
Well, I mean, I would have rated it higher if it didn't have an ending.
True. But even that,
Everything
no.
everything was just like, I like it. It was solid up until the hand, and then it got bad.
You guys just need to go back.
I
and
didn't
watch
hate
Space
the
Patrol
ending.
Luluco.
So
I didn't hate the ending of
Toshihiro-
Franks as much as other people did, though, so that's why I didn't rate it lower.
You
I
guys
dropped
sound like
Cautious
PAX
Hero
right
just
now.
because I got busy while it was airing, but I was really enjoying
You wanna
Cautious Hero
elaborate on
while it
that?
was airing.
Yeah, it was a nice show. Like, yeah, the 6s is like, that's about where it's pretty decent show. 6.5 is a little bit better. 7 is where I would start to call show good. It's like, this is a good show.
You want to repeat that, Blaine?
I said you guys sound like PAX complaining about Cyberpunk when you talk about Darling in the Franks.
What do you mean?
Oh, you guys
does it
watched
mean?
that? The Cyberpunk anime thing?
Yeah, it was
I didn't
great.
watch it because the game had so much like glitch, cyber bug.
Oh, you should definitely. The anime is completely different.
Okay.
The setting's the same. That's like the only carryover, really. It carries the
Okay.
setting, but you have completely different characters. It's obviously not a game you're playing. I could disagree more morally with choices characters make in the story, but as PAX very much did. But that didn't make it worse for me. It kind of annoyed me a bit in some
Yeah, the
cases,
only
but
real
otherwise I really liked it.
continuation is that like some of the events that happen in the anime, like you can find their locations in the game and sometimes find items from the anime.
And once I get to an 8 is when I start to call shows like great. And I start to recommend them like highly in terms of like just generally to people that are like vaguely interested.
Campfire.
You've got some good stuff in the 8s too. The Disastrous Life of Psyche K, Interspecies Reviewers. Like I would say those are both
8.5.
worthy of 8s.
Yeah, like these are shows that are quite good.
Devil's
These
a
are
Part
shows
Timer is
that I would-
definitely worthy of being an 8.
Season 2, not so much. Season 2 really sucked.
Oh dang.
You didn't know that at season 2, did you?
No, that was one of the longest running jokes that never got a season 2. When
We got
did
a
it get
season 2 and it was bad. If you want to,
that's-
you can check it out a little bit and you'll probably be disappointed by the midway point and you're like, oh, what? I shouldn't have done
Midway,
this.
I was disappointed. Episode 2.
Oh, yeah.
I was so excited because
Wait,
it was pretty,
Is it
but
even
then it wasn't.
finished? Wasn't it put on pause?
It's getting a second half of the second season. I'm not watching it.
Yeah, Stardust Crusaders. I don't know if I'd give an 8, but I understand.
No,
why
this
you
is the
would.
whole
That's
series.
fair.
Yeah, this whole series.
If I
kind
had
of thing.
more thermal paste or less.
Yeah, so something like JoJo is hard to rate because
More.
like I
Always
each
more.
There's so much. Woo, woo, woo.
well each season
Also,
is a
Stardust
different genre.
Crusaders-
So like
Stardust Crusaders is straight up just like so different from the rest, or
No, they're
again,
all
yeah.
they're all different from one another. Like season 1 or
I'm talking to like just straight format too. The fact that Stardust Crusaders is 2 seasons, and they're well, I guess you could say similar to Part 4, but like the other parts are just shorter.
No, it's not even similar to Part 4. Part 4 is a slice of life anime until you get to the last.
No,
like,
I'm talking
6
about like the
episodes.
actual literal setup of the fact they have 2 long-running seasons. It's very different in that aspect because they have the Monster of the Week.
Yeah,
it's like very different.
Literally,
in the whole
JoJo's
setup.
changes genre every fucking part. So like I can't.
And then it
rate
stopped
as one
changing
thing.
at Stardust.
It
No,
did in the animation dramatically.
But I mean, the thing is,
like
after the first half of Part 4, then they went back.
No, because Part 5 is a mafia mob motif genre.
That's a different setting, but the format
Different motif, same
similar.
Pokemon.
Yeah.
The issue,
Like the thing is, the
I think
format
I
is
get what
much
they're
more
trying to
similar.
say.
Like the first three parts go wildly different directions. Like the first 3 parts very much go wildly different directions. Like, oh, we're doing this now. Okay.
I think if you wanted to, you could classify everything
Part
after
2 is
Part
peak.
2 as villain of the week.
Yeah.
Well, the
It
chicks,
gets
what
more
I've
to
noticed in the last season, really like it. They like I don't remember her name. The
They
green
love the
girl.
Giorno.
Yeah, they're obsessed. Like this
They love
chick,
Giorno
Liz
for
Wonder on TikTok is like obsessed with her. She's into anime, but like,
Part,
I
part
get
5
if I
is the
get a
second
girl,
best
I'm
part
gonna
after
bring her
Part
home and
4.
give her a DiGiorno. She's gonna love it.
you know.
Oh, you got
Yeah.
Death Note way too high, my guy.
Why do I have
What?
Death Note too high? Oh, please explain. Yeah.
Because Death Note is one of those anime that if you've never watched anime before, seems like it's an 8.5 or maybe even a 10 out of 10. But once you get well versed in other anime, like you are very clearly, like
I was gonna say, oh yeah. I watched like 20 whatever episodes. There's only like 25 episodes of Death Note, by the way. The second half doesn't exist.
So if
Okay, I
the second
should
half
probably
didn't
watch it
exist,
then.
I would completely agree that it's worthy of a rating like
That's
that.
what
Yeah.
that's what I'm rating on. I'm
The
rating on
only
the fact that
interpretation
Light
I
won.
got from Death Note is the movie, and I thought, I was like,
Which
this
one?
is okay. But I heard the one
The
on
live
that was
action.
on Netflix.
Yeah.
But like then I talked to actual Death Note fans, and they were like, "This is a mockery to me, just like it's a mockery to you of Dragon Ball Evolution." I was like, "Okay, I get your point."
Okay,
So
Tim, it's only a mockery because
Yeah,
the
no,
main
Death Note.
character
The
is
Death
almost
Note rating
entirely
is based
different.
on the first half.
See, and like if it did end at that first half, I would completely agree with that rating. But
I can
God,
myself
dude.
can ignore the fact the second half exists. I can do that.
I'm talking about the live action.
No, I'm talking about the
Yeah,
anime.
right. But
Okay,
there's
yeah,
four.
yeah,
There's
yeah.
4 live actions. That's why I was asking. There's the American
Oh.
one, and then there's 3 Korean ones.
Oh, okay. The whatever one's on Netflix.
The Netflix one. He's talking about the
Yeah,
Netflix
the
one.
American
The
one.
Netflix
Yeah, yeah.
one is
Yeah.
bad when you compare it to the original because they completely change many like fun characters.
See,
Okay.
I do defend the Netflix one a little bit though, because it is not an adaptation of the manga. They said from the very beginning, this is a what if story where what if Death Note happened in America. These are different characters. They're not adaptations
They
of
should
the
have
characters
named them
from the
different
manga. These
characters
are
then.
different characters. Now, it's still not a good movie. However, it is not worthy of the hate it gets because it is not an adaptation. It is a what if.
They needed to name the characters something else then.
Yeah,
I
I was really
completely
hoping
agree.
that they
I
would do that.
completely agree.
It's weird that they call him Light, right?
Yeah,
'Cause you
like
can you can
Turner.
carry over the Death Note name. You can have a Death Note, and it could just be Death Note, right? But why are you taking
Death
the
Note
names?
Chicago.
Like, what are you? That's just weird.
Yeah,
That's
no,
what makes
they,
it
they especially because no one else's name is the same aside from him and Ryuk, and even his last name is different. He's Light Turner instead of Light Yagami.
Wasn't
Like,
L's
they-
name the same? I
huh?
think it's L.
That's not a
Well,
name. That's a letter.
L is a moniker.
Oh, fair enough. Yeah.
But yeah, I guess Watsuri has the same name as well by that logic. But my point is, if they had, since they said this is a what if story, what if Death Note happened in America? I agree. If they had changed the names, it would have been better. Still not good, but better. But because
But yeah,
they
you could have
decided
done
to
like
do this-
Brad Johnson instead of L. You got like Q chasing him or something. You know?
Yeah, like
There can be other letters, other
they do
stories.
what James Gunn is doing with this half in, half out. Half of the old DC stuff still canon, half isn't. Like that doesn't work.
Oh, see, I have Demon Slayer at 8.5. I think it's probably gonna drop more if I watch more of it, though. Based on what I
I
hear
think
Michael
you're
talk about, is like, I thought the first season it had some dips, but I really liked it still.
But
like I
Beastars, you
said-
got it a very good rating.
Yeah.
Beastars, I'd say an 8.5 is
I
incredible.
might
rating.
I might move Beastars up on season 2. I have no idea. I haven't watched it.
Season 2 is great, but the music takes a fucking nosedive, which sucks. Yes.
That sucks.
I know, right? Because Beastars has such a
Beastars had
fantastic
amazing
soundtrack.
music. That definitely boosted. I might drop it a little bit because of that, because I really loved the music. That was a strong
But the
point for me.
story to season 2 is even better than season 1. Like Beastars season 2 was real hard for me to talk about because it adds so much, but taking away the music. Like it's not taking it away, but making the music not as good.
yeah.
Like, oh man, that was such a blow.
Also, I never watched Trigun.
Alex
liked
more like
Trigun
Johnson
Stampede.
or Washington.
Anyway,
That's true.
Trigun, the original Trigun's amazing. I have not seen Stampede yet, but
I
I've
really
heard
like
you love the
Stampede.
original
Lane
Trigun.
has watched
Like,
both.
so people have told me that Trigun Stampede does not follow the manga. So I'm like,
Nope.
well, what was the point in remaking
Very,
it then?
very different pattern.
Well, that's why
because
you
it gets
remake
to the manga.
Did you say because it
They're
gets
gonna
to
do the
manga?
manga in season 2. It looks like.
Then why not? Why not have done that from the start? That's what the hell.
It's
I don't know.
Because
different
the
thing.
story, like, do you remember anything about July in the original or in the manga?
I don't. I'm sorry.
Okay, so like July is the thing they are always referencing that
The city
that
July.
Vash did.
Oh,
where,
you're talking about the event that got him labeled as the killer.
yeah,
Okay,
that's
gotcha,
what
yeah.
this is. That's why you
so
aren't
this
telling
is a
the
prequel.
manga
This was
because it's
not
the
marketed
event.
As a prequel. This was marketed as a remake, not a prequel. I did not know that.
Yeah, that's why I don't watch
Well,
marketing, and trailers
yeah.
can go to hell.
Fair
So, yeah,
enough.
it's kind of weird. Yeah. So yeah,
Jim and I, you should watch Trigun. I haven't seen it in like a decade, so I don't know if it holds up. But if it does hold up, you should definitely watch it.
Apparently it does. So I'm gonna see it eventually.
I've heard people say Trigun is one of the anime that holds up worse than others.
It's not super great. I tried to continue it
Yeah,
after we
it's not
finished,
Or-
and waifu was bored very quickly.
I was gonna say I've heard other people say too, not just Blaine. So I'm not just getting my opinion from him because I have heard people over the years like say, Trigun is like one of the old ones that doesn't hold up as well. Like Cowboy Bebop holds up better, stuff like that.
Cowboy Bebop holds up perfectly.
Yeah.
I rewatched it literally a couple months
Yeah, it
ago, and
does.
it holds up beautifully.
Yeah,
Oh,
Pulling
we
up
disagree
an
so heavily on Chainsaw Man, but that's okay. I still love you.
yeah, I like Chainsaw Man a lot. I think it's
Yeah,
pretty
it's
good.
really good. I don't know why people hate it.
Yeah, it's garbage.
I like the characters.
Characters are fun. The animation's good.
Animation is
Waifus
amazing,
are
and
trash.
nobody is going to be able to say that it sucks. I will fight you
I
literally
do
every
not
time.
think the animation sucks. I do think it does what Demon Slayer does, which is overcompensate for a very basic ass, bare bones, repeatable story.
So you like it worse because it has good
What do you
animation.
mean
Okay.
overcompensate? It's not a bad story.
Yes, it is. It's not. It is an unoriginal story. Do you want to know what the story of Chainsaw Man is? It's the story of Hellboy.
I've never.
It
I've
is
never.
literally
I don't know what
Hellboy.
Hellboy is.
You don't know
You
the
know
story
what
of Hellboy.
Hellboy is?
I know who he is. I have no. I don't know
We don't
anything
care about
about
Hellboy.
Hellboy.
No one
It
cares
doesn't
about
matter.
Love
Well,
Hellboy.
if you do know what something about Hellboy, and then you watch Chainsaw Man, you realize Chainsaw Man is Hellboy. Oh no, somebody from a
This is what I keep saying. People who like Chainsaw Man just don't know other stories that did it first.
Blaine.
I'm
is
sorry.
entirely
Oh no,
correct.
we can't do this story because guess what? Hellboy did it 50 years ago.
I'm saying
Sorry.
you can do it, but
Sorry,
when
guys.
I
Never
say
again.
I think it's
Never
bad,
again. This is Blaine's 9/11 Chainsaw Man.
hashtag never forget Hellboy.
You've
No, I
never
like- I
mentioned
don't
Hellboy
care.
before,
I don't
Blaine.
care about Hellboy because I've never seen it. I don't
You've
think that does
literally
anything
never
to make
mentioned
Chainsaw
Hellboy.
Man's story bad or its characters bad.
No,
Just
I've
that
never
they
mentioned
copied it,
Hellboy, but
that's
this
all.
is that same thing. It's the same idea where every time I'm like, yeah, I've seen it before, you're like, God, this is Brother Brad. I'm like, I don't care. I don't like it.
Yeah, I don't really like I said, I don't care stories are being repeated if it's done well. I think it is done well.
Well, I don't think it's done any better. So why would I bother watching that same story
Yeah,
again?
Mr.
Okay, what story
Selective
are you
memory,
comparing it
okay.
to? Like, what pops into your head when you think of Chainsaw Man?
So you said-
Every
you said
magical
Hellboy.
girl show I've ever seen.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Eat shit.
Yeah, Ron Perlman does a lot of voice acting.
No, he is Hellboy, not voice acting.
No, he's talking about the fact
Yeah.
he plays Slade.
Oh, I see. You're talking about.
Yeah, because he does a lot of voice acting.
I like Hellboy
Hellman.
1 and 2.
Hellman,
Hellman.
Mayo.
I like Hellboy.
I'm a large fan of Hellman. He's a good guy. I'd invite him over to barbecue because he can really cook it.
I love that red guy. He sticks in the sun a little bit too long, but he makes the best burgers and the best hot dogs kitchen. Yeah. I don't know. But Hellboy 1 and 2 though, but the one after that, not so much. I don't know.
The Vengeance or whatever it was.
Yeah, it just didn't feel like it. You got to have like it didn't capture it.
Don't
I
let the
know.
old people stop you from watching Chainsaw Man.
The old people don't know what they're talking about.
Chainsaw Man has really fun characters. If you
This
like
is why he's in-
if you like the characters, you can watch it.
This is why he's in a home making a fucking PC right now.
This is why the old man isn't done building
Yeah.
his PC yet.
Real estate.
Yeah, Selma Blair though, she's very nice. Well, she still is very nice, I'll say.
All right, I'm back. Sorry about that.
Hey, no worries.
Well,
Sorry, I was away, so I didn't hear what the conversation had devolved into. Last time I heard we were
You
talking
you
about
just said you're
Hellboy.
back. I was waiting for you to say something.
Bunch
Oh,
of name
sorry,
calling.
no, I
You're mostly
Yeah,
name calling.
Yeah, I was calling you an
Someone
old
was like, oh my god,
because I
Chainsaw
like
Man's
Chainsaw
like
Man.
every magical girl show I've ever
That checks.
seen.
checks out.
Yeah,
But
we're
no,
all trying
yeah.
to get invited to Hellman's cookout. Never mind. Go ahead. Leon.
Oh yeah, Hellman's cookout.
Mayo-based cooking show.
Sue's track.
Oh man, this thing is so huge.
Thranos, did we finish your score? Were you still going through this, or you're?
No, I
already
mean I
ended?
talked about what
Are
I
we
meant
still
for the-
sharing this bullshit ass?
I talked about what I want to talk about in terms of scores. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't really care. The lower scores I'll usually try to delineate a little bit between how bad I think something is. Like generally, if I give something a 4, I don't think it was that terrible. But if I give something a 1, I will give stuff 1s if I just hate it. If I really hate it.
I don't,
Sounds
like,
vindictive a little bit.
I could share
That's the point.
the screen of my the stuff that I give scores, but I don't know if if a lot of it would be recognized by anyone like Blaine, because I don't know how far back a lot of your guys' anime stuff goes.
I only
We can
really have
do
a
it.
few old shows.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm
let
watching.
me-
I watched 70s, 80s stuff, so I'm back there.
Okay, cool. Yeah,
That's-
you'll probably
that's
give
what
me
she said.
one
Sorry.
moment
Uh-huh.
here to.
Haha.
Yeah, I share.
No,
I've
you-
never used this particular site to share screen.
When I say I'm an anime fan, I feel like don't feel like I'm an anime fan with you guys. You guys are like, hold my beer. And I'm like, what? And you show me your list. Like, I hadn't seen like probably like 85% of those. Like, I'm like, gosh,
Here we
dang, I
go.
have some homework to do.
That's still pretty good.
Yeah. Yeah, because there's so much stuff to watch. There's like, as growing up, like Power Ranger stuff, Teenage Mutant,
Power Rangers.
DC, Marvel. It's a lot of stuff, man. It's a lot of stuff to focus on, especially modern movies. So, yeah. Anyway.
Yeah, no, pop culture it's always been a lot to keep up on. Like I totally get where you're coming from.
Well, and it's just so much more and more and more nowadays, even.
Yeah, like more, like Kylo Ren says. Best
We went through the dark time.
lines ever.
Some of us lived through the dark times of one anime show, and that was it.
Right.
No, there's definitely some shows, not just anime too. Like you watch a couple episodes, like this is not really having a hook or tracks me, but later on I go visit, like, oh no, this really picked up. I'll go and watch, right? So now I'm considering Baruto, because at first I got through like the first 15 episodes and I wasn't hooked, but then later on they're like, okay, you should probably, it got a lot better. because obviously Naruto and Shippuden, whatever, a lot of filler, and I kind of knew when to skip it, but I was a little late to the game on that, and I love watching that.
I'll be the guy that says it. The original Naruto, the Shippuden it does have, or the Shippuden, sorry, the filler it does have is usually fine. Like as far as anime standards go, I like the original Naruto's filler.
Oof.
Mm.
It's not that I didn't like it. It's waiting. I didn't realize it was going to be, 100 episodes of filler. And I was just like, oh.
So yeah, the very end, there's a bunch of filler. I don't know why that's the case, but like the little bits of filler throughout the actual series doesn't bother me.
See, my issue with it is it revisits a lot of the same other the other flashbacks. I think that's more of a problem in Shippuden, because obviously we would see a lot of the same flashbacks, like from 20 episodes before, 10 episodes before, and I was like, okay, I've already seen this. You already like kind of killed off this character, but then you're kind of killing him off again. Obviously, when some of the characters get resurrected, and then like you killed him off again and he came back or whatever. That's what I'm kind of talking about. But I don't know. Maybe I remember that a little bit more fresher because that was the last one I watched compared to Naruto, like the first one, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So that's fair enough.
Yeah, and Alex Moore, Lee is my second favorite anime character of all time. Like from Naruto, Lee is absolutely my second favorite anime character like ever created. Period.
Yeah.
Rock Lee.
Yep, Rock Lee.
She's
kind of like a dweeb, honestly.
It's your number one.
They're like character, like they're stereotypical characters, whatever. That's what makes them enjoyable. I'm more of like a Sasuke guy, but like I enjoy Naruto. It's almost like the dynamic.
Hurt me. That's my least favorite anime character ever made.
It's the Vegeta and Goku comparison.
But he's so much worse written than Vegeta. Like,
he is.
You haven't seen Shippuden, so I'm not going to judge you because Sasuke is just a whatever Vegeta clone in the original Naruto, but in Shippuden his writing goes to fucking shit.
Yeah, his brother's character is probably written a little bit better because he understands why
Itachi's
he made a sacrifice.
Very well.
So
Itachi's much better.
Yeah, fair enough on that. So there are a lot of good characters, and Jiraiya when he died,
Canadian.
Jiraiya was a good character, and
so
when
Sakura,
we were talking Sakura.
Yeah, Sakura. We were talking earlier about, objectively bad writing. I think Sasuke is a brilliant example of that because the reason Sasuke is an example of objectively bad writing, let's use your Vegeta comparison. Sasuke does start off as sort of that Vegeta archetype. However, as the show goes on, he needs the writer, Masashi Kishimoto, who I do think is a good writer, but he needs to maintain that sort of rivalry. And to do so on multiple steps, he has Sasuke do stuff that's completely out of character just so he could still be in that yin to Naruto's yang vein of rival. And I cannot stand when you take a character and you write them out of character. That way it fits the narrative you're trying to write.
Like, Naruto just saved a village full of people, so Sasuke like, I guess I gotta murder him.
Yeah, shit like
I gotta kill him.
That's literally just so he can be the opposite. He will do stuff out of character, and that is a hallmark of bad writing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess it's the comparison because like Creed. If you ever seen Creed, right? And
no, I refuse to watch Creed. I'll be honest.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. I won't bring that up, but I will say Creed 3. They did have some really cool anime shots. They incorporated that.
Yeah, I've seen some of the stills that show it. Like that's super cool.
Yeah. And there's other anime stuff that they do where they're kind of in their own little sphere and they block out the crowd, which was like artistically or stylized done. I think it was really cool, but I can understand why people wouldn't watch it. But like the original Rocky stuff is better. Like the first couple, and then like you could skip probably the one of them, and then you move on to the next other one. So.
Dr. Asuro says, Tim and Leon, do you think Kishimoto sucks at writing females like Sakura, or is it just fine? No, I think Kishimoto writes females great. Sakura is not a poorly written character. She's a lame character, but just because she's lame doesn't mean she's poorly written. There's a
that's not the
way
you describe the issue.
That's not okay. That is,
And everyone knows that Ino is best waifu anyway.
That's true.
But yeah, take that. Like, Ino is well written when she's explored upon. Tsunade is well written. Anko is well written. Like there are very many well written females in Naruto. So it's not that Kishimoto is bad at writing women.
There is like a great plot behind two of them, in fact.
No,
yes,
all the female characters in Naruto are exactly the same.
But Tamari is nothing like Sakura, and
Hinata or
yeah, Hinata.
Yeah,
Hinata is good.
She's a good character.
It's
They
not.
literally all have the
We
same
were
decent
just
character.
talking about. It's like it's not bad female writing. He's just kind of bad at writing generally.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
There, I mean, Naruto as a whole, like whatever season we're talking about, it's not the greatest thing I've ever watched. but I
Naruto
can
is not
recognize them.
popular
There's-
because it has good writing. Let's just put it
Yeah,
that
yeah,
way.
Yeah.
yeah.
I'll be. I don't know why Naruto is popular. Like, aside from, like, to me, I genuinely believe it's got some of the best music in any anime ever. I think the music for Naruto is stellar.
Naruto is
It
better.
mixes
Music
this
is good.
tradition.
Yep.
It mix,
What
yeah,
really
go on,
works
sorry.
for Naruto is literally the story. It just kind of got a groundswell of support behind it, but it's really just the story of the kid going through his life.
Yeah, like a
you
misfit
root for him.
coming
It's
into his
just
own.
the
coming
fact that
to
shonen
age.
is an appealing story.
Yeah.
The idea of a shonen is just an appealing story. Like the basic battle shonen is an appealing story. That's
And the
like,
way they
Well,
run.
Naruto
Succeed.
also hit that sweet spot here in the West where there weren't a lot of popular shonen yet, so it seemed very original.
This card
And it
is
was already
so
popular.
big.
It was already popular in Japan though. Like, and the reason it got popular is because it just hits on stuff people want to see. Like,
Yes.
Right.
Pretty
it
much.
just
Yeah.
does the thing people want to see, and it does it good enough. It has action scenes that are entertaining.
Good action. It's got, like I say, you root for the hero. You want him to succeed. You see how terrible his life was up to that moment, and you're like, oh, why did he not turn over to be someone that was evil? But he didn't.
Yeah, I like Naruto. I'm not gonna say it's one of the greatest ever, but I do really like it, and I'm glad it has the status it has.
Oh, even though we got Boruto now because of it.
So I'm gonna be. I watched like the first 50 episodes of Boruto, and I liked it well enough. It was not near as good as Naruto, but I don't think it deserved the hate it was getting. I actually liked that he differentiated Boruto as a character.
Nah, okay. I kind of watched about the same point as you, I think, and it was pretty boring for me. I didn't enjoy any of it.
That's fair. I could definitely see that. Shit, give me 1 sec.
How the hell am I supposed to lock this
And
in?
then after that, I read a lot of the manga, and I'm caught up on it, but I like skipped a few chapters. It's still bad. The writing is still atrocious, and that's the only part that Kishimoto has any control over. The writing, he doesn't draw it anymore, and the drawing's still like very bad. So
Yeah.
don't
How
know.
many episodes did you watch of Boruto? I've only watched 15. I want to revisit it just because I'm a fan of other
I
stuff.
got pretty far at the time. I think when I was watching it, there was 120 episodes out, and I got like
Ooh.
60 in. I think I got like 50
Yeah.
or 60 in.
Yeah, I want to binge it, but as far as like the Naruto stuff, why I think it's a good story and why it resonates with people is because it's the hero's journey. The character of Naruto he's not a perfect character. We see him lose, we see him struggle and coming into his own. He's like he's kind of plagued with this being living inside with him, this essence,
Yep.
and then he doesn't get the girl that he wants at the start. He obviously gets another girl. I think that's kind of cooler and hotter, to be honest. But like
he doesn't get
for
the
obvious
best girl, that's
reasons,
Vapor
she has
Sai.
great eyes. But anyways,
You're into blind chicks? Are you one of those people that have a fetish for someone with disabilities?
I don't know. But no, but he
Little
has
nugget fucker over
a
here.
great character's journey and arc. He's not a perfect character. He's a flawed character.
But
And that's
Shippuden
what I
ruins
think.
that, unfortunately, because you're right. That is how Naruto's written originally, but Shippuden ruins that by basically making him Jesus. Like it's
Yeah, but
not
it's,
about hard work.
It's the original
Well, he's-
series that made it popular. So,
You know,
Yeah,
you'd
but
think
he's
with
still
as much
learning,
ninja
though.
stuff as I like, I'd enjoy Naruto, but I just don't.
it's not really a ninja
That's
show.
because
it's
you're
like,
a poser ninja fan.
It's
I'm a
really just
real
the
ninja
power
fan.
system.
It's
I
not
bet you
really
never even played Ninja Gaiden on the
And,
SNES.
Naruto isn't Jesus. Madara is.
That's true.
Gar is Jesus. I don't get it.
Madara, yeah.
Why is Gar Jesus?
Yeah, and Naruto.
Not
has
Gara,
to-
Madara.
Madara.
Yeah,
they-
Oh, Madara. Okay, yeah. I was.
Yeah,
gonna say
they
You
have
should
to
know why.
realize that like Sasuke and him are perfect beings to make one because you use like the fire and wind, which enhance each other. And I think that's like pretty forward thinking, and that's what I like that story. And then they had the tale of two ages of the like the ancestors that became for them. And then Naruto doesn't like beat anyone everly easily. Like he has all these different like forms, which I think are cool, which he learns from Jiraiya to use at different stages. So he does develop as a character, and I don't think he's a Jesus character. So,
no. But the whole thing is the moral of that show, the moral of the story. This is what I was saying about bad writing is hard work trumps all. But when you get further into Naruto, you realize it has nothing to do with hard work. He's given literally everything. He's given by his parents. You know, they play it off like the nine-tailed fox inside him is this big
Okay.
problem, but really he's given all this power. You find out his dad was the Hokage, which means he's got great blood in his veins. You find out that his mom. Spoiler alert for you people, by the way. Sorry, but the show's like a decade old. You'll fucking get over it. You find out
think
that
Naruto's
his mom
30 years
was
old.
No!
Yeah. You find out that his mom is
No.
I mean, it ended a decade ago. Sorry. You find out
Darth
his mom
Vader
is
is
some
Anakin.
super high-ranking
Oh, Lord.
ninja with amazing chakra. His dad was trained, by literally Hokage adjacent. Like he's given everything at birth. He's like the nine-tailed fox gives him all this massive chakra, so he's able to just bulldoze through enemies that otherwise, if he didn't have that, he'd have been toast against. The whole show is him being given this moral lesson of work real hard when Naruto doesn't really work all that hard. He just bulldozes his way through it because he's got a demon in him.
Well,
He
they
really got
kinda
that dog in him.
They
They
kind
can't
of
do that.
question
all the
that
time.
though they question that later on in the season. What makes you special, and that's why Sasuke is wants to take on that. Like, remember when Sasuke takes on that like demon vibe by the snake guy? I can't remember his name. Takes
Orochimaru?
that to be able to compete at a higher level, and they question that. I think what makes Naruto relevant or like compelling is his heart. That's his real superpower.
I
And
totally
then
agree.
because
We're
he was
talking about
famous-
the original Naruto. Like the original
Yeah.
Naruto does its job very well. What I'm saying is Shippuden fucks up by turning it into a fucking effectively Jesus story where he doesn't earn anything. It's all actually been passed down from birth. He's literally the reincarnation of like the god of ninjas or whatever. It's so dumb.
Yeah,
If you
I
just
guess
watch the original Naruto and stop there, it is a very good story, or at least a
you're
very
saying the story
serviceable
was already finished, like the arc was already kind of finished, right?
Yes.
This is like kind of a natural extension of what would happen because, like, even though we find out all these things kind of later on, people still hated him and he had to go through all this stuff, right? So I agree on the fact that, like, you look at Goku, right? Like, when he looked at his child, he got hit in the head and, it changed how the way to think. And now he gets like God level. It's like, wait, didn't he finish this arc after the Cell Saga?
Well,
No,
yeah,
not-
but,
not
but
Cell-
Goku,
no, the
but
Frieza
Goku
saga, the
earned that
Frieza
on-
saga,
Goku
right? That's
earned
what
that
you're
on his
saying.
own, though. Like Akira
Yeah, yeah.
Toriyama didn't say, "Oh, it turns out the reason Goku was so strong is because his mother was effectively a god, and he's now the reincarnation of the god that created the original god." Like that's what happens in Naruto is that you find out in an effort to try and make Naruto up to the level of the big bads at the time, Masashi Kishimoto wrote in a bunch of backstory stuff, and the backstory completely defeats the purpose of the original point of the story. Because the original point of the story was to show that a loser can become a great person as long as they put in the work, which is an awesome moral, except for the writing later on completely defeats that when you find out Naruto is the reincarnation of Ninja Jesus, and his mom was this super amazing, perfect ninja, and so was his dad. So really, he's got all this in his veins that he didn't, and he doesn't actually work hard for it. The reason he gets to all of it is because of this, because of the demon inside him. If he didn't have that, then he would just be a below average person. So it's unfortunately, it sucks the show went that route. But if you,
Well,
that's
sure, he has
what
all
Shippuden did.
this. He has all this potential, but like he had all these great mentors to harvest that with love. He
But
could have been
the
like
only
this
reason
demon,
he gets those mentors,
right?
the only reason those mentors take him on is because of what's inside
His
him. Most of them don't
family.
give a fuck about him until they find out who, like, the demon inside him or who his family
They
was.
knew
It's
who his
literally
dad was,
nepotism.
though.
It's nepotism. That's what it is.
Well,
It's
yeah,
dark-
Nepo baby, like in the NBA, or no, the like a movie star, right?
Right.
That's what, yeah. So I can get that, but like also like maybe different comparison, but a little bit the same is like Goku is a Saiyan. They have a ultimate unlimiter, but then also there's a thing called the legendary Super Saiyan, which
Right.
they kind of know of, and Vegeta witnesses Goku go towards that, right? And
Right.
he's kind of provoked by that idea. And you know, I was kind of bringing up the fact that in the Frieza saga, it kind of peaked, but then I like the stuff we got after. I know it's not as good as that.
I do too. I do
Yeah.
too.
I know it's not as good, but like then there's a natural extension of
See,
life.
I wouldn't even say it's not as good. I actually think the Cell Saga is the height of the show.
It's dope too. Yeah. You know, Boo Saga gets a little wonky, and Super. I know Super gets a little bit wonky, but there's some good elements. There's bad elements.
I love Super
but
as
like,
well.
But like, if you think about like the lifespan of a character arc, you know, the way when you work up to your point of peakness, you really see the grind, and that's where people relate with you. Once you get there, it's not really going to be as compelling, I guess, but you still have the roots to revisit, but maybe that's a bad argument. But I mean, I guess they could find a different way to, like, you know,
I get where you're going
illustrate
with
that, I
comparison,
guess.
but
You know what I mean?
I get where you're going with
I don't
comparison, but Goku's not a good comparison to Naruto though, because they're like Naruto was based off of Goku, but the way the writing takes a turn is inherently different. Like Goku Goku never had a character arc, quote unquote, because the whole point of Goku is to be the character that stays the same while everyone else changes. Naruto was meant to be the character that changed, and he does change, but he changes in a way that defeats the moral philosophy of the story. And it's unfortunate because Naruto, again, it starts off, the original run is very good. It's like, I don't like talking shit about Naruto because I do really love it, but unfortunately the writing falls off because he needs to keep topping the last thing he did and make it bigger and better. He does what Toriyama does, and that he doesn't plan it out. He writes by the seat of his pants, but he's not as talented as Toriyama is at that. And because so, he wrote himself in the corners multiple times where he basically just had to magic up some solutions.
Yeah, I feel like stuff's a little bit more emotional in Naruto because of the score, but like you know, and
yeah, I would agree with that.
I understand what you're saying, and I agree on a lot of that stuff. And like when we look at the Vegeta stuff, he had the better arc, and Piccolo had the better arc as it moves forward.
It's because Goku's not supposed to have it. So in writing, you have what's called the flat character, which is a character that is intentionally written not to have an arc, because them not having an arc is what gives everyone else their arcs. That's what Goku is. Goku is a flat character.
Yeah, Goku only had a little bit of arc at the very start when he hit his head, but then every person he defeats changes the way of thinking besides Frieza, because Frieza's definitely going to double cross him again and again and again. But like Naruto,
that's what makes Frieza brilliant, because Frieza is also a flat character. Frieza is meant to be the antithesis. Usually when you have a hero and villain dichotomy, you actually give them the yin yang property. With Spider-Man does this, Dragon Ball does this. Almost all famous superhero is Superman does this with Lex Luthor. You make them the polar opposite. So if you're going to write a flat character, you need his main rival to also be a flat character. So Frieza does the same thing. Frieza goes the entire series without changing because that lack of change brings out change in others. Frieza is actually far better written than people give credit for. He's not just megalomaniac that wants to destroy the universe. Like, no, Frieza's a very compelling character.
Yeah, and it's also the character of Neo and Mr. Smith. They're the yin to the yang.
You're exactly
and then also
correct.
the fact that I want to bring up, I think it's very important to write characters like that, because I think it's boring when they now in Hollywood they keep making the villain relatable,
sympathetic.
Why can't you just be a freaking villain? You know what I
Well,
mean?
at the end of the
Like-
day, have you ever stolen something from a convenience store just because you wanted to do it? Like, you ever stolen a candy bar or something? Of course I
No.
have. You want to know why? Because it feels good to be bad. Some villains are just fun to watch because it feels good to be bad, and you love seeing that on screen. You don't need to make everyone
I've
fucking
never done
sympathetic.
that. I've never stolen a candy bar from a grocery store.
My point,
Yeah,
but I'm sure you've done
um,
something that you know you shouldn't have done just because you wanted to do it.
It was like in the last Guardians of the
I've
Galaxy
not committed
movie.
crimes. Okay, I'm not going to admit to that on stream. That sounds like a bad idea.
I will.
Yeah.
You know what I did last summer?
Oh
Did you
no, the
rape
movie.
somebody?
I know that reference.
Yeah, that was a little kid.
Yeah, you went by a lake and you did something. You dropped someone off in a car that you hit. You thought was a deer. Maybe, I don't know.
Well, maybe I thought they were deer. Maybe I realized as soon as I
Maybe he just
popped them
wanted
in
to
the
do it.
trunk and threw them off. I don't know.
Yeah,
Maybe you're just
check it
evil.
off. Check it off the bucket list. How to be a villain 101 from Google. Who knows?
Commit murder.
Yeah. Yeah, there was one time, I drank too many Bud Lights and I woke up to a half-eaten deer. And I was like, what in the world does, this is crazy, man. Worse than like Red Bull and vodka. I don't know.
Why did you eat the deer?
Why
I
did you
don't
drink
know.
Bud Light?
I don't know. That's what it does. It makes me hungry. I don't know.
I'm not going to be around you when you're hungry.
It had horns. I don't know.
You're not doing your hungry.
It was definitely I don't know. My sources can't confirm. Okay. I don't know what happened. Ugh. Stream killer. Oh my gosh.
Stop eating horses.
I don't know, man. I drink that things happen, man. I don't know. It's like the
I
new
think that's a
rage-
pretty good indicator that Bud Light's bad for you.
That's right.
Yeah.
Poison.
I don't
You heard it here first.
like. Oh my gosh, toxic. Just kidding. Whatever. Well, moving on. Meanwhile, rainbow stuff.
I don't think we can move on
the
from that. I think
Android-
we got to end the stream.
Yeah. Still here. What happened, Leon? We're talking about Naruto and Dragon Ball talk and comparisons on analysis of characters, but yeah. Anyways, I like Naruto. I like Dragon Ball Super, Dragon Ball Z. I think it's the best anime of all time. I know other people have stuff like One Piece Man and whatever else, but they're wrong. Just kidding. And My Hero Academia, I heard, is pretty good. I want to watch that. I played that one game. What was it? Something Force. Did you guys play that game?
Jump Force.
Jump Force. Yeah, I played that game. I think the animation was excellent and the moves look cool, but the gameplay was a little off. I got the poster for it. I special ordered it like early, so do you all play that? Do you play any of the anime games?
No. I tried one anime game.
Posers.
And it was really bad because it was just all dialogue and it was cringy anime shown in dialogue.
So
The,
a while
those
back, I
Ninja
did a
Storm
couple of
games were
streams
really
with
good.
games into
Xenoverse 2
anime,
is dope.
anime into game.
Sorry, go ahead.
It's not an anime game because it's
Such a
actually
great
good.
game, Xenoverse 2.
Yeah.
I thought you said Xenoblade.
No, I said Xenoverse 2. Yeah, man, I'm massive Dragon Ball Z fan. Blaine knows this. but-
Me too. It is. I'm like not even exaggerating. It is my favorite franchise of all time. Not just anime, but like of anything. It is my favorite franchise ever created.
Yeah. Dragon Ball Fighter Z was actually one of the bestseller games for like arcade type 2-player, whatever you call it. It was
Technical
it hit
Fighters.
for
Yeah,
a
Dragon Ball Fighters is one of the not even with because Technical Fighters are my favorite type of game besides horror games. It's one of the best ever made, without a doubt.
Yeah, and yeah, it won awards for it or like was nominated, whatever. And then they also had Kakarot game, which was like this new open world game, was pretty
Was
solid, but
not a
like
fan of Kakarot. Like they touted
you
it as
like
this super cool Dragon Ball RPG, and it didn't have enough RPG elements for me. Now I heard it got really good after the updates. I bought it day one and beat it within like a week, so maybe it got good after that. But I don't know. My PS4 shit out.
yeah, I played all the DLCs. I liked it. It's not as good as Xenoverse 2 as far as the customization and like the stylization and the moves you can do and how you can design your character in the world of it. And obviously they have the card game element you can do within. But the Naruto games are decent. The One Piece Man games are all right. They show a decent story. But I would like to see more from the anime games. I think that would I think that's
Yeah, I gotta disagree on the Naruto games. The Ninja Storm games, they're garbage fighting games. Like
Okay,
they're
no, screw you. Those are great games.
no, they're poorly made games. Like it's the same 3 or
No.
4 attacks over and over, and then you special. There's no technical aspect. There's no, press quarter circle punch, up, down, left, quarter circle, air hop.
Okay.
Like there's nothing that makes a good technical fighter in
so
those
you're
games.
like a
It's not
Tekken
technical
guy,
fighting.
like a Tekken or Street Fighter
Yeah,
type guy,
yeah.
right
Like
then.
if you're gonna make
Okay, I
a
get
fighting
it.
game, you shouldn't make a fighting game where it's just 4 buttons then special. Like that's boring.
You don't like Smash?
Smash
Oh, I
is a
love
technical.
Super
no,
Smash
no,
Brothers.
Smash is absolutely technical.
Nah, I'm just joking about Smash.
Oh, okay. I was about to
People
say,
hate
people.
Smash.
people
Well,
who
it's
call
gotten
Smash a
pretty
party game
technical
bother
since the 64 version. It has got a lot more technical. Like how
Everything
you can
Melee and
dodge
Onward
a
has been technical, yeah.
thunderbolt like in the sky. It's got a lot more technical, but fair enough though. Fair enough. It's not 3-dimensional, right? So,
Well, but
that's
to be
a
fair, 3D games can still be technical because, like, Soul Calibur is a technical fighter. Like, if they made Naruto Ultimate Ninja Storm games and they had done them like Soul Calibur, that would be awesome. And like
yeah,
that's
yes, yeah. I like Soul Calibur. They actually had Darth Vader on there one time, and
Soul
Star
Calibur 4.
Killer. I don't.
Or
Was
3.
it Yoda they had on?
Yeah, they had Yoda and Darth Vader in, I believe it was Soul Calibur 4. And Soul Calibur
And
is always
Link. Don't forget
great.
Link on
Yeah,
the
Link
GameCube
was the
he was
version.
in the
GameCube Soul
GameCube.
Calibur
Yeah,
2 version. He sure was.
Yeah, they had Star Killer on there from Force Unleashed 1 and 2.
Yep.
Dude, that dude is dope, man. Sam Wentworth played him. Like that it's a eradicated story, but like it was Darth Vader's apprentice. Man, he was sick.
Yeah, and it was one of the
Uh,
very last things that that was
For the
truly
EU?
canon before Disney fucked up.
Yeah. Yep.
Apparently, Geralt from The Witcher is in one of the games. I did not know that.
Oh, he was. The Witcher games are dope. Witcher 3.
I only ever
was
played The
pretty
Witcher
good.
3, and I didn't like it, but I will acknowledge why. I know why I didn't like it. I do not feel like you could tell when playing that game on a PlayStation 4, it was made for PC. There's like 100 fucking buttons, and they try and put
Yeah.
all of them on a controller. No, that game is clearly
Agreed.
made for mouse and keyboard.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It's not
Same
like
experience. It was bad.
yeah, I liked it as far as the story, but as far as the gameplay,
It may have had a good story. I only got like
Yeah.
6 hours into it, but it was so
It's not as-
atrociously hard to play.
Yeah, it's not as good as like Assassin's Creed, like the Assassin's Creed game, The Vault. Like I'm playing Valhalla right now, and that game's great. But my issue with that game is how big the map is. But is that a bad thing because there's so much to do, and then just like the fast travel is not really prevalent enough. It just it's not, to me, it's not like the Arkham City. To me, those games are probably the best games in the world. God of War games as well. Those are top tier gaming, like best games I've ever played, to be honest. Like God of War, the last one's pretty good, but I actually enjoyed the one before. The story was great.
I haven't played the newest one, but I did not like God of War 4.
You didn't? Okay.
No.
Yeah, see, I was against it at first because he looked older, but I was like, okay, I like the
I
father
don't mind.
son
It's
story.
a great story-driven game. I just think that it's a bad God of War game. When you play God of War 1, 2, and
Gotcha.
3, which are incredible games, they are very.
Three's my favorite because the Greek god stuff.
3 is
right?
great. I
Yeah.
think that God of War 4, or just God of War, whatever you want to call it, God of War 2018 or whatnot, when you take away the hack and slash element and make it this story-driven cinematic game, it makes for a good story, but it completely betrays the identity of the gameplay of the original trilogy.
That doesn't bother me whatsoever, honestly, as long as it's still good.
Yeah,
I don't really need continuity in that way.
So I get what you're saying, because there have been games that have changed their genre halfway through and still, but like Resident Evil 4 is a great example of that. I mean, that's considered one of the greatest games of all time. But what God of War did, I don't like this idea of making these games that are basically movies. Like, I want to play a video game, not play a movie.
Too many QuickTime events too.
Yeah, I can
And-
understand that.
Yeah,
I
walking
was just gonna say,
simulators
I
just
can
aren't for me. Meh. Walking simulators just aren't
I
my
don't
thing.
think
Like,
God of War is a walking sim.
the combat in God of War 4 is very like, all right, you run to this place or run to this place, fight enemy. Run to this place, run to that place, fight enemy. Like there's no, you don't have full control of Kratos like you did in the original trilogy. Like the original trilogy, it
Well, I
felt
mean,
like,
there was platforming sections in the original trilogy. Was it better for those?
I think so, yeah.
I would
Well, some
argue,
people wouldn't think that, but yeah. I can
Fair
see
enough.
that.
Fair
Some
enough.
people also
I'm
don't
with-
like QuickTime events. I do, so fair enough. Like I completely understand.
Sopranos, I'm kind of with you. Like, if like let me bring this in. Let me cucumber
The
this in.
Sopranos.
Sorry. How do I say it? Yeah.
Hey, yo,
Yeah,
Sopranos.
Sopranos. I like it better than
Yeah, continue being
more,
racist. I get it a lot.
Yeah. But what I'm saying is, if the story is done such in an intriguing way, in such a way that it compels me to watch it, and I just like it gets so much more from it. I'm like, yeah, it makes my intrigue for the gameplay even more, because I like that counterbalance, because I don't always want action. I want a little bit of story.
No,
Like,
I
sometimes
totally.
I, like-
to me, story is the most important element. Don't get me wrong. I think the Mafia games are a perfect example of how to do it. You go gameplay, cutscene, game. You get the entire story, but it never interrupts the gameplay. You'll have large God of War 4. There's large sections where you're getting the story while the game is forcing you to walk. It's putting you this false sense that you're playing the game when really you're effectively locked on rails walking while Kratos is talking to his son, and that you're getting story under the guise of you're playing a game.
Well, like some games, like I was thinking Vikings Valhalla, I think I agree on the fact that game has too much of that, and there's some dumb missions in that, but there's an option in there where you can press like, X or to move the story forward, so I don't have to listen to all that jargon, or press O to skip the whole scene. I think they should provide that stuff, right?
I completely agree.
But if you're invested in the story, like in Justice Gods Among Us, the first one and the second one, I love that storyline. I know that's not like everyone's
storyline.
Yeah, I know that's not the traditional Superman, but I freaking
No,
love this.
sorry,
different-
Alex. I didn't say
Yeah.
I hate cutscenes. I love cutscenes. What I hate is when you play a game and they're giving you story during a playing section that should have been a cutscene. I like it when games go gameplay cutscene. I think that's a good thing. I don't like when games force feed you story during gameplay and they make the gameplay really simple so you don't miss the story.
So you mean you just don't like pressing the control stick?
Yeah, exactly. If you're gonna give me movement, don't limit me to just fucking walking back and forth while characters are giving dialogue. Just give me a cutscene and
That's
then give
kinda
me full
semantics,
range of
honestly,
open motion
feels like.
gameplay. What?
So
It feels like
Serrano's-
semantics because it feels like you're focused on it has to be this if we're going to be doing something similar to this at all. Like we're
Yeah,
doing
no,
something
I do
similar
think
to
I
having me
think it's bad
control.
game design. I do
have
think
to
it
have
has to be that.
control.
Yeah, I
else.
do think that. I think it is bad game design to give you, hey, you're playing the game when really you're just holding the forward button while story stuff is happening. That's bad game design.
Like, if they don't
we-
actually switch to cuts, if they want to just like switch to cutscenes less, I don't have a problem with that.
Yeah, no, I think they should just switch to a cutscene and then give you full control back after the cutscene. If you're gonna,
Well, yeah,
if you're gonna
a
give
lot
us
of
a
people would
story zone.
absolutely hate that. Yeah, if we're just.
But
like,
that's how
always-
games have been for years upon years until the
Yeah.
PS4 era came
people
around
prefer
and graphics
not.
were so amazing. Look what we can do in Engine. We don't even have to do cutscenes.
Yeah, it seems like we're
anymore.
connected a
Now-
lot back to this every time you're like, oh, I hate the fact that we're seeing graphics. I wish it was just 3 colors and people
it's not
talking.
It's not a graphics thing so much so as if,
Well, it
I
seems to loop
get
back
it.
to this a lot.
I
yeah.
get it that games have good graphics now, and that's fine. But if you're just going to use, oh, look what we can do in Engine and give me the false sense I'm playing a game when really I'm just holding the stick forward, I would rather just have a cutscene. I don't need to hold the stick forward if you're just going to give me an info
Well,
story.
I
dump.
have something to push back on that a little bit.
Yeah, what about
as far as,
Half-Life?
Like, yeah, like as far as like making decisions within the game that impact how the game ends or the way the game goes, because that's what a lot of these. That's why they give these cutscenes and then make you make a decision that actually matter.
But
Some of the
cutscenes are
games,
good.
the
I'm not
decisions don't
arguing
really
against
matter,
cutscenes.
but like
Cutscenes are good.
some of the decisions do matter. So you have to have the cutscene to listen to make that decision.
Right? No.
Because there's
Yeah,
been
I'm
sometimes-
not saying cuts. I'm not knocking cutscenes. I like cutscenes. What I'm saying, you could give us a cutscene and then make a decision at the end of the cutscene. I shouldn't have to hold the forward button to walk while the cutscene is happening when it's not really a cutscene. It's in engine.
Yeah,
It's
sometimes they're
really
waste,
just
but
the
sometimes
issue
they
of
actually
games.
are.
It's really just an issue of games making you do stuff instead of just telling you the story. So, like,
It's a false sense of gameplay. Like you
Yeah.
are not really
The biggest
playing a game
example
if
of
you were
this-
just holding forward while story is happening. You're not really playing a
Red
game.
Dead Redemption 2.
I
the
can't
worst-
speak. I've never played Red Dead Redemption 2, so I'm not
The
going to be able to have an
first
opinion.
2 hours, 3 hours is all just walk while characters talk alongside you.
I would
entire
say
game.
that is all. I've heard that game is amazing, and I'm sure now. Granted, that's like a 160+ hour game from what I've heard. So I'm sure maybe the 158 hours make up for those first two. But I would say that first 2 hours, unless that story is really, really fucking good, that would be horrible game design.
It's not. You're just trying to rescue someone at some point. Like, oh, we were attacked and now we're walking in the snow. Like, it's bad. Entire game's bad.
You know,
But
why I
because-
stopped playing Red Dead is because we had too many freaking nerf herders like going after me and killing me for no reason at all, because you have a lot of trolls on there that just go around killing people for no reason. Like, it's like it makes the game stupid. Like, I started playing the game at the start and there were a lot of people that would just like go after you trying to do a mission and just kill you because it was just like live and open world, blah blah blah. It's like, bro, I'm trying to do a mission. They don't care. Bye. It's the wild, wild
You're
west,
talking,
baby.
online, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. But I also
Yeah.
think just killing random people is fun.
It is fun, but like, come on, man. Come on. I'm trying to do a mission. Just freaking
Yeah.
got me. Yeah.
I forget, was there an open mic? Like anyone could hear you with proximity chat?
I never did the open mic, so I don't know. Like, that game came out like several years back, right? 3 years ago?
Oh, more than 3. Way more than
Yeah,
3.
like, at that time I was working for a company and like there was like a special line or special sections, whatever, and they were keeping that stuff exclusive, like along with Cyberpunk.
Yeah.
And those games were treated very special, I'll say that, and like kind of exclusive, mass security going through. But like, yeah, I was annoyed by Red Dead Redemption, and then Cyberpunk was holding. I called it Cyberbug earlier. I love the fact that Keanu Reeves was like kind of the feature in it, but like besides the glitches, like if I move past the glitches, I think the story and everything else was a decent game. But like, but they kept pushing it off too far. That's what like a lot of people are mad about, and it still had glitches. The game was done by New Rockstar, right?
No, CD.
No,
Projekt
it
Red.
was wasn't it Red
CD
Barrel or whatever, or CD Project Red? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, Steve,
what?
that's-
Where'd you get Red
Hoopa.
Barrel?
Red
Red
Barrel was
Barrel.
the name of the people that do Outlast.
Barrel.
Red Barrel are the ones that do Outlast.
Yeah.
I remember the Red, so CD Projekt Red,
Projekt
Red
Red.
Barrel. I just flipped them.
Nah,
Yeah.
I only played it this last year, and it was really fun. But yeah, there was
Yeah.
still like it crashed a few times.
Oh, it still crash at this point?
Yeah, but I'm also playing on PS4, so like
Okay.
I'm not
okay.
expecting it to be great. But
Yeah.
no, the story,
the
gameplay was great. I loved it.
Yeah, and the customization as far as like guns and what you can do with your character as far as enhancements on like their physical abilities and put the
Mhm.
robotic stuff on them is freaking awesome. Like in the 3 factions you can choose, he has the cyberpunk type feel, well, like Blade Runner 20 whatever, not 49 type feel. No, I just wish the game would have been more successful. I never want a game to be crap, right? And I special ordered it and I wanted this game to boom. but you know, it was just a letdown on his release. So.
Mhm.
Yeah, I never played Cyberpunk 77 just because like I knew it was a tabletop RPG, but it was one that I wasn't familiar with, so I didn't know if it was one of those things where like you would need to be familiar with the lore, despite the fact that Cyberpunk is my favorite like fictional setting something could be in. So when everything came out and it was like talking about how buggy it was, and I was like, I didn't really care because that wasn't a game I was gonna play anyway, but I felt bad because I knew how many people were stoked for that game. Like, because like, I was like, man, if Resident Evil, if a Resident Evil game had come out and that happened, I know I would be upset. So I was bummed out for other people, but also it didn't really affect me because I wasn't gonna play it.
Yeah, no, I think that what got real hype for it is because Keanu Reeves
Yeah, he was like
came out
actually
for the
one of best parts
marketing.
of it.
No, no. It was hype way before that. That game had been hyped for 2 years before Keanu Reeves was coming out. That was one of the most looked forward to games in the RPG community.
Mhm.
Yeah, but
But I
then
think
also he
Keanu
came on
Reeves was
stage
playing
at
his part.
the
Yeah,
gaming
no, that
awards,
happened.
right?
That totally
Or
happened. I'm just saying that the
yeah.
hype that you remember. No, that hype was there well before Keanu Reeves. Like that was, don't get me wrong, that was cool. That got people even more amped. But that hype, you're underestimating how hyped people were before that moment.
Sound like Anakin. You estimate my power, liar. Joking, bro.
Don't do
No,
it,
no, you're
Anakin. Don't do it.
I have his hair, so
Don't try it.
Yeah.
I have the high ground.
You may
I
try.
brought peace, justice, and security to my new empire.
Your new empire.
Don't make me kill you.
Hello there.
Only Siths deal in absolutes.
God, I fucking hate that line.
Yeah, that's a awful line.
That's what I say to people that say that. It's like only Siths deal in absolutes. They're like, what? I was like, what? I don't know.
Well, it also makes the original that line makes the original trilogy dumber because one of the most famous lines in the original trilogy is "Do or do not. There is no try." But apparently, only Siths deal in absolutes. But that's a fucking absolute as well. So thanks, Obi-Wan. You made Yoda look like a fucking retard.
Yeah.
You or do not. There's no try.
Well, and there's a reason Yoda was seen as the master of the masters.
He was
Yeah,
like
no.
900 years old spitting out that.
True facts and logic.
The high ground. What Doctor said. Jamie played. That. Jim and I are over here with all this. Jamie do so and so. I'm loving it. I just want to let you know. No one's acknowledged it yet. This chat, Jim and I are, but your Jamie comments have been fantastic.
He is Jamie.
I just want to bring up real quick about Star Wars. I feel like Obi-Wan Kenobi maybe saw the future and was like, you know what? How I defeated Darth Maul? He had the high ground, but I jumped over him. And then Anakin was like, bet. Doesn't matter if you have the high ground. I'll just jump over him and slice him in half. It was all one ploy to trick Anakin to think he could do that. He's like, no, Anakin, don't try it. Even though I tried it like 20 years ago. Don't try it. Or like, 15 years ago. Don't try it. Like, it's just like, come on.
Lucas just is
Forgot about it.
He's amazing and deserves respect and credit. He's no Bill Shakespeare. He probably just forgot some shit.
Bill Shakespeare. Yeah, Bill, his cousin, his cousin. Yeah.
Yeah. Anyone have anything to add to the Star Wars? Because I could be here all night talking Star Wars. I'm a diehard, or at least I was a diehard Star Wars fan. It's hard to call myself a Star Wars fan now because of Disney, but
You like the
that.
Clone Wars too, right?
like the CGI
The 3D,
series.
The 3D.
Yeah. I think that's a brilliant.
Yeah,
series.
I like the Clone Wars. Yeah, Rebels was pretty good too, I would say. For the most part.
Rebels has moments, but it's overall a notably worse product.
Yep.
Yeah. What I don't like Rebels, this is my major concern, and this was a whole play to bring Ahsoka back because I think of pushing what they're pushing. I think Ahsoka, I hated the character first and she grew on me. But they only brought time travel
I'm right
back.
there with you. Now she is one of my top 5 favorite characters, which is why I'm not excited for her show.
They only brought time travel back for one episode and destroyed it just to bring her back.
Yep.
and that's it. And it makes it sad because I'm just gonna say it, because the Force is female. That's why they brought it back. And she's in the EU.
Tim, you and Serrano's both
They're-
need to come on my show. This is gonna be incredibly fun.
This is why I don't normally
what
like
time
saying
Monday?
this,
Because
but
I might actually have this Monday off.
yeah, because the EU,
what time zone are you in?
Pacific.
Pacific, so that's 2 hours behind me, so it'd be 1 o'clock your time.
Yeah, I'm ET, so it's 1:18 my time, but it's the weekend.
Okay,
so.
you're an hour ahead of me, so it'd be 4 o'clock your time.
Okay, that'll work.
Oh man.
But basically, oh god.
No, I was just gonna read. Dr. Asuro says, "Did you like the Star Wars animated show, or like any of the shows like Mandalorian? And is it worth it?" When you say Star Wars animated show, are you talking about the Clone Wars we're talking about, or do you
He's
mean the
talking about
Clone
the
Wars
anime.
before that from like 2002 by Genndy Tartakovsky? Because that
He's
is
talking about
also
the new
amazing.
anime.
Again,
No,
I think the
Mandalorian is not worth it.
I think Star Wars Visions is more anime-esque. I think Blaine might like that, or like
Is
other
it,
anime
is it
fans. It's-
animated, not anime? Just I don't know. I misspoke.
Yeah.
Because if I did, he said animated. So I
Yeah,
want to clarify.
well, like some of that stuff is anime-esque, and it's different animation style. Star
Yeah.
Wars Visions.
Star
I
Wars
think that's
Vision is
hit or-
full on anime.
Yeah. I like that. I like the second season overall to me was solid. First one was like hit or miss. But as far as the Mandalorian, I think season 1 and 2, but 3 was just not it. Book of Boba Fett was trash. Obi-Wan Kenobi
Absolute
was a
trash.
hot mess, and they ruined Darth Vader. They ruined my boy Obi-Wan. He's my favorite Jedi of all time. It just, man, I don't know what's going on. And the ratings are way down. They like
They're being slaughtered. Like every Star Wars project
and Marvel,
is
too.
worse than the last. Yeah, Marvel, anything Disney does.
'Cause
Like,
they're
did
owned by
anyone else
Disney.
here see Indiana Jones, or is it just me?
I am not going
I
to see it.
didn't-
Why would I ever do that? That's
No.
It's
the
So
stupidest thing I
full
possibly
disclosure,
could
full
do.
disclosure, I pulled out my inner One Piece and I took to the high seas for it, but I wanted to be able to critique it, and I'm not exaggerating when I say this. I'm not saying this like to be funny. I'm not being hyperbolic. I truly mean this. It is my least favorite film I've ever seen. Is Indiana Jones 5.
Yeah, it's fair. Yeah, I think I
Which one?
understand why.
The new
This film costs
Yeah,
like
the new one.
$500 million to make. $300
if you
million
include marketing, yeah.
budget, $200 million marketing budget, and it hasn't even like hit that standpoint. Plus whatever goes to theaters. This is probably going to be
Well,
one of the biggest
But
bombs for
budget stuff
Disney.
aside,
ever.
budget stuff aside, it is literally like I'm not gonna say it's the worst film ever made because that's objectively untrue, but it is my least favorite film ever made. It commits the one sin that no movie should ever commit, and that it is boring. Like there like people want to talk about woke this, feminist that. No, you're wrong. I don't like woke shit. I made my entire YouTube channel is ragging on woke shit, but this movie actually doesn't do a whole lot of woke stuff. It's just boring. There's two things that made me upset. Like I got emotionally invested. Like, I can't believe they did that. Damn you, Kathleen Kennedy. But beyond that, I was just fucking bored the entire 2 hours and 40 minutes. No Indiana Jones film needs to be almost 3 hours. When you watch Indiana Jones, it's a very simple premise. Hey, here's an artifact. Get it before Nazis. That's an hour and a half movie. Don't make it almost 3 goddamn hours.
Hey,
And the
have you
problem
seen
is
the,
also the fact that you got to watch 25 minutes of freaking trailers and Nicole Kidman telling you to go to AMC theaters when you're already freaking there.
Like
What
I said,
the
I hit
frick
high
is
seas for
going
it, so
on?
I didn't know that.
Did
Yeah,
you guys
like,
see
no,
the
The-
third
you-
Jurassic World
if you
movie?
show up to a film at 2:00, it better start at 2:00. Why does it start at 2:30?
Right?
There's end credit scenes if you see a Marvel or DC movie, so you're there essentially for like 3 hours. Like every film is over 2 hours now.
Yeah, can we get back to the era of the hour and a half film? I'm so
A
tired of
comedy
these.
movie should
Every
be
movie
90
needs to be
minutes.
2.5 hours. I'm so fucking tired of that.
Yeah. Sorry, someone
Alex
else
Moore
was
said
like,
most people that hated it only like the deep fake
I'll
stuff.
be
And
right
honestly,
back.
yeah,
No, I was
first
just
10 to
farting, don't worry
15
about
minutes
it.
of the film, the first 10 to 15 minutes where it's deep fake young Indy is almost good. It's not quite Indiana Jones. Like the way I described it in my video was like, you know how when you're playing Uncharted feels like Indiana Jones. It's not Indiana Jones, but at least feels like it. The first 15 minutes of Dial of Destiny feel like Indiana Jones. It's not quite, but it's almost there. Then after that, the movie is just a downhill spiral from that point on. If you say your movie is near 3 hours, like the fucking Avatar 2 film, then it's not worth it to watch. If you did see it, it needs to be
Don't
cut down
tell
more.
Lofty that.
But-
Look out.
So I think there is a case to be made for 3-hour films when they deserve it. The Lord of the Rings movies earn their 3 hours, but most
what
films
doesn't
have
earn
not.
3 hours?
Seven Samurai earns its 3.5 goddamn hours.
Avatar 2 did not earn the 3 hours. 3.5.
I haven't seen Avatar 2, but I can absolutely believe that.
I haven't seen it either, and I probably won't waste my time.
He fucks a whale. It's not okay.
I feel like most of Phase 3 Marvel films could have shaved a solid half hour off the runtime and lost nothing in value. You're entirely correct, Woopa Troopa. Like that is objectively true. There is nothing but padding in all Marvel Phase 3 and onward films. I'm gonna, sometimes I felt Avatar 2 was slower than the first one, but it's probably just me. Can't speak to that. Infinity War earned it. No, it didn't. Infinity War has a good opening and a good final fight scene. Other than that, Infinity War sucks. People
there's a lot
love
of
to
blank
reminisce
space in
about
there.
Infinity War because it was the end cap of 10 years of filmmaking, 15 years of filmmaking, whatever. But Infinity War is not a good movie. I'm sorry, Infinity War did earn it. I was thinking Endgame. I'm sorry. Take all
Oh
that
no,
back.
Endgame was easily worse.
Infinity War is good. I'm sorry.
No, I can't remember what happens in the middle of Infinity War right now. So it probably did have a lot of blank stuff there.
Fair enough.
No,
The
they just
middle
had a
of-
lot of characters they had to get through while they were fighting Thanos.
True.
Or
Yeah,
they're fighting Thanos' goons. They had various fights.
It's hard to
against those
tell
guys.
where the middle and the end of Infinity War coalesce. Like it goes from like the beginning first act to just shit until the movie's over. Like not shit as in bad, just like shit is happening. So there's very
Yeah.
clearly a beginning of Infinity War, but I don't know what to consider the middle. Maybe when Thor is making his new hammer, maybe that's the middle.
That's not Infinity War, that's Endgame, I think. Right?
No,
No, he
wait.
needs to get
no,
his
no,
axe.
that's Infinity War.
He needs to get the
Okay.
axe so he can actually fight.
Yeah.
Endgame, he already has it because he decapitates him.
You're right.
Yeah.
You're right. Yeah.
Infinity War was awesome in my opinion. I was just upset because they clearly set up the end of the movie that the next Avengers movie was going to retcon it all. Yeah, to be fair though, that's comic books. I'm not going to judge that too much. Like, yes, it left you on this emotionally broken ending that you knew was going to get retconned, but comic books do that. So a comic book movie, I would also expect to do that. Middle of Infinity War was space shenanigans. Yeah, I mean that's I think what we narrowed it down to as well. Okay, yes, I agree.
Yeah,
Endgame
it
pissed me
really
off.
was.
Yeah. Sorry, I didn't mean to go on that rant against Infinity War when I was my Endgame. The point is, yeah, Endgame sucks.
But you know what was the worst reboot ever? Like of any trilogy ever? Was it had to be Jurassic World. Those were some of the worst movies.
Agree. So
imaginable.
hard. Well, not only there's only one good Jurassic Park movie to begin with, and it's the first one.
No, I like all of them. I like all three.
I like 2 and 3. They're just not good.
You-
I like them. I just don't think they're good.
Wait a second. Are we talking about Jurassic Park or
Jurassic Park.
World?
Jurassic
Yeah.
Park. I like all three Jurassic Parks.
Jurassic Park was a masterpiece. That was by Spielberg, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a
And Kathleen
masterpiece.
Kennedy.
Well, she gave him coffee. That's it.
I know. It's just funny because like it's funny to
'Cause
remind people that Kathleen
there's-
Kennedy actually does have a very good resume, but she has not earned it in my opinion. So
She was
No,
never a
because it's
creative
just
director.
let
There's a
Spielberg
difference.
Do what he wants.
yeah, she was a producer.
And then also, it's loosely on what you could put your name on a project and literally do nothing.
Yeah, that's entirely accurate. Akira
No.
Toriyama was a producer on Dragon Ball Evolution.
Yeah, don't forget she was married to Frank Marshall too. He's a producer, so she pretty much just tagged along, I think.
Yeah,
Yeah.
she is literally a sleep your way to the top type of person.
Yeah,
I will
what's
say
the
this
third
though.
movie? Have you guys seen the
Jurassic-
third Jurassic World movie?
I have. I enjoy it. It's
No.
a guilty.
It
It's a
was
guilty
so
pleasure.
bad.
My
It's
ex-wife is a massive Jurassic Park fan. She went to see it, and when she came back, even she was like, "It was nice seeing the old cast together again," and that was it.
The enemy was bugs. How
Yeah.
do you make the
That's
bad
true.
guy
Jurassic
bugs?
World. Was it Dominion?
Well, I mean, have you ever seen that?
Mike, you need to tell Blaine. He
The bad guys bugs in them.
Blaine, your mic is fucked.
Yeah, you're
and
you're
your
bugging
camera
out.
as well.
You're bugging out.
Blaine be
Or
better.
roboting.
No, but like even the final fight that like Jevnir's hyping up, it was pretty bad because it was what T-Rex versus Yas dinosaur.
It was
It had, like,
WWE style
really long
too. How the
fingernails.
T-Rex passed out and came back in. It was like, oh,
It passed
I need
out,
time to
came
breathe.
back, teamed
Yeah.
up with the Yas dinosaur. killed
Stone
them
Cold
all.
stunnered him.
It was me, Austin. It was me all along.
I'm feeling real
Oh my
glad I never saw this movie even to make fun of it. I'm getting enough just to hearing you guys make fun of it. That's enough for me.
Oh,
No,
it's just so
it was
bad.
nostalgic.
I need to go get some
People
ice cream.
love seeing the OG
Later.
cast back, and that's why it was enjoyable and it hit all the hearts. But it was not a good film. But it was a hot mess. So I'll give it that. It was still profitable. Still made over $1 billion. But still, it was like
Oh yeah, no one's
it's not a
saying
good.
that it
It's not
wasn't
a good
profitable.
film, but it's enjoyable. Though.
They kidnapped
but
Clone Girl and Baby Blue. We gotta go save them, guys.
you're my
save
boy,
them from the
Blue. You're my
bugs.
boy.
We gotta save them from the bugs.
Yeah. No, it just like Jurassic World. I think was a good enough start. That it would have almost hit a $2 billion, but like it's not as good as the original. I think it was fair enough start. But as the next film was just weird. They were cloning children, and then they had like this like raptor type thing that I don't know, and there were Cajun animals. It was like Fight Club all over again. And then, like, it just
The
didn't
second
really
one
work.
made me despise the first one because
That's
the first
literally
one
Yeah.
set the stage for
exactly
the
my
second one.
thoughts, Michael. I thought the first one was sort of, it was just fine, but then when the second
Yeah.
one came out, I was like, oh wait, the first one also kind of sucks.
No, the second one made me realize what pissed me off about the first one. They made the
Yeah, yeah.
dinosaurs evil.
They made
Like,
what?
how do you make a
Evil.
dinosaur evil? Instead of just like a dumb animal that wants to kill. You're like, no, it's hunting for sport. It's evil. Like, no,
Yeah.
that was so fucking dumb. And they did that in both the
Speaking
first
of
and
hunting for
second
sport,
movies.
is anyone going to go see Craven the Hunter?
I think the
No.
trailer looked good, but they totally reversed Craven and his whole type of
Oh.
thing. Because isn't Craven supposed to be like this person that hunts Spider-Man? They're trying to make him an anti-hero. Like this is the whole conversation
Yup.
we had.
Yes, they
With
are. Yep,
Leon
they're ruining
before,
the second
right?
greatest Spider-Man villain ever. They're making him an anti-hero. They're giving
Yeah,
him a
don't do
backstory
that.
that's not in the comics. They got dumbass Aaron Taylor. I like Aaron Taylor Johnson. He's a good actor, but he's a
He
horrible
got ripped for
Craven.
the part, and
Oh.
and then also the fact that they're doing the Sinister Six. That's what they're trying to develop, right? But
That's my only assumption. Yeah.
T-Rex is on some nefarious shit.
yeah.
Woopa. That is such a good line. No, I'm not even with the comics, but didn't Craven also fight Wolverine a lot?
yes,
Am I wrong?
I'm pretty sure he tried to fight. He
I mean,
tried to fight like
probably
anyone.
has. It's not one that I'm as familiar. Oh yeah, no, I guess he did. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that was in an animated series I watched. But yeah, I don't know. I'm not really big on Marvel heroes or DC for that matter, but
I'm
See,
more
I
DC
used
than
to be
Marvel.
a huge comic book nerd, and then I stopped being a comic book reader around 2014 when the female Thor was introduced. Like,
Oh.
not because of that, but like around that era, because like
Mhm.
comics were just notably going to shit. But I wasn't quite in the sphere enough to realize that it was all for political stuff. I was like, man, they're running out of ideas. There's no originality left. They're just turning characters into, everyone could be a hero now. This is
Etsy
boring.
versions.
And then as time went on and they did it more and more, I was like, oh, that's why they're doing this. Okay, this is getting real obvious. There's political stuff behind it. That's even worse.
That's why anime
was it obvious?
is killing
I'm not
comics.
Starfire.
Exactly.
Oh, my
yeah,
god, I'm not Starfire.
self-inserted emo girl that's overweight. It's like
Ah.
self-insert yourself. It's like
Yep.
Was it one you saw a picture of the person who wrote the comic and then it's the same
Yep.
as the character in it?
That was like
I don't know.
Starfire's daughter or whatever.
Yep.
yeah, emo version.
Disgusting.
Yeah. I'm not Starfire was a tragedy when it comes to comics. It's and the thing is, there's still good comics out there. To be fair, like I've had several indie comic creators on my podcast and whatnot, and I've got some indie comics I've ordered that are still in the process of
Did
being
you watch
crowdfunded.
Eric
I
True
love
Lies?
Yeah,
comics.
someday Joe Ball will release Death.
Have we ever figured out
coming.
who who I'm Not Starfire's daughter or father was? Was it Dick?
Faja.
I didn't read the book, so I don't know.
Faja.
Faja, do you know?
I'm assuming
Faja,
it's
can
Dick.
you hear me?
Oh,
Are we
Oh
gonna say
damn,
it's
Whooper
not
Trooper
him?
going. How about you yourself
oh
into
shoot,
a
who
fucking
said that?
gym?
What Pop said that? Faja, do you know me?
Um,
Faja, do
great.
you know me?
I would have read The Punisher if I was younger and not that random episodes of The Punisher show. So the Punisher comics weren't comics I ever really got into on his solo stuff because the Punisher was introduced in Spider-Man, and he was a very cool Spider-Man villain because he wasn't really a villain. He just was a guy who thought Spider-Man was a villain, so he was out to kill him, and he was very brutal. Like, I like Punisher as a character, but I never read enough of his solo stuff.
Dude,
But there is
the
a comic
Netflix
where he
series
fights
is dope.
Eminem and Eminem wins. So
Wait. He loses to Eminem?
he loses a fist fight to Eminem.
What?
Lame.
Yep. And then he and
Did B
Eminem team
Rabbit?
up.
Like
he
the
and
rapper?
Eminem team up to fight crime in New York, or maybe it's Chicago or something like that. Yeah,
Oh, that's
It's-
terrible.
it is. It's hold on. Let me see if I can find a picture of it.
The
It's
power of rap.
hilarious.
B Rabbit wins all. No, did you hear about the whole actor complaining about the original Daredevil actor is coming back to play the role, and he complained about the fact that he doesn't like his role in this Marvel Cinematic Universe because it's kind of watered down. Did you hear it? Do you all hear about that?
Yes, I did, and I mean,
No,
it's bothersome.
Yeah.
Let's see. How do I share my screen? Right here. There we go. Here's
Lord.
Eminem and the Punisher.
Eminem got jacked for this. Wait, never mind. That's Punisher's arm.
That's Punisher's arm right there. Yeah, but Eminem holding the Uzi, and yeah, it's fucking dumb.
Eminem's like, let me stand out a little bit more. Let's wear all red.
Now, to Eminem's credit, he is a massive comic fan. Before he was a rapper, he wanted to be a comic artist. He's got one of the largest Spider-Man collections in the world. You can look at some of Eminem's old art, and like, it's super cool. The reason Eminem ended up like not being a comic book artist is because when he was like 15 years old, he got hit with a snowball, but the snowball had a rock pack into it, and it like put him into a temporary coma. And when he woke up, he couldn't draw anymore.
Now he's a superhero.
Eminem
That's
used
what
to
I
have
tell people.
massive talent with Ben. What?
Well, it's
I
okay
tell
to
people
let him
that
do
same
stuff
story.
here and there.
Yeah. No, Blaine, I have the same story. When I was in college, I was running back from a massive frat party to another frat party, and I slipped on ice and I hit my head, and I have a scar on my left, like right here, which actually happened, to be honest. And then that's when it went all downhill. So, true story, folks. Tweet it, twat it,
ouch.
whatever. Oh, whatever. I don't know. Moving on.
Going through some comments here. Kingpin, Daredevil, Michael Duncan Clark. You mean Michael Clark Duncan? But yes, he is my favorite Kingpin. Michael Clark Duncan was incredible in that role. I mean, they call him Slim Shady for a reason, guys. Come on. I unironically liked the Daredevil film with Ben Affleck. That is an absolute shit movie, but the director's cut does make it a passable movie.
Yeah, I think what like polarizes that film is like the scene that makes it like that's why he met his wife, his ex-wife. She's super hot, but like she actually is a really good wife to him because he went through like his whole debacle. But you know, that's why he met his wife. Like Ryan Reynolds in Green Lantern met his wife through that film, but you know, he realized it was a mistake in Deadpool. He shot himself in the face in Deadpool 2. Ben Affleck met his wife actually in that film in Daredevil. So I actually heard in Deadpool 3 that Ben Affleck's coming back, and
so is Jennifer Garner as Elektra. Yeah, I
Yep,
guarantee
exactly,
you
exactly.
What the Deadpool movie is going to do, I'm sure of this, is going to be making fun of multiverse superhero movies because they've been all the rage lately. The Flash, the Avengers, things like that. So they're going to be making fun of multiverse.
Let me bring this up. The writer strike's going on. All right, so they say that they're going to start shooting this, and at this point they can't what I heard about the first Deadpool. A lot of that was improv, right?
Yes.
So now, how will that affect these films going forward? But I don't think it's going to affect it at all. I think Ryan and all those talented actors, everybody working on it, they're going to find a way to work around it.
I mean, maybe that's
saying.
the case. All I know is Hugh Jackman is my favorite actor, and I still don't give a fuck about Deadpool 3.
Wolverine,
I'm so burned out on superhero shit. I don't give a fuck about Deadpool 3. And that's got my favorite actor coming back as his most iconic character. I'm still like, yeah, whatever. Maybe I'll see it. Maybe I won't.
You know you're going to see it. You said you don't give a F about Deadpool 3, but
when I say I won't see it,
you're going to go see Deadpool 3, brother.
I mean, pay money to go to the theater to see it. Let me clarify, because I have not paid money to go see a superhero film in the theater since Spider-Man: No Way Home, and even though Spider-Man is my favorite superhero of all time, I still thought that movie was a.
But did you see Deadpool 2 though in theaters?
No, but not through a fault of my. I was moving at the time and didn't have the income to see it, so I had to wait until it came out to rent. I was so bummed I didn't get to see it in theaters.
Okay, so yeah, you might see it. I don't know, man. I'm gonna see it open tonight, man. Hugh Jackman coming back and I don't know. That's too iconic stuff. I think because both of us are kind of on the same page as the woke stuff. But it doesn't bother me as much as long as a good story is told. It doesn't bother me. But Hugh Jackman coming back to do Logan the one last time, because after this, they're recasting Logan. They're going to have to do it.
Yeah,
he's getting older.
I actually think this is just a fan theory. I think they're going to unveil the new casting of Logan in this movie.
Yeah.
Okay,
probably.
that'd be cool. But
I think that's what's going to happen.
Yeah. Let's ask the host tonight, Blaine. I know Blaine doesn't follow any of this.
Yeah, I don't.
I see you're bored, man.
I'm not bored.
Nice,
I'm
man.
dying
your
here.
hair
It's
looks
not
nice,
posting
man.
after the upgrades. Fucking
Your hair
pissed.
looks really nice, brother. It looks really nice. What are you putting in it, man? Garnier?
It can look as nice
what's
as
your
it wants. It's
secret?
not fucking working.
Your Garnier
That
hair.
sucks.
What's going
Maybe
on,
you
man?
should put in the other parts you have scattered around you.
Yeah.
I've been putting in the previous parts in.
Furniture.
I've been putting the previous
Blaine, go
parts
to
in
big
one
screen.
at a
Go to
time.
big screen. We want to
What do
see
you
your
mean I gotta add the
frustration.
other RAM? No, you don't.
We want to see your frustration. Blaine, we want to see you. All right, what's going on, man? What's the update?
I switched to
Yep.
the original video card, still nothing. I switched to the original power supply. Like everything's spinning and lighting up, but it will not post. I will not get output at all.
That's
So
what she
at
said.
this point, the next one is going to be maybe try the RAM sticks in the other slots or the different RAM sticks.
Hey, Blaine,
And then it'll be switching the CPU, see if the old CPU will post for me.
Blaine, did you plug it in?
It's actively spinning. And
Did
it
you
lights
try
up.
turning it off and turning it back on?
Yeah, but is it
Like
plugged in? Because
16
you can have a
times.
hamster in there on a wheel. That's making it spin.
Did you add the memory card?
Yeah.
Did you add
People in the
RAM?
chat are actually trying to ask legit questions. Is the CPU mounted correctly? Is there memory inside?
Let's
There is
help
memory. We
out,
saw you had the
Blaine.
memory.
Blaine's
Yeah, the
our brother.
memory's in.
We need
Let's
to
help
call
him
Ray
out.
for
Let's
help.
let's get this fixed tonight.
Like the CPU only goes in one way. You
That's
can't
what
mount
she
a
said.
CPU wrong anymore.
Is the fan facing the right way?
Yeah, that doesn't matter.
No.
Oh,
So much for the
Jesus.
master
Sorry,
race.
Blaine. Sorry, Blaine.
Yeah, my
Well-
all white computers.
Yeah, sorry for
working.
being all white. That goes along with the card,
Is
man.
this
I have
all
the same
just to
card.
delete Fire Emblem from your memory card?
Oh, I'm not gonna be able to play Fire Emblem anymore. Damn.
Oh my god. Well, at least your
Depending on
camera
which
and
Fire
angle
Emblem you're
looks
playing, that's
good.
either a blessing or a tragedy.
Yeah, apparently.
Blaine is looking through telescope right now. I don't know. I feel like we're on like an episode
You can do this,
of-
Blaine. We believe in you. We'll be here for you till the end.
This is Blaine in the wild, or he'll get it done. That's what she said. But like, we got
Doing
it.
with his hands down there. Can we get an enhancement on that?
Go get yourself a glass of sake, cool off for like 5 minutes, then try some more.
It's,
Yeah, there you go.
There it
It's
is.
not
There
far
we
away.
What is that, Blaine?
No-
oh my
no
gosh!
glass,
He's
straight out of
wearing
the carton.
volleyball
I'm gonna go
shorts
grab
right
some
now, and he's
myself.
sucking on green tea. What is that?
That's sake.
That's okay. It's in
Sake.
cartons.
Are you sponsored by them?
No.
Yeah, I have a Tanuki sake sponsorship.
Tanuki, sponsor Blaine right now. You just showed your drink, the green drink. Look at those hands.
Am I
Look at
drinking
that.
cooking sake? Of course I am.
Look at that form.
You think a happy man like me would drink good sake?
Blaine has that perfect form. I'm pulling out plugs. Look at that form. Nice hands, not too hairy. Mildly touching
So I
things
stick in your
and
hand,
looking
takes care of
over.
Through the
himself.
box.
This man takes
Yeah,
care
look
of
how he
himself.
lays down that hard drive. Very nice. That's a good man.
Man, this is such a
Very
small
good
piece.
man.
I think it's
Yeah.
the first time I've had any alcohol since the first time I was on with you guys.
Yeah, look at him pull those hard drive out. Like, yeah.
Just discard it.
So IJP Mexican
just
cooking
started
alcohol,
everything.
you can drink and get drunk, but it tastes awful because it's meant to.
Such
it's
a
just meant for
violent
cooking.
man.
That's the only difference.
The
Yeah, don't
difference
drink cooking
between
grade.
what most people call cooking alcohol and what I call cooking alcohol is, for me, cooking alcohol still has to have flavor. Julia Childs always said, if you're going to cook with it, you might as well use something that you're willing to drink.
Yeah, I
Good
I
point.
agree with that. Like I never.
Whereas,
buy
like, if you go to
cooking
a
alcohol.
store, like a minor can buy cooking alcohol.
That's why you
Yeah.
rubbing alcohol.
No, cooking is again my favorite hobby. Cooking is my absolute favorite thing to do. I will not cook with cooking wine. I'm gonna go to the liquor section or go to a liquor store and buy legitimate wine if I'm using it for cooking.
So Blaine, what do you have to legitimately do right now? You gotta take it
I have
out.
to remove this massive CPU fan tower and make sure that my CPU's in correctly.
Try watching anime on it. Maybe they'll fix it.
So you gotta put like your original parts back in because the enhancement parts didn't work. Is that what's going on?
I just need to make sure that the CPU's plugged in, because if the CPU's, I don't know, and maybe move the RAM over.
Whoopa Troopa, I think that might be a state law thing because I know in my state, at minors can buy cooking alcohol, or at least they used to. Because I've bought cooking alcohol before I was legally able to drink. I don't
Yeah,
know.
it's
That's still the
literally
case.
called cooking alcohol, and it's in like the spice aisle, or like the condiment aisle.
Yeah.
Well,
It has
Whoopa
no
Troopa says
alcohol
they
in it.
don't think minors can, so it might be like a state law. Like it might, certain states might still have it outlawed.
Maybe
I think it
not
depends on
minors,
the like the
maybe like
final percent,
18,
right?
But not
Yeah,
legal.
the alcohol. Because I mean, minors can buy vanilla extract. And vanilla extract, if you drink it, will fuck you up.
It's got vodka.
Tell
in
me
it.
how you know.
They wouldn't
Because
let
I
me
drink
buy
out,
one.
vanilla. I used to enjoy, getting drunk quite a bit, and in doing so, I was, running low on money, and I've got vanilla extract here, and it fucked me up. Minors belong in the mines, and they should never be allowed to leave. Also, Michael, fix your mic.
No, I'm not.
So did
That's-
anyone watch the new Flash movie?
No.
God, no.
I'm not gonna waste my time on that.
Amen, pops.
Fair
Tim,
enough.
did you watch it? Are we over here roasting you by accident? Did you watch it?
I did. So I was hoping.
Please tell us what you
I was
thought.
thinking of Leon watched it at least because he was a, DC person. I thought he was
No,
a DC
so
person.
I refuse to watch it, not because of my superhero fatigue, but because I'm diehard anti Ezra Miller.
Yeah,
Yep.
and I was
Yep.
hoping, buddy Blaine, Escape Corner watches something. He doesn't watch any MCU or DCU.
The only extended
what I-
universe I watch is Fast and Furious.
Family. Also, we know he's a family guy. Family. Oh my gosh, dude.
Family.
All right. I got a video for us to watch. If you guys can skip upon it. Do you know Stephen He, emotional damage guy?
Oh,
yeah, I know Steven Yee.
Yes.
All right. Okay, this is gonna be the perfect video. You can skip across it. This is gonna talk about the Fast and Furious. It's only like a 3-minute video. You can skip across it. Maybe skip to the Indiana Jones part. But I died laughing on the last part, the Indiana Jones one. But like, if you watch the full thing and we can commentate it after, like the whole thing makes sense. So I'm gonna share this. But as far as like the Flash movie, and I'll kill time here. The Flash movie, obviously, I hate what Ezra Miller is a douchebag, but there's like a lot when you work on set in the industry, whatever. I worked semi on set. There are a lot of people other than the main, like Ezra Miller, that worked on set that are not creepers. So you should not punish them, even though this dude's an absolute creeper. Like the side actors and everybody else, like Michael Keaton,
No,
is
I
obviously
get what
not
you're
a.
saying, but I disagree with that completely. They're complicit in what's called the banality of evil.
Well, the thing was already shot before, and he has not been charged yet.
Well, he was charged. He was charged with.
He has not been
with
charged for
burglary.
grooming. The same thing. Jonathan Majors has not been charged for the
No,
last thing.
and you're
but there's
totally
more
correct. But also,
information.
he wasn't charged for choke slamming that woman, but that's on video. We know it happened.
Well, no, there was context for that. He didn't actually get charged for that. The woman told him that she was going to fight him in the bar.
I mean, be that as it may, someone saying "I'm going to fight you" doesn't give me license to choke slam them first. Like,
Well, he
I'm
was
a
drunk.
big believer in.
Yeah, I get the fact, but he was drunk. And
I've
she
been
was
arrested
drunk,
for doing
and
shit
she
while
said-
drunk. Just because you're drunk doesn't give you an excuse. I still went to jail
Yeah,
for
but
it.
she said she was going to fight him, and he's famous. And the fact that, like, she.
So you're famous. Sue the shit out of her. That's been a thing since the '90s. When Hulk Hogan can make a joke about it, you know it's probably
No,
some truth
the thing
to it.
is, like, people come after you. And look, I think he's a piece of crap, but the thing is that she said she would fight him in the bar. Like, she would actually fight him, and he took it as serious. I think he's a douchebag for taking it serious. But, you know, she didn't press any charges for him. He wasn't pressed charges for that.
All right, so the choke slamming woman, let's take that aside. What about the other one where he used a chair to beat a woman? Like, he picked up a chair at a bar in Hawaii and fucking slammed her with it. So where's the context?
I didn't hear about that, to be honest.
Yeah. He also assaulted a woman in a bar in Hawaii, also while drunk.
Well, like the other charge that, like, it was like, obviously you kind of broke in, blah blah blah. I didn't hear about that. Maybe you'll get me on that one. But yeah, he's had some
Sorry,
problems. No,
I don't know how to feel about this.
let me-
I don't
let
like
me reel-
Ezra Miller
let me reel
being
back.
Dave. I also
I don't
think
know
women
unless
should
it-
have rights.
Put it in the private chat on the article, and I'll look it up. But
All right,
what I'm
give me
saying
a
is,
second.
I don't think he's a good person because the grooming charges are a little bit too far. Obviously, he has a history of getting in trouble, right? I'm one of those people, like Jonathan Majors, is unless you're judged and conflicted, whatever. Unless you're
I totally agree with
committed, you know what I mean. You see what
don't
I'm
be
saying?
wrong.
Unless you're, that's it.
guilty, but this is not a legal matter for me. I want him to be, persecuted to the just side of the law if he's guilty. But if not, he's
Exactly.
innocent. If he's innocent until proven guilty. But also, this is a what I want to do with my money sort of thing. I don't want to more films like this to get made. I don't want this man to be supported financially. So regardless of the legal ramifications, I'm using my ability to vote with my dollar.
Yeah. No, you're fair on that assessment, but what I'm saying is that people don't look too into the articles, like, because people were saying all this and that. I was like, yeah, that looks horrible on paper, and then or like on these articles.
But
But
also,
once you
Jonathan
click on the-
Majors, I get a lot of people make that comparison, and I can definitely understand why. But Jonathan Majors, there's also notable differences in that. Let's be real. There's a lot of crazy white women out there. I mean, there's a lot
there
of
are
crazy
like Johnny
fucking
Depp.
white women
Remember
out
how
there.
many people thought Johnny Depp was a piece of crap? And then when all the
Right.
stuff came out, right? That's why I'm pushing back
Well,
on this.
yeah,
Because
yeah,
like
like-
what
like,
you
I
what
get-
you even said
maybe it's a
was
sense
not
of like
that's
Johnny
not
Depp,
he hasn't been
both
convicted
Johnny
for
Depp
that, brother.
and Jonathan Majors, I thought were innocent from the beginning.
Yeah,
Ezra
same,
Miller, on the other
same.
hand, I don't think is innocent because Jonathan Majors and Johnny Depp have never done anything themselves to make themselves look guilty. It's
No
always been other
signs
people
for
accusing
that
them.
before,
Whereas
right?
Ezra Miller has done some very cringe shit publicly
Yeah,
to
loose
make
cannon,
himself look
right?
guilty. He's brought this on himself as opposed to Jonathan Majors and Johnny Depp had others bring it on them.
Yeah. So there's fair pushback on that, and that's why I don't want to be I don't, you know what I mean? I don't
Right.
wanna,
No, I totally understand.
wrongfully-
I definitely agree with you in the whole terms of like, look, if we're going to support Jonathan Majors and innocent until proven guilty, logistically, we should probably support Ezra Miller as well. And I think that's actually
Yeah.
a fair argument. I think that's a very
Yeah,
good way to
he's
look
been
at it.
arrested for minor things, but he hasn't been arrested for
But he hasn't been arrested for doing things with minors.
Yeah, and like the whole grooming thing, that's a whole different level on things that like I want to like I'm like, bro, how are you gonna get out of that? Like with the Native American chick or whatever.
Yeah.
That's a whole different level of just like mess upness. I'm
Maybe
not
I've
like
got
trying
personal
to.
feelings because I grew up the latter few years of my teenage life. I lived on the Cherokee Nation because my stepfathers have Cherokee, so I lived on the Cherokee Nation in Oklahoma. And I've seen how Native
tribal
Americans are with their kids, so I'm like, there's probably some truth here, but that could be that's my own bias, and I'll admit that's my own bias.
Yeah, and I also I'm part Native American. I have family members that live in Washington State that live on the reservations as well. And there's a good film with the Jason Bourne actor Jeremy whatever that was in that with the actor that played Wanda. They did a film about that, about like capturing Native Americans and like kind of grooming. Like, I get it. So my family, when I go to Thanksgiving in Washington, when I grew up, was like Thanksgiving. It was very diverse.
Sorry, I
right?
can imagine that being a really tense Thanksgiving, like a bunch of Native Americans and white people sitting there, like, so we're probably related for some not so good things, right? So like,
No. My mom and dad.
That's very unlikely.
My dad was in the Navy. He met my mom when he was stationed in Seattle. So no, it was on good terms. And then my one of my grandpas was like a French.
Is your computer smoking?
He was a naval captain,
No.
whatever.
Huh?
I don't know. He's digging into his hard drive, but
So,
I want to show this.
No, I was talking about Leon.
Yeah,
What
how do
about-
I share this link? This is talking about movies today. It's only 2 minutes and 39 seconds. You can kind of skip through it, but I suggest skipping through it to the Indiana Jones segment. I'm gonna put it in the private chat. So Blaine,
while
you can
you're
show
doing
it.
that,
You
I'm
don't-
going to
you don't
address
have to
Kitty
play
Bear real
the-
quick. So I think Kitty Bear is correct. He said if I had the charges Miller had against him, I would be in jail. Difference is he had money and people backing him, which I do not have. And
Well,
that's true.
they're not
Not only
charges,
that,
though.
but Ezra Miller, uses his sexuality as a shield, and I find that repugnant.
I kind of agree with that, but they're not quite charges, though. That's what we want to believe.
No,
He's only been charged for a certain
Kitty
things.
Bear is saying if he had, I get what you're saying, but the point that Kitty Bear is making that let's say he was accused and charged of the same thing, then
Okay.
his ass would be in jail. So like, I get what Kitty. I agree it's not worded technically properly, but the point that he's trying to make, I think, is valid.
Yeah, I agree with that. The fact, but like the problem is, like
are you
read
wanting
these
to share
articles, he
screen on
has
this one,
not
by the
been
way? 'Cause
charged
I'll
with
share
a lot
screen
of
for
these
it.
things. These are all like accusations or things that have been moved past. But the fact that I agree with the person in the comments that like because he is someone of like use the pronouns in his bio, he can move past this more easily because he's something of that, right? So
Right.
I understand that. So
So I got a
I'll-
little thing here for you. I said I wanted to share some stuff from yesterday.
Yeah, lay it on.
Yep.
Can you share this one, Blaine,
What do you?
in the private chat?
You can share it.
I
And I'll just
already
hit
have
it.
it. I already have it up and ready to play.
You could share your tab, yeah.
Yeah. I've got it up and ready. There we go.
This one.
As
This
I say, I'll
one's
switch
pretty
mine over.
good.
I'll just open it up.
Wonder what new idea Hollywood has.
That's fine.
Tom Toretto, you took everything from me.
Who are you again?
All I ever wanted was an ice cream store.
Just gonna pause. I don't know if copyright's really a thing on Blaine's live stream, so I wanted to pause it for a bit just
Steven,
in
he
case.
is
So.
great, though. He's great.
And on my opening day, you crashed 5 tanks into my shop. About time you ran out of gas.
For family. The last one made a lot of money, so we made another one.
I mean, that's entirely fair and accurate. Yeah.
This time, we've made it bigger and familiar.
Dumb, you can't outrace a jet.
Yeah, jet's fast, but family's faster.
Nos is the superpower of that world. It's like Nen and Hunter x Hunter.
I want to kill you.
It's Super Saiyan mode.
Eat shit.
That is literally not how gravity works.
Who needs gravity when you got family?
Okay, this time they have literal spaceships.
Was that the USS Enterprise or whatever
Yeah.
from Star Trek?
Sure
That was
was.
the
Yeah, dude,
2014 whatever.
He's
Star
he's
Trek.
amazing. Steven,
Abrams
he
Trek.
is goat.
This is pretty good.
Family! The end of the road begins.
Quick and mad. That's
Indiana
good.
Jones is next. This
If
is
it makes
the
a lot of
best
money,
part.
then we'll make another 5.
Take my money.
An adventure like you've never seen before. Get ready
This
for
is
a
the
brand
best
new
part.
experience, completely unlike the previous 6 movies and the spin-off TV show. Indiana Jones 7, Return of the Last Crusade, the Ark gets lost again. Harrison.
You know what? As someone who has seen
Christian
Indiana
Bale
Jones
copyright.
5, that would this would still make a better movie than that.
Emotional
Ford
damage,
returns
man.
to the iconic role 40 years later. Get ready to see your favorite moments like never before.
Now I know I'm here for something.
Emotional.
Why did I walk in this room?
Watch Bimbiana take on the toughest obstacles and bring back another MacGuffin no one cares about.
He's canceled by all of it at this point.
What the hell am I watching?
Watch Bimbiana save the world while battling more bad guys.
You'll never be able to save your family!
Family. See you in theaters.
That's not
soon,
really a
whether-
criticism of Indiana Jones. It's just kind of. Because
No,
I mean,
he's
that's
talking
not
about
what Indiana Jones did.
He's talking about how old Indiana Jones is, and he has dementia because he literally forgets things in the newest film.
Or not, because your parents will make you go. Because they watched it 40 years ago.
I don't think that's
Beautiful. This is way
I don't think that's
better
right
than the
criticism of, like, the
off-brand
new
series
one.
Steven made subscribe.
It's just kind of generic criticism.
It's absolutely generic criticism. I would agree with that, but it's still. I think so many
It's
people. have
parody.
been-
It's
like parody
SNL.
criticism is
And I just see people make the same jokes a lot, so it's not that different for me.
Yeah, that's what I was about, and that's what I was about to say. Is it's jokes that we've seen, 100 times, but it's nice that. Indiana Jones is kind of the exception, not the rule, because this came out and people were actually dogging it. But like, let's use Star Wars, the Star Wars sequel trilogy, as an example. Almost anyone who wasn't already ostracized on like YouTube or the internet or whatnot was afraid to talk shit about the Star Wars movies because it went against the narrative and they could get in like
because
you know,
you're a
take some-
paid shill, man. Like, look,
exactly.
man, I was like, look, there's certain people, like women get invited that show their tits on like TikTokers that have no analysis or sense of story of what the project. I know these people because I'm a TikTok, and that's why I stopped doing it.
Yeah,
It's because do I
someone
want to
said
be a
on a
freaking
someone
shill?
said on a
I
live
could be
stream that I
a
was on last
freaking
week.
shill.
You-
If
Dave,
I like,
you might appreciate this. Someone said on a live stream that I was on last week that they would rather beg and Grace Randolph than watch Indiana 5 again.
Uh,
And I was
it's
like,
not even
fuck,
that,
I agree.
man.
I hate it, but I agree.
It just like what they're talking about is like the fact that like these other
he's
people
not out of
just
line,
like
and he is right.
yeah right-handed. If you're better if you're left-handed, right? But what I'm saying is like the fact that if you give it like an honest viewpoint, if you disagree with the norm and the media, the people that get invited, your opinion is
Ooh, that
not
didn't sound
valid,
good.
right?
But I think that's changing. That was the case up until very recently. But now I think that I'm glad that's changed. Like, as someone who started their channel to sort of like critique pop culture through a political lens on both sides, because I think the right-leaning individuals.
Well, I disagree with you because why are these TikTok girls getting invited to these social events that I know?
Well,
they're
it's
only
still
getting
happening. Don't
invited
get me wrong. It's
because
still
of-
happening. I'm just saying I think the pendulum is swinging back. We're still in the process of the backswing, but it is like nowadays we're seeing outlets
They're
like
like
Variety
showgirls and
actually
there's like
Variety sucked off the Star Wars sequels, but you know what they haven't really sucked off? Indiana Jones or any of the recent live action stuff. So we're seeing
And-
these original
Well, and
shill
just when
articles
everybody hates it,
swing
then
back.
they will. Yeah.
And Leon, let's also bring in the fact that Disney this quarter.
Wait, let's bring up the real reason Indy isn't getting it is because nobody has a nostalgia for it like they did Star Wars. There's no Indiana Jones extended universe. So there's no core fan base like that.
I think you're really underestimating
Disney
Indiana
Park
Jones.
closed
No, the
down.
Indiana Jones fan base is way older. When did The Last Crusade come out?
89.
Yeah.
That's not that long ago. in the
89.
grand scheme of
Do you
things,
remember
dude.
when episode 3 came out?
2005.
Yeah. That's a huge difference. That's
that's
a massive
that's,
difference.
No, in the grand scheme, man.
Yes,
that's
that
like
is a
saying, That's like
massive
saying a
difference.
new King
That
Kong
is
movie wouldn't make money because
15
King Kong
years.
is
That is
90
a
years old.
15-year
I wanna
gap.
bring
That is
this fact
insane.
up.
King Kong is still part of the zeitgeist, even though it came out
King
in
Kong as a word
1933.
is part of the
It's not a
zeitgeist.
zeitgeist
Nobody gives a
anymore.
shit about the franchise.
What do you
I'm
mean?
with
What do you mean?
brother.
No one gives a shit about
Nobody
the
gives a
franchise?
shit.
No,
Kong
I'm
Skull
with
Island
you
made a
because all the
gajillion dollars,
King
and so did
Kong
Godzilla
and-
versus
Yeah, you
Kong.
know where it made $800 million? China. Nobody gives
all
a
the
shit
King
about the
Kong
franchise.
and
China has
Godzilla
literally
films
zero care
bomb.
for Indianapolis Jones. Indiana Jones. I like Indiana Jones a lot. It doesn't have cultural impact because it's been so long.
Yeah,
the Crystal
they
Skull
don't
did
have
not bring back
lightsabers.
any
No,
goodwill.
the Crystal Skull. Whoa, hold on, Whoopa Troopa. Crystal Skull did not flop. Crystal Skull.
No,
made
Crystal Skull didn't.
Stupid amounts of money. People
It did
didn't
not-
like it, but it
People
did
were
not.
No,
flop.
that doesn't matter. They used
All right,
up
what
their
was
nostalgia on Crystal
what was
Skull.
the budget and marketing?
No,
budget?
I
And
I
I'll
agree
tell
with
you
that.
if
They
you
may have
flop.
used up their nostalgia on it, but by saying
The
there's not a core
merchandising
fan
can
base.
fix a
Crystal
lot of
Skull came out in
things,
2008,
but
which is
not that.
30 years. Crystal Skull came out. Sorry, 20 years after.
Yeah, 20 years after.
So when you're saying there's no nostalgia for it, they made a sequel 20 years later, and it made over $800 million opening during its
But
theatrical
what was
run.
the marketing budget for it? How much did it cost?
I don't know.
Well, you'd have
I
to
don't
do a
really
bunch of
care about
adjustments
that.
for
See, the thing-
inflation.
All right, listen
so-
to me here. I'm going to interrupt. So this thing cost $300 million to make, which it was
Indie.
one of the most expensive films of
the
all
current
freaking
indie film,
time.
right?
No, it's not. $300 million plus a $200 million budget. This thing has to hit 750 to hit 850 lightly.
You're talking about the recent one, right?
Yeah, Hollywood lies about the numbers, but
oh
merchandise.
yeah, all the time.
All right, listen to me on this. Hollywood, the merchandising numbers in general, if it's popular, do well, but that's not always the case. Like, as far as the Little Mermaid, they're not doing so well. that film spent about roughly.
Not doing so well, dude. You're underselling that for sure. It's a
All right,
full-on
all right.
flop.
Three.
I mean,
yeah,
that's
yeah,
not really
it
relevant
flopped
to what I'm
too.
talking about. It is relevant
No,
overall, but that's
I'm
not what I
referencing.
meant.
Sorry, I'm not trying to divert, but I'm trying to say that as far as box office numbers, Marvel, Disney, Leon knows. A lot of these films, like 5 of the 6 films, Quantumania bombed huge. Indy 5 bombed huge. Little Mermaid bombed huge. And any other Disney film has bombed huge. And the fact that is the Tom Cruise movie coming up is going to be a massive,
It's going to be
successful
It's
movie.
going to be a billion-dollar movie.
Yeah, and that's what you're discounting me on this. Dude, I don't know what's going on with Disney right now.
People lost faith in Disney, period.
Yeah,
and what I'm saying right now is they're spending too much money on these films.
That's not the same as they don't have
Alex, they showed up for
like
Tom
a
Cruise.
long-lasting
Period.
franchise.
People love Tom Cruise. He's
Yeah,
one of the last
Top Gun
movie stars.
Maverick made like 1.2 billion.
They were doing
dollars,
filming
bro.
for the new Top Gun, or not Top Gun, the new Tom Cruise Formula movie at Silverstone this weekend. Like they have a team. They gave them their own garage. Like it's actually being filmed on site during race weekends, so that it will be like the most realistic
Yeah, Alex,
racing
you can
movie
shut
ever
up
made.
because
I'm
I
so
didn't get
excited.
to finish my argument.
Shut up.
Yeah, and
My stream. Also, it posts with the old CPU, so I just have to update my BIOS.
Before I destroy him. Let's let Serrano finish.
Whatever. I'm adding another pronoun to my bio. Fuck off. Go ahead, everyone that was talking.
Yeah, no, like Tom Cruise
I love
straight up
you all.
sells
You guys
tickets.
are a bunch of assholes.
If Tom Cruise has like something that if he's
does
in
have
something that looks
something.
okayish, everybody's gonna go watch it. Tom
Because
Cruise
he
is the guy who
cares
sells stuff.
about cinema.
Yeah, like he's been making good
because
movies.
people are tired of this
people
bullshit.
People didn't have the level of nostalgia for Top Gun as they did even Indiana Jones.
They didn't have,
Top
no,
Gun
they
Maverick.
did not. Absolutely not. Like Top Gun is not like a franchise.
People want to see
Exactly. That's
cinema.
Top Gun's not a franchise.
That's
but
why
Top
we're gonna
Gun
go see
2
it.
Came out and made over $1 billion.
Yeah, it made billion because Tom Cruise is in it.
The pronoun people did not go see his film.
Dollars because word of mouth. It made. It made
Oh yeah,
over
I mean, yeah, that's
$1
a big
billion
thing
because
because
of word
there's
of
a
mouth.
lot of word of mouth around the fact that Tom Cruise is making good movies. He's been making good movies forever.
Exactly. So
he's the last
argument
movie
there's-
star.
The argument there's no like strong fan base for Indiana Jones like
No,
there's
there
Star
is
Wars.
not,
That's
no.
why it's failing. That doesn't make sense.
No, there
I
is
would
not
ar-
anymore.
I would argue the
It's
fact.
so much
Let me
older
bring
than
up
Star
this
Wars fan base 'cause
argument.
They didn't
here.
get to renew their fan base
But
with younger
Top
people.
Gun is older. Top Gun is older than Indiana Jones.
Yeah.
So
I
by
would
your
argue
logic-
this.
These
that
are
Top Gun was
How are you not
never
listening
that
to me?
big.
This is what I'm saying is the fact people are going for Tom Cruise. People are going
Exactly.
to the movie
That was
with
not the
Tom
case.
Cruise in it for
Top
Tom
Gun is the
Cruise.
first- Top Gun is the first Tom Cruise movie to
I know
bring
that he's yeah.
back. People
When's the
weren't
last-
going for
When's the last Tom Cruise movie that came
Leon,
out
I would
before
argue the
Top
fact
Gun Maverick? How many years before?
Exactly.
How many years
Exactly.
between the last Tom Cruise movie and Maverick?
But people didn't go because
No,
of Tom
what? How
Cruise.
many
They
years?
went exactly.
Tell me
for
how
Tom
many
Cruise.
years?
Are you talking about between Mission Impossible 6
Yes,
and
Mission Impossible
They
6
went
and
exactly
Tom
for
Gun
Tom
Maverick.
about
How
I
many
think,
years?
I think it's 4 years.
Like 4 years.
Exactly for Tom
Oh boy!
Cruise.
Oh wow! Maybe that's what I was talking about.
But people
Yeah,
weren't going
I'm
for
for
Tom
you, bro.
Cruise.
Exactly for
People
Tom
weren't
Cruise.
That
going
That's
is
for
why
my
they
Tom
went. They
connection.
won't-
It's not between
Exactly
the
for
fucking
Tom
old Top
Cruise.
Gun movie that I've never watched that nobody now is alive for. I'm talking about the one that
Exactly
the movie
for Tom
star that is
Cruise,
carried
bro.
over from the original Top Gun 30 years ago and has been making good movies this whole time.
But by that, but Harrison. Okay, so Harrison Ford. By that
Harrison
logic,
Ford
was the
Harrison
same
Ford
thing.
was never
Harrison,
that
No.
big.
Harrison Ford was,
He was
in
never
7
that
of the
big.
top 20 grossing films of all time. 7 of
Yeah.
the top 20. He is literally
What has he
was
been
the
doing
biggest
recently?
movie star in the
Arnold
world. For like
Schwarzenegger
3
is a lot
decades.
bigger than
Yeah.
him. Like Harrison Ford's a bad comparison. He's a bad
Well,
comparison.
no. If we're looking at numbers, it's a great
Arnold
comparison. Harrison Ford
Schwarzenegger,
was in
look
Harrison
at
Ford
his
was a
numbers
huge movie.
compared
grossing films
to
of all
Harrison
time.
Ford. Look at his
Yeah, Harrison
numbers.
Ford's been a huge movie star. What has he been in recently? What has he been in?
Yeah,
that people
he's
have
not
been
as good
really
as
talking about?
Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Star Wars, Blade Runner, Star Wars.
He hasn't been in
That's
good
so much-
things, but
No,
Arnold Schwarzenegger
Harrison Ford's been in
better.
so many literally high-grossing films. Air
Hey,
Force
did you
No,
just
One,
look
what
at
regardless.
recently?
Hold
I am
on.
fucking talking
Arnold
recently.
Schwarzenegger
This
is better.
But if
This
we're
is
talking
everything.
recently,
This
we were
matters
talking
a
recently,
lot.
Mission Impossible 6 and 5 didn't do anything out of the ordinary monetarily. So
Leo,
Tom Cruise
didn't
wasn't
number
the
6
draw.
was pretty good.
Yeah, but they weren't
Like,
polarized
Mission
as
Impossible
Force
5 and 6
Awakens
didn't come
and The
close.
Last Jedi. Last
Yeah,
Jedi
Mission
was
Impossible 5 and 6 didn't come
horrible.
close to
If you
MCU
just
numbers.
look
Last
at
Jedi
the
was
IMDb and
horrible.
Go back the last 8 years if you like the
Last
movie,
Jedi was
boom,
horrible.
point proven.
Yeah, Last Jedi was
Sorry,
horrible. My point
Blaine's
is that
like,
Mission
oh my
Impossible
gosh, we're
5
all
and 6,
complaining about
yeah,
movies.
they made money, but they weren't making like
Mission
MCU
Impossible
money.
6 made 800 million on probably
Yes.
about 300 something million.
Mission Impossible is on the rise.
Yeah, Mission Impossible made a lot of money.
Yeah,
Fucking
I'm
Star
not
Wars?
saying it didn't make a lot of money.
Yeah,
I'm
it
saying
made
that when
fucking
Mission
$2
Impossible
billion,
6 came out,
but like if you look at the downward slope, Star Wars, and then you look at the viewership as far as
Wait, why is Tim
Streaming
talking about
services?
Star Wars? I thought we were talking
I'm
about
curious about
why.
that too.
He's talking
no,
about Harrison
we're
Ford.
talking about overall. Like we'll bring it back, but the overall argument about this is Star Wars is sucking right now as far as overall.
That's what I talked about
viewership.
earlier, Whoopa. The fact is,
hold on,
Crystal
hold on.
Skull,
Who
when it
said-
came out,
someone
did
in the
not
chat said
renew
it's been
any new
26
fans.
years since the first Top Gun. That's not accurate? It came out in '86. So
I was gonna say it has to have been
that's
longer.
way more than 26 years.
No, as far as viewership, Star Wars is sucking. The Mandalorian's viewership.
Right,
Season
well, hold
2
on.
peaked,
Leave
but
Star Wars
then
out of the
It
equation.
was
Star
half
Wars
the
doesn't
viewership.
matter.
It went half. No, I'm not gonna stop. It was half the viewership of season 2. Half. That is a huge problem. They laid off a lot of people from the parks. You can't deny that.
Yeah,
They
Star Wars
laid-
I mean, Disney in
they
general has
laid-
been bad in
they laid-
everything.
Yeah,
They laid
that's what
a lot of
it's-
people.
Yeah.
Disney has been bad.
from-
People.
And
That's
this-
what I'm saying.
yeah,
All I'm
that's
saying
why
is it
di-
doesn't
that's
have to
why-
do with
That's
Indiana
why
Jones not having
Indiana
a fan
deny
Jones
this
didn't even
stuff.
make back its
You-
money. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, you can't deny this
Yeah, but
stuff.
it has
Like,
nothing
you're
to do
like,
with
oh,
Indiana
these
Jones not having a
films.
fan base
I
because
think it straight up does have less fan base because the Star Wars movies were still
Kranos,
breaking
you
in
know.
some.
well, yeah,
because
Indiana
fan base
Jones has
didn't
less
die
of a
yet.
fan
You
base than
can't
Star
deny
Wars.
the
That's
fact
because the
that,
only
like,
thing that has as big of a fan
these
base as
parks are
Star
going
Wars is
out
like
of
what
business.
Harry Potter, 007. Like very, very few things have the fan base Star Wars has. That's not really a
Dude,
fair
yeah.
comparison.
That's true,
Well,
but I mean,
Harry
Indy did have
Potter-
a massive fan base back when it was originally coming out because it was like right next to Star Wars. It wasn't as big as Star Wars, of course, but it was right up there with Star Wars. Really great franchises. Everybody wanted to see those movies.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It might have been, like, it
only
obviously
argument
never
is
would
I
have been a
think you're
Marvel, but-
underestimating the Indiana Jones fan base is what I'm getting at because like
we're
Indiana
not
Jones has a
under-
massive
I
fan
think
base.
I'm giving
People
it
aren't
the-
going because to
We're
them
not
Indiana
though.
Jones
No
is
one
done.
showed up, bro. No one showed up. No one showed up.
And-
Because we see this with we can just point right to
They
Jurassic
spent
World.
$500
We can-
million.
another franchise
bro.
out there. Jurassic Park, even if the third movie sucked, people still liked it well enough in terms of like people going to see it. Like, I'll go see the new one. And then when Jurassic World is getting hype again, they're putting it out there. The new ones
$2
got a lot of
billion.
views at the start, and then they fell off a little bit, but China did
Because
pretty
they
good to
saw
bolster
how
numbers.
much trash it was.
Yeah, it's like the thing.
And
This
as
is
they made
all
more
this is all a
movies, it's
Disney
starting
thing.
to
It's
fall
not a, it's
back
not a fan
because-
base thing. It's a Disney thing.
Well, yeah, it's a
Yeah,
big Disney
like
thing
the
'cause they've
first
killed
one
off
was
all of
fair
their
enough.
stuff. That kind of impacts them a lot because it's
Right.
all tied in with Disney.
And
Yeah, we're all people that
that's
love
not the only
this
point I'm trying to
project,
make is
but-
that Disney, the fact that it's a Disney project means so much more to its failure than the fact that it's an Indiana Jones project.
Yeah,
I think
they
if the
trying
last
to make
Indiana
it a
Jones movie
corporate
did
thing.
do poorly, they probably will still would have gotten decent sales, even if they wouldn't have gotten as much as they should have. If the last Indiana Jones movie was actually good, they would have gotten people that.
It was, by the way. I rewatched it 4 nights ago, and there's only like 2 like really dumb scenes. Other than that, it holds
It
like.
didn't have good lasting perception, though.
Yes, I agree.
Yeah.
It's just, we've
I
spent
would
years
say
clowning
that's,
on
like, pretty
Crystal
sim-
Skull, but I think
I'd
a
say
lot
it's
of
pretty
people should
similar
go back
for
and rewatch it.
the third Jurassic Park movie, but they were
See,
able to
the
parlay
third
that
Jurassic
way
Park
better.
movie was
Well,
marketed the third Jurassic Park movie was marketed very well. They made it clear this is going to be your last chance to see the 3 original heroes together again. You didn't
I'm
even
more
get that
thinking
from
of the
Star
I would
Wars.
connection between
argue-
3 and World is the fact that they're
I
able
would,
to,
yeah,
they're
I
able
would
to get
argue
the people back in the seats for that pretty well. I think maybe it's because they were more pitching to the original Jurassic Park, which everybody loved from that era. Everybody loved that one.
I would argue the fact that like it's a different animal. Like Indiana Jones is
That's pretty base,
based
Fupa.
on one character. Based on one character. When you talk about like Jurassic World Park,
That's true.
it's based on a little bit.
It's based on
ensemble
literally
cast,
dinosaurs.
So
It's literally dinosaurs
yeah,
as
well,
a concept.
No. It's based on.
I want to address IJP Mexican real quick.
Wait. Let me
IJP
finish
Mexican.
my argument.
When I say
I'll let
it's
you
good.
finish. Hold on.
Okay.
I'll finish. I'll let you go. But it's based on the T-Rex, right? Which is like the
dinosaurs.
finisher of every
Like
Jurassic
we want to
Park,
see big dinosaur.
right? Yeah, but I want to hear what you got to say. But let me finish what I got to say. So it's based on the T-Rex, right? I love dinosaurs. When I grew up, I wanted to be a dinosaur collector. I did. It inspired me to be these things, right? But I know as we
archaeologist
evolve
or a
later
dinosaur
on, and we
collector,
move
like
on to
Ash
things,
Ketchum? No, he wanted to become a
Paleontologist, I think would be the
dinosaur.
correct word.
yeah. But anyways, so I don't count Jurassic Park 2 and 3. Whatever. We're gonna speak objectively here in Jurassic World, but it just like kind of one of those things that inspired me to question why, right? Why this? Why that? So I want to hear your thoughts on why you hate this and that.
Which one? Wait, hate what?
So all right. So obviously we skip past 2 and 3 because I don't really like them. Jurassic
Are you talking
World,
about why I hate the new ones?
Yeah. Jurassic Park, I think it's a masterpiece with Spielberg.
Are you looking
but,
for a
like,
more
as far as,
sophisticated answer than because they sucked?
And the new
No,
Jurassic
Jurassic-
World, the new Jurassic World was really boring.
Yeah,
they had some
the
interesting interesting dinosaurs, but the actual story was very boring.
No, I'm still.
I love the original Jurassic Park, yeah, but the world.
Who doesn't?
Jurassic
I was,
World.
I was just asking.
Yeah, I was gonna say, did you have anything else you want to
like
know?
any complex answer? I was just like asking.
Yeah, I was like, I don't know what you're, I don't know what you're interested in there, though. I was just like, that's my opinion on it.
I just wanted to get your answer.
Real
That's
quick,
it. That was
computer
it.
update. The BIOS needs to be updated in order to handle the new 5800X card.
Yeah.
So we're currently flashing the
Yeah,
BIOS to
Blaine's
see if
checking
that
his
makes
hard
it
drive
actually
again.
function. So we're
Nice.
we're moving
Baby
forward.
steps, Blaine. Baby steps.
Nice. That's the one.
Blaine's actually married to his.
But real quick,
computer.
so IJP Mexican, because I want to address what you said.
Yeah,
When I said
fair.
Indiana Jones: The Crystal Skull was good, what I meant was like, so the original trilogy, Indiana, which is my favorite trilogy of all time, by the way. The Indiana Jones trilogy is my single favorite film trilogy ever made. So when those movies are all A+ movies, like best of the best,
We
Crystal
suck
Skull,
ass, by the way.
even though Crystal Skull is like a C, it looks like an F. When all your movies are perfect A's, then
No,
a
I'd say that's
sequel's a
fair,
C.
yeah.
It
Oh, yeah, I'd
looks-
say
but
that's
really,
totally
when you
fair.
go back and rewatch it, it's not the F everyone's been claiming for the last decade.
No,
now.
I
That's what
agree
was
with
trying
that
to say.
perception. I'd probably call it
If
mid.
you move past the second film, they're pretty much pointless. Like the Nazis would have exploded on themselves. Like, so like.
Wait, what do you mean? Because the second film is a prequel. It takes place a year before.
Are you
Raiders of the
you're
Lost
talking
Ark.
about the third one and the fact that they would have killed themselves anyway.
Yeah,
right?
it's pretty much pointless. So that's why, like the
It
crack
doesn't
on, like,
bother
the
me at
Indiana
all, no.
Jones stuff. It just like so stupid.
Well, no,
I
but-
disagree with that. No, I
Yeah,
don't think that's an issue.
that's not the
Things
point of
that-
Indiana Jones, though. The
that
point of Indiana
people
Jones
predicate
is the
fact
adventure
that
and the
these films
character.
are so impervious. I just don't. I don't hate Harrison Ford. I think he's good in the role, but the fact that these films are in this demeanor that they're impervious to like criticism, I think that's an issue.
But Indiana Jones
Like-
1 and 3, I would say, are two of the single most perfect films ever made.
Yeah, 1
Like,
and 2.
no, 1 and 3.
Oh, God,
2 is
sorry,
actually the weak
sorry,
link.
sorry.
But
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
But
kind
what
of
I'm
weird.
saying, like, the films cannot be
I think most people
impervious.
agree.
Like, even films like Inception or The Dark Knight
I have more
impervious
criticisms of
on
those films than I have of
criticisms
Indiana Jones
or
1 and 3.
whatever. So, sorry, I'm cracking down on it, but like, if you're gonna criticize the films I like, but I'm gonna criticize the films you
No,
like.
no. Criticizing
So,
stuff you love is incredibly important. I'll criticize. I'll criticize.
So we gotta have
someone's
like
worth
a
it, but-
consistency on cracking down on things.
But I'm curious.
that are
I want to know what your because if the
There's a lot to
criticism,
hate
if
on
the
Crystal
criticism
Skull,
is the
yeah.
Nazis would have lost anyway, my answer to that would be that's not the point of the
What if
story.
the Nazis were right? Just kidding.
Do not clip that. Okay.
Just joking.
I think we should.
Just
I think we
joking.
should kick Tim off.
Get Tim canceled.
Well, you want to? You want? Okay.
Ash
Actually,
Campbell's
let's bring him a
canceled.
video here. Let's put a sidebar up. Bring him a video.
I'm joking. I'm joking.
Yay, reaction stream time.
Everybody.
It's a
Whatever.
good thing you
Days
look so Jewish,
started
Tim.
so well. Begin my night, not expecting the fright of my life.
Also, don't
She
remember
was
copyright.
perfect from what I could tell. How could I not see the danger right in front of me?
My favorite food is fish.
Baby, that's my favorite too.
I love cartoon dogs.
Baby, I love Scooby-Doo. Hey girl, what's your favorite film? She said the best movie of all, a masterpiece of art called
Human centipede, human centipede.
Oh God.
Lane, you actually.
This is mine.
Oh my god.
Design was a
Weird.
highlight. I like it for the
You want weird
Is this
animation?
every anime? No, no. I just said something. I didn't read this.
Please God save me. I think that's a red flag. I don't want
Weird,
to get
man.
stabbed. I think, holy shit, I'm gonna be the main course.
Hopefully, I don't mean like a redhead like that.
Yeah, they're all
I
like
tried
that.
to
so
get
it's
the
hard
waiter's
to.
attention by
Is all
blinking
the
in Morse
redheads like
code.
that?
Yes.
Oh my gosh,
I've
should I
got
take the red
something
off
in
my
my
hat?
eye.
Here, let me get it out.
What?
No, thank you.
Oh my God,
I don't want to
this is
die.
catchy.
Bonjour.
Right now.
Sir was blinking at me. Is this because your date is a freak?
This is overly long.
No. Very good then.
said.
Bon appetit.
Stop hiding behind your silly made-up red
Is this your
flag.
wife,
Do
Wayne?
not take a
I don't
chance
know.
on the best relationship you never had.
Maybe you're right, and I'm looking for excuses. My heart's got bruises, but I'm ready to choose this life. One day we'll get married and be husband and wife, with a tasteful ceremony and the wedding of our dreams.
Only if the wedding's
Tell me what the thing's gonna be.
human centipede, human centipede.
We could save on the catering bill.
Human centipede, only one mouth to feed.
If you are the best man, you know the deal. Pucker up. I can finally open myself up to love.
Yeah, it is a little bit long. I forgot the end.
I hope you're okay, brother. I got your back. You never need to talk. But got your back.
I've never seen a band try so hard to be Ninja Sex Party in my life.
Why is
That's
Sweet
very
Jesus
weird,
rewatching
dude.
this?
You said you want something weird.
Ranos.
What part
Blaine,
of
if
you guys talking about? God dang,
Oh,
Top
no, it's a
Gun
side- that's a-
versus other
Blaine,
bullshit
unrelated.
ass thing
If
that makes
you
you be like,
ever
oh, I
needed
know.
anyone-
Let's just pause
I've been
for a
waiting
music
on
video
this.
about
Wait,
Human
wait, wait.
Centipede Girlfriend.
Wait, hold on.
How is
Yeah.
this where you go for any reason of
I
any
had,
kind?
I had this ready before the stream started.
It didn't add.
Blaine, if you
It didn't
Why?
modify.
Anyone
We didn't
talk to you, dude.
clarify anyone's
They-
points on anything. All we did is sit here and go, wait, what does this have to do with
I wanted to show
anything
it to
else we're
Blake,
talking
'cause
about?
I wanted
This
to go.
is so bizarre,
Yeah,
Blaine.
I wanted to see it.
I'm gonna take it you lashing out as your therapist. What the dude?
lousy
if
movie,
you
too.
need help,
Yeah.
I'll be there for you, brother. I love you.
What a terrible ending.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now that it's
whatever.
ended, I'm
That
gonna go end
tragedy.
myself now too.
Yeah.
Meaning
if
that
you
I'm
need
gonna-
me,
I'm
man,
heading out.
I'll be there for you. I love you.
All right,
3000.
Pop,
You
what
could
do
have
you-
stopped that
what are
when
you
you
playing
wanted,
tomorrow?
Blaine.
Is it
The
still-
control is in your court.
Still some Mario Superstar Saga,
What is going on, dude?
the
I don't
morning.
even know.
and
All
then
right, we got
Sunday.
Pop Culture Mechanics signing off. He doing the Mario Super
What the
whatever
hell?
saga
We're talking.
tomorrow. The fun
Super
game with
Saga.
Mario jumping, but
And
it's
then
like
join
an
me on
RPG.
Sunday.
It's very fun.
Join me on Sunday for beach anime episodes. You like beach? You like anime? You like
Uh-oh.
beach episodes?
Hell
I'm
yeah!
bringing
Blaine
him.
is like
You
a
gonna-
bruise on
Can
his
you give us-
arm.
Can you give your boy a spoiler? Are you going to cover the Kenichi, the mightiest disciple beach
Blaine looks
episode?
like his
Oh, I
bruise
haven't
on
heard
his
of that one,
arm
but I
or
am
his
going to write
hip.
it down
What's
because you
going on?
suggested it.
Ooh, yeah.
Been getting
That's
those
Kenichi,
hips.
the mightiest.
I know he's
disciple.
gonna remember what Tim said after that.
What? Okay, Blaine. Why am I so negative, man? I was just looking after you, my man.
All right, I got that.
Negative about what? I don't have a bruise. I tan weird. I guess I don't know. Where?
You tan or whatever.
Where's the
area of
bruise?
perpetual rain? How do you tan at all?
Like, are you talking about the shadow
was
right
trying to
there of
look
the
after
microphone that disappears when I move?
Oh, blinding.
Yeah.
I was trying to look after you, Blaine.
No, I'm just
I was trying
white
to
as
take
hell,
care
man.
of you, man. But you're just trying to. You're like a black Backstreet Boy now.
You're like a
Going
black
there.
Backstreet
Bye,
Boy.
bye, bye.
Hey,
bye, bye.
how
guys.
many of us have had someone drop the soft A on them on stream? Yeah,
Literally no one.
All the
I
time.
have.
I'll do it
Blaine
myself on
did.
stream.
I wasn't here for it, unfortunately. It kind of sucks.
I stream with a lot of black dudes, so I hear it quite frequently.
Is that your Saturday show?
Yeah.
Like your Saturday show.
It is. I keep hearing about this Saturday show, but I never catch it because I'm always
Saturday
busy.
show, is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
show.
Saturday Night Hypnosis is
Blaine is
it's
saying
the
Saturday
most
show.
like we go out of our way to see how fast we can get demonetized, and the only time we didn't get demonetized in the first 5 minutes, it took almost the full 3 hours, was when I dressed in drag and pretended I was trans for an entire stream. We think we were protected by YouTube for that.
Hey, Blaine,
It's
you know
funny as
who
hell.
Lee Hardcastle is, right?
What?
Do you know who Lee Hardcastle is?
No.
Oh, that's good. Yeah.
Is it another wacky music video you're gonna show me?
Oh no, this is just really good animation.
Hey, what are you all
It's
doing
gory.
at, like, 10
That's the
PM
only thing that's like out of
ET tomorrow
toward
night?
about it.
10 p.m. ET. I am probably going to be at a Japan convention thing and or picking up my car because it's finally done being tuned. We had to go up to 100 octane and that worked perfect.
Oh, never mind then.
10 p.m. ET
yeah.
on what day?
Tomorrow night. I was trying to do a broadcast tomorrow. If not,
10
we'll do
p.m.
one when-
ET is actually when the
No
stream
more
I'm on
music
tomorrow night
videos,
ends.
no.
So
I didn't have anything else
Yeah,
too crazy to
add
share, so I
me
just
on,
I brought that one up.
Add me on Discord, but I want to do official show Wednesday at 9 p.m. T, and then I know my man Blaine does shows at 10 p.m. Maybe we can like do a show that leads into his show.
Yeah, I can do
so
that usually. I've done
yeah,
that a few
my,
times.
My Friday is actually my Wednesday. I have to pop out occasionally to actually do my job. But I get off at
No, yeah, I work I get off at 3:30 or 4 p.m. I know I'm Batman, but I'm night owl. But like, yeah, I like your thoughts, and I want to check. Send your link to me. I want to check out your channel because we have a lot of.
you and I have a lot in common. That's why I can't wait to have you on my show. So yeah, you and Serrano's both I think will be fantastic because Blaine came on
this
last week I believe or the week before last, and minus some technical difficulties near the beginning, it was a fun show.
I basically always work during those hours, but I might actually not be working this week.
Yeah, I'm on Tim's Talk. I mean, during the week, I go live at 7 or 8 p.m. ET, but I
You
mostly
see, I know I'm subbed to Serrano's. I don't know if I'm subbed to you or not. Actually, let me check.
Yeah, I'm about to hit 3K, 1,000 subs. My short.
Yeah, shit. No, I'm not subscribed to you.
pretty
Yeah,
good.
all right. I just subbed. Sorry, I didn't realize I wasn't subbed. To you.
Yeah. Yeah. If you how's your schedule on 8 p.m. ET on Sunday? Maybe it'd be me and you talking about Star Wars.
That'd be
I think
fine.
that'd
So
be
I would
good.
so like I said, I technically working during that time, but I work from home. So there's any time I need to do my job, I just throw it like I was doing on this. Like, hey guys, 1 sec. I would mute my mic and I would do a quick work thing, and then I would just pop back. But
Yeah, we'd do like an
by the
hour
time
or an hour and a half.
I say eight your time is 9 for me. By that point, I've only got like 3 hours left. It's usually died down by then. So
That'd be dope. Yeah, that's what I'm looking for, people on there, because I'm looking at not going live anymore and doing pre-recorded videos, and having nicely written videos and asking questions. So it's more concise. But I don't want to like make it adjacent, because I know there's like a lot of opportunities for live content. So
yeah, and that's I love doing live, but I only do it every Monday to maybe every other Monday, just because I know that most of my stuff's pre-recorded, but my live show on Monday is a panel show, and I just bring on really anyone that's interested in talking to me, because it's we go just we do news articles through a political lens, like it could be about, and we usually cover about 4 to 5 articles.
Yeah, I'm the same way, man. I'm the same way. Like, I want to start cutting it like certain ways. So that's why I want to do it, like start filming thing off air, and then like then cutting it, and then like doing individual videos, because they tend to do well, right? Like when we start to talk about certain topics for like 10 minutes, right? They tend to do well, right?
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, no.
So we're both on the same page. Like, it's just like we're trying to capitalize on what's going on with the algorithm. So it's just like, yeah, I'll do live streams. I love doing that, but like if you cut things and give it a good thumbnail, they do well.
Yeah,
they do
yeah.
well.
No, I don't know. My performance on my channel lately has been at least by my standards, real awesome. Also, real quick, Dr. Asuro, I very much did use the F/bundle of sticks word by accident in a gaming live stream one time. Gaming brings that out of you, but it's the only time I've done that. But yeah, no, my videos have been doing pretty well by my standards. Like my videos, I normally do one a day. My ones, since I did 2 today, they didn't do super well. I think because the algorithm got confused. So I normally drop 1 a day. But other than that, like the one from yesterday, almost 1,000 views. The one from before that got like close to 2,500. Like I've been pretty happy with how my stuff's performing. So I also love doing live, because I like interacting with the chat. That's my favorite thing to do.
Yeah,
So-
yeah, your community, man. You got to be live with your community.
Exactly.
Yeah, and I like talking to Blaine. He's a good dude, but like,
You didn't have to say but
do
after that.
have
Damn.
I mean, yeah.
But he has a nice ass. That's what I was gonna say.
Yeah, that's
just
fair.
kidding. Whatever, Blaine. Whatever. Don't bend over.
No, see, there
for
it
me.
is. Yeah.
I was surprised
Oh,
how
look at Blaine,
well
look
my
at Blaine, asshole.
spring
Blaine.
23 anime video did.
Whatever.
I was
Blaine
expecting like
was
30 views.
secretly talking over Serranos. Like that was never Blaine. That was Serranos. Whatever. Like Blaine secretly had 3 cameras, and I knew it. Asshole.
Oh yeah, I got a classic video that Michael's gonna like here.
Oh yeah, throw up.
Blaine, you know I'm here, homie G, right?
Oh yeah, that's why I keep letting you in.
Yeah. Why do you like me, man?
Why do I like you?
Yeah, the
'Cause you just-
IJP
you
Mexican
have this
being able to
amazing
edit out
ability to
gamer words
keep
is great.
talking,
Yes,
and
since most of
it's
my
always
videos
interesting and
IJP are
fascinating.
unscripted, I do have like I'll go on these rants and tangents and realize shit. I shouldn't have said that.
No,
one
I
or
feel
two
bad
words.
when I say too much, but I like
you loving on
Blaine
Willie?
because he's just like,
Okay.
he's just a good dude. You can tell.
I feel
I
I'm
like
pretty
Blaine
able
because
to
he's the only person that can
pay
pull off that
attention to what I
hipster
wanna say.
hair/glasses combo without looking like a douche. He still looks humble,
'cause
and I
you
appreciate that.
You can
about him.
tell that his forehead's like.
He's just
too
very
big.
tired about pulling this fan in and out repeatedly and it not working.
Yeah, let me get so no, we're actively working now, okay? I'm about to swap
Blaine
the
literally told
CPU
me
to the
that he
new
doesn't- he only
CPU,
likes
but
me
yeah,
because
every
I'm
time I pull it out, I'm like,
Shark
I hate the
He's-
fact this fan is
yeah.
so big.
Right, yeah, you're just very tired. Yeah,
Blaine,
I'll
I
put up
wanna
this
hear
screen.
why
I want
you
to show
like
off this
me.
stuff, this video.
Blaine only likes me because I'm fat. Just kidding.
No, it's definitely.
All of you.
Yeah.
Blaine.
You're in better shape than I am, Tim. Jesus.
Tim, I do have to ask though, during your own shows, do you actually stay in camera? Because this whole show, you've been just kind of like.
I can neither confirm nor deny.
Just like he's only
No, Blaine's a
cam
good-
confirm.
Fuck off, Blaine. Blaine has
Why
like
do you
two-
confuse us? Why do we have the same voice?
No, I'm gonna criticize Blaine because he has two cameras. He is the pumpkin man and the guy in the corner.
True.
The Pumpkin Man. What are you talking about?
That is a jack-o'-lantern, you racist fuck.
I have to go grab another tissue to wipe off. I used
What-
too much of
yeah,
the.
whatever,
Sploosh.
Blaine. What I see you. I see you, Blaine.
Marshmallow.
Yeah, that's right.
Blaine doesn't
run
want
away.
to share this. He's afraid of it. He's
Blaine
afraid
doesn't
after
wanna
what happened
share
last time.
anything.
Scared.
Yeah, Blaine lives matter.
You're winning.
Whatever. You know what? I'm gonna do Blaine things.
I've also
I gotta
never
go
seen
pee.
Blaine's thighs until tonight.
I'm a
just
real
saying.
human being,
Tonight.
Blaine. I gotta go pee too.
Oh,
I was
thank
doing-
God,
I was
because
doing my
really do.
quads
I've been drinking
today.
this. I'm like, I gotta break the
I
seal.
pee too,
I
Blaine.
was throwing
I pee
125
too.
pounds up on the
I pee
forward
too.
leg lift.
I feel like that was you got set off. Sleeper agent just woke up.
What the fuck? They both left.
I got a great video. Michael wants to see this.
Yeah, is it gonna cause more guests to freak out and start like
No.
chatting all weird?
Yeah.
No.
I think your
It's gonna be
videos
the big board, I'll
activated them.
Pasta, I can tell.
They didn't even see this one. Everybody's gonna love this one
Mostly me.
How can I trust you?
because it's 15 seconds long. How bad could it be?
Yeah, how much awful can I get in 15 seconds? We'll find out.
It's aired on TV.
Airplane.
That's not
Eric,
helpful.
I'm
What?
back.
All right,
False
I'm
news,
back.
Blaine.
Had that nice.
What is
You
going
guys
on?
came at the same
I
time.
never left.
Do we?
I never left, Blaine.
Our streams were in sync there.
What is going on, Blaine? I never
The
left.
drums of war are beating. No man can be trusted. What happened to Dorcas? I put poison in his mutton.
Build an army. Trust nobody. Fire Emblem. Only on Game Boy Advance. Rated every.
That's the original Fire Emblem trailer. That's the first taste of Fire Emblem people got in the West.
It was.
What happened to Dorcas?
Oh my gosh.
Oh, poison is mutton.
Wasn't technically the first taste people got from Fire Emblem in the U.S. Marth and Roy and
It was
Smash?
the week.
Well, yeah, but that's like the trailer, though. I'm pretty sure it's coming out pretty close. It wasn't that long after.
Blaine, you should have.
Yeah, did you know they weren't originally going to be in the Western release of the game? They threw them in there
Yeah.
on a whim. They were going to be Japanese only.
Yeah.
That's
What a
Blaine,
good decision
Blaine.
that was, because Marth is like fucking top
Blaine.
tier in Melee.
Imagine if that
Blaine,
version
can
just
you
didn't
cut
have
it?
him.
I can't. I cannot imagine a
I wa-
version of Melee without
Blaine,
Marth.
you need to cut it where I'm like hating on you, and you're like, "Oh, dude, this dude is toxic," and then I come back and was like, "Blaine,
Okay.
never mind."
I can do that.
What was that idea? Where are we going with that?
Remember, I would like we were literally going. I thought that was the role I was playing. I thought we were literally on that. I thought we were going for it. Never mind.
Alex, that was Serranos. If you're going to blame anyone, blame Serranos for that
Whatever,
one.
whatever, Blaine. We gave the part up. Darn it! I was going full character mode. Oh, darn
Oh, that
it.
was me. Of
Blaine
course it
has
was me.
screwed
Why
my
would I
character.
not have done that? Yeah.
Yeah, Blaine was.
Blaine didn't
100%
want
on
that. Blaine never wanted that. He didn't want any of this. But hey, it didn't have any.
Blaine
it didn't have
lies,
any
man.
more
I'm
in it.
sure he is questioning
How-
this entire
bad
podcast. He
was it?
started like the working on the computer has gotten to him. He's like, I don't know why I started this fucking show.
I feel bad. I said
please post.
Uh-oh. Blaine lives matter.
Oh, it's posting.
Is the fan going?
What is
Is
posting?
it Maloning?
Yes.
What did you post?
His computer.
Wait,
That's what he means when he
Screenshot
says
me.
that.
be like Tim is like trying to take over.
Please.
I wish Tim Pool will take
I don't
over.
know.
Hey, what's up? What's
I'd vote for him for president.
Yeah. I want Pumpkin Man in the corner. to
I'm
be
really
president.
missing the cheering from Michael for putting that up there. It was very brave of me to do that.
We've seen it on the show.
We want
What are you
Michael.
talking
This is
about?
Fire Emblem hating.
Pumpkin Matter. Lives matter.
Oh,
I didn't remember us doing it on the show before. I guess I could have easily forgotten though.
It can see the CPU. It asked me a question about it, and now it's doing something.
And you got the BIOS flashed correctly, right?
Yeah. It went all through. It's
Yeah.
like, yeah, I did it, and then it
Lives
restarted.
Matter.
Okay.
I'm gonna start it in the chat. Pumpkin Lives Matter.
I'm very
Do they though?
confused. What the fuck's happening?
They do. Avatar lives matter. Like, if you don't show your face,
Yeah, it's not even
that
sometimes I
should
forget
matter.
stuff.
That should matter more than human lives. And if you don't show your face, that should matter more because they're neglected. And
And
if you don't show
Tell
your
that
being
dude
face-
every
abused
YouTuber
right
that
now
doesn't show their
on
face is
stream.
getting a
that
billion
is
fucking
fucked
views.
up. They should matter more than you.
I agree with that.
I'm gonna push that no matter what. Like Avatar lives matter. ALM. I'm moving towards that. That's where I go. And I'm gonna dye my hair blue and I'm gonna orange and green because that's where I stand, and that's always where I'm gonna stand, and that's why I want to be a part of because
Are
I
you
want to
playing
be
the
a part
Doctor in
of
the background?
people that stand up and
Okay.
say something about it.
doing
CPU
it,
installed.
and
Everything works.
I don't want to just blend in.
Time to do
Is
the
it booting
graphics
into an
card
operating
now.
That's
system? Are
it.
you good?
What?
Is it booting into an operating system?
I mean Windows. Like I'm fully logged
Yes!
Oh,
in.
nice.
But next we update the graphics card.
What are we watching on Tim's TV?
Unfortunately, it's not Human Centipede.
True.
Wait.
Unfortunately, I'm just like trying to recognize on what the adaptation is gonna be. So it can be so
Michael's
progressive
talking,
and
but there
try to
is no
understand what's
audio.
going on.
Wait, what?
Or Michael.
Sometimes when you talk, it comes through Michael's channel because he doesn't have stuff set up great.
Because he doesn't have headphones.
No, it's because my
Oh,
talking thing is
gotcha.
delayed. It's literally just delayed.
I didn't want
It's not
salmon. I
talking
said
right
it
now
3
while I'm
times.
talking, but it does later.
Did you say you didn't want salmon? That's what I'm having for dinner tomorrow night.
I like salmon, but it's fash, so I can't like fash because it's women. That's what it smells
I
like.
thought you were gonna say
so I
fash.
can't- No, fatch.
If your
it's-
woman
it's a
smells
cool
like
term.
fish, you gotta do something about it. It's not normal.
Like find a new woman. Heyo.
Oh, Movie Bob gave Dial of Destiny an 8 out of 10.
Movie Bob's retarded.
Yeah, you have shit opinions.
I'll be right back. I gotta smoke another cig. I don't know. I think this is a pretty good conversation, though.
Same. I also think that about this conversation.
I too is having fun
Yeah,
with the
wait a
conversation.
second.
I actually only
Uh,
wanted to bring up Human Centipede because I was losing the argument. That's the actual reason.
I
Blaine,
knew it!
Wait a second. Let me ask you that, though.
That is
is that
literally
like
argument to surprise Human
Optimus Prime
Centipede.
on
That is
your-
brilliant.
Hold on.
Alex is right. I think this conversation is boring.
Well, now that
Hold on.
Tim's in
Is
it,
that
we can
So,
talk
so does
about
that mean
Prime
we
on
can finally
your
go over my rankings for my anime that we never got to cover?
Yeah.
No, we
Hold
Oh
on.
yeah.
Is
Before
that
we start with
Optimus
your
Prime?
stuff, I just want to say that the Undead Murder Farce is really good. Yeah.
No, I think we
Yeah,
need to talk
is that
about
yeah, you guys
Optimus
are talking. I
Prime
think
on your
actually
shirt?
from you and Anime Man's description, it did in fact sound
I was
good.
gonna say
I'll
it looked
start-
cool. So yeah,
Is it
This-
still
You
airing
guys
or
are
is
a
it
bunch
finished for the
of-
season?
I
it just
appreciate
no.
your
The
closet
first episode just
reloads.
started.
Oh, so cool. So I can catch up and watch it weekly then.
Yeah.
Awesome. What's it on? Is it because I refuse to use Funimation? So what's
I
the
don't give a
service
shit.
is on?
It's on this website called 9 Anime.
Oh, okay, cool. So gotcha. Well, I'm down with using. I usually used
I just use.
well,
Yeah.
the Watch Cartoon Online is what I would. But I can use 9 Anime.
I just
like it
yeah.
because it's German.
Yeah, I mean, I just take whoever stole it from Crunchyroll. Really, that's what I do.
Well, basically that was my question. As long as I'm not supporting Crunchyroll, I'm down.
Yeah, I basically do it. I mean, I'm a snob, as Lofty would say. I'm a huge snob. I like stuff that looks pretty, so I only download stuff that's 1080p.
Yeah, well, I just like I said, I refuse to give any sort of value to Crunchyroll or Funimation. So, but yeah, I'm happy to watch it the fun way.
It's working. Yeah, next I gotta update the graphics, and we'll see if that works too.
Yo, can you guys hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear
That
you.
is leaps and bounds better. Oh my
Now I
goodness.
can hear Mr. Bunger.
Yeah, I switched to the phone.
Alex Moore, the reason I will not support Crunchyroll is because they are fucking liars. They talk about how much money they use to support the industry in Japan, and they do not, in fact, support the industry in Japan, and their politics are shit.
You know what? I think you're a liar.
I mean, they pay him money for the licensing. That's what they do. That's their support. I mean, it's a normal business
We come
transaction.
out swinging, okay?
Don't use ad blocker. Enjoy all the porn ads. Never heard of 9 Anime by anybody know what that is.
Oh, Michael just died again. Never mind.
No, you can hear me. Shut up.
No, I can hear myself through.
Fuck,
That's what I
he's
can
a ghost.
actually
I
hear.
just heard a ghost.
Fine. I'll put in an earbud.
Alex,
Okay.
are you secretly Mother's basement? Oh, let me see. That's good.
There, are we good now? Are we good now?
Yes.
Yeah, you
Jump
sound
off a
great now.
bridge.
I don't even know how you could play your like Fire Emblem on your phone while still like being on here on that. On
What do you
your phone as
mean?
well.
It was on a laptop.
Oh, that's why you have it. The speakers on loud, so we could hear it while you're talking in here. That makes sense.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, we should ban Michael. I think
I think you should.
that's a California education right there. You're right.
I'm not banning 10% of my viewership.
Gemini can do it. He will. He'll ban 10% of your viewership.
Good thing I'm not in chat
He is
tonight.
the only other mod in the Discord.
Oh shit! Not the Discord.
I want
What
more
up,
people
what
to
up, what
find this
up?
channel. It's a fucking blast.
Your channel's
Especially
dope,
when I yell
Blaine.
at you.
It's okay. I've got plans for that. I'm gonna release the Evangelion
those
Manifesto, and
arms.
everyone
He's
will
been
show
working
up
out.
because everyone wants to watch those.
I'll post on Reddit, and then we can see their reaction to it.
Yeah, why aren't you just posting on live stream fails every day?
I don't
Yeah,
have the
but also
time
make
to
you popular.
clip,
Because
clip
for
stuff.
that, you'd have to fail, and unfortunately, you're too good at your fucking job.
That's a falsity, actually.
Blaine's
Live stream fail is literally just
been
clips.
swole.
I have been. Today was chest and
Blaine's been
thighs.
getting swole.
I do have the power. Power. Jamie played the Batman Discord mod video. All right.
So I have an argument against you, Leon.
Oh, lay it on me. Let's hear it.
Endgame is not trash. I heard you say that. I don't think it's trash. I think it was a perfect end.
It was a
Completely
fine
incorrect,
end,
it's
but the
bad.
movie overall is a garbage movie.
It's not a. It's not. Why is it like? Tell me.
Because
Well,
we
for
need to
one,
go back in time.
It does not. It does not adequately do enough with its characters. It is incredibly the time travel system that they use is incredibly boring and makes no goddamn sense in the concept of how you should do time travel movies. It's got an incredibly self-indulgent use of CGI. I mean, granted, all Marvels do, but Marvel movies do, but this one is absolutely no
I think
different.
it was like the best for its time. The CGI. You know.
That doesn't mean it's not indulgent.
Oh
I
no,
didn't say
they
it was
have
bad.
some.
I said
There is
indulgent.
definitely some issues with CGI. And the last battle
But
just
it-
looks so stupid.
Oh, it's sloppy. It's fun,
Well,
but
what do you
it's sloppy.
expect?
There's no characters I give a damn about. Like no one goes through it. The only character that has an emotional arc is
His
Ant-Man. and it's
RDJ,
resolved in,
man,
like,
his
5
death
minutes.
was freaking had stakes, and
I'd
he
say that's
actually
probably
died.
one of the best parts of the movie, and that's like
He,
one thing.
dude, I
Is
am
what, the
Iron
Ant-Man
Man.
stuff?
It was freaking incredible.
No, I'm talking
man.
about Robert Downey Jr.
Yeah.
and
Yeah,
Iron Man,
that's what I'm
yeah.
talking about. Like, it was incredible. I
But
am
it was also
Iron
beyond
Man.
predictable.
That's
So I felt, dude, when it happened,
Oh,
I
yeah,
felt
that's fine.
nothing.
I'm
I was
not,
like,
I
not
don't have an
beyond
issue with that actually. No.
dude, it was so bittersweet. And then I think the whole Marvel Cinematic Universe should have ended at that
I would
point.
say, what
agree.
kind of payoff would you want for Iron Man then? What would you actually want to have happen at the end of the story?
So I would have
Yeah,
preferred if
it, like,
Captain
he
America.
was the
Wait,
most
yes, me or
selfish
Tim. Sorry.
character.
Well, you, Leon.
Oh yeah, I would have
Yeah,
preferred if
sorry.
Captain America was the one to die, and then Iron Man decided to resign himself to a life of training the new heroes, but moving on and giving up the mantle himself.
That
I
makes sense. I guess. I
disagree
mean, that's
because
not. I don't see it as
I
that
feel
different.
like it should have just ended.
I do.
from
There is
there.
obviously a difference,
Like,
but I don't see it too different. I don't think it's like that much worse.
Why would
I
he
think
give up the
it
mantle?
ended perfectly.
Well, he's literally just
because
he's just a normal
Iron
dude. He's just
Man-
getting old.
Yeah,
Yeah, so
the
what-
reason
It's
he
the
gave up the
opposite of what they
mantle
do
is
with
the
Cap.
same reason he
Man.
gave up the mantle at the end of Endgame, because he now has a wife and kid, and he wants to be there and live life with them. He's too old
Yeah.
for the
Captain
Iron
America.
Man.
Because at the end of Endgame, Captain America
He
literally
gave up
got
his
old,
perfect
and that's why
life.
he stopped.
That's why it's so beautiful, man. He knew the fact that, like, when he steps back, and his wife, Gwyneth Paltrow, knew that Tony was going to have to give up his life. That's why it's such a perfect ending. He knew he was going to have to give up that perfect life, and that's
All
why
right,
it's so brilliant.
here's my question to you then, Tim, as a Star Wars fan. Did it work for you when Luke Skywalker gave up his life for effectively nothing?
No, that's not the same.
It's pretty much the same. Iron Man
Okay,
had
tell me
everything
why.
going
Tell
for
me
him,
why.
and,
Tell me
and
why.
having that character die when when you only see him on screen happy with a life
There
with a
is
wife
payoff
for
for
10
that
minutes,
because
they really want you to feel, oh, he's giving up everything. We've seen him with his wife and kid for 10 fucking minutes of screen time. There was no emotional impact there.
No,
But
no,
we got
no.
to see him.
That's- I disagree a little bit on that.
Leon, there's
there's
a
graphics.
difference because it's not character assassination.
I didn't say it was
Okay,
character
put it, Fire Emblem,
assassination.
Start streaming
Well,
it.
I wasn't, but it's starting.
He's working on his hard drive. It's white.
I'll say what my
Oh my
piece
gosh,
is on
racist.
that.
Just kidding.
Basically,
I'm
I
joking,
mean,
bro.
the idea is that somebody else would do the gauntlet, right? Like you
Look at
give
that
somebody
junk.
else
That's
to do
huge
it.
junk.
Yeah.
It's
The
booting.
thing is, he had it in that moment, and they wrote it so he would end up with it. And I don't
Right,
think it's
yeah,
out of
I don't
character
agree with
for
that
him to
writing
take that
decision, but yeah,
to
you're-
straight
yeah,
up
they did.
cure
Oh.
that because he had the opportunity to do so. He knew it would cost him his life, probably.
It's
but he
awake.
was willing to sacrifice himself because of what he wanted to do.
It's
I
a
feel
lie.
that's fair.
Yeah, it's
Flame?
character assassination with the Luke Skywalker and everybody else's character. As far as the Robert Downey Jr. character, it was a cohesive sense. It made sense in the story for him to die off. But like then after that, it was called Endgame.
Yeah, because I
And
don't
then
think
after
there's
that,
anything.
like we don't really feel anything after. That's why all these films after this
Well, it's because they're writing.
don't
with
feel
shit.
any stakes.
They're-
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's because the
It
writing
just
is
like
shit.
that should have been the end game, and
No,
we all
I
know
agree.
this.
I agree. It should have been I think the end of the movie and the beginning of the movie are fine.
We
However,
kill
there's
off-
an entire hour and a half in the middle that stretches out and is ultimately pointless, and
Hour and
therefore
a half
makes
more
it-
than that. More
Yeah,
than that.
they built in the
Yeah.
MCU that stupid at the
Honestly,
stupid
what
moment.
I really hate
Everyone in
about the Endgame
like
ending-
goth. The theater was goth that like they showed all the female characters somehow they end together and they
I don't
know.
even
Yeah,
mind.
yeah,
Like,
that's
yes,
stupid,
that's
right?
dumb.
I
That's
don't
cringe,
care
but I
about
don't even mind.
criticizing
Like,
that.
let's say the end game was a perfect movie, and then they did that. I'd be fine. Whatever. It's a dumb cringe thing, but the rest of the movie's good. I can.
I
move
would say
on.
I
But-
like specifically don't care about criticizing
Yeah,
that. It's just
so
stupid.
the end game was nice. It was nice. And like despite that fact that like Robert Downey Jr. had a nice ending. It was a nice ending to send it off, man. It was beautiful. I know we can cringe apart that Infinity War was probably one of the most
but you're
best
only-
films of all
Excuse me,
time. And
you're only focusing on the end.
Winter
a good
Soldier.
ending. A good ending does not make an overall movie good. Because I'll be honest, Dial of Destiny, the last 2 minutes of Dial of Destiny, I think is actually a good ending. I like the last 2 minutes of Dial of Destiny.
No,
that does
yeah,
not make the
fair
overall
enough on
film
that.
good.
Fair enough on that. I'm with you on that, but what I'm saying is, as far as like Infinity War and Endgame ended nicely. I'm not saying that's as good as an Infinity War.
Stop breathing,
right?
Michael.
Okay, Tim.
Sorry.
here- Tim, my
Now.
question to you:
Sorry.
when was the last time you watched Endgame?
I watched it probably about a year ago.
I watched it
and
once.
I rewatch it. But the thing is that we live in a sphere that people are really hyperbolic about this. You know, if you think
Hyperbolic
about
about
this
what?
stuff,
What is this? What's this nebulous this?
Everything.
everything. Yeah. So, look, I can understand people's thoughts about Indiana Jones. I'm with you on there. I'm with you on. I canceled my Disney Plus. Let me tell you that for Secret Wars. I don't like that. So don't discount me on this. Like I don't like the newest Marvel stuff,
Right.
but I'm with the whole notion that this was the perfect ending. I get the fact that you didn't like it.
No.
but I
Hold
think
on. That's
most
not
of-
what I said. That's not what I
most of
said.
people-
Hold on. If you're gonna
Hold on, let me
criticize my
finish,
views,
though.
get
Let
my
me
argument
finish.
right though. I'm not saying it was
Yeah,
a bad
yeah.
ending. I think there could have been a better ending, but I do like how Endgame ended. But I think the film as a whole
Okay, that's
does
fair.
not work as a cohesive film.
And honestly, look, to talk about the whole, I will just like we can
Well-
section off the
well,
ending and criticize the
okay.
ending quite a
Well,
bit.
Yeah, I think the
so
ending
let's
can
Can we
be
be
criticize
criticized,
the
but
middle
overall,
of
I
it
think
because
it's
I hated
acceptable.
everything between the ending and the first 5
Leon
minutes.
like has his good points, man. He has his good points, and I respect you on that. But to me, like, you know, I respect the fact that you didn't like the ending, but there's a lot of people that did like, fair enough, that did like the ending of Endgame.
Hold on,
But
but
after
I
that
just said. Hold on, I just said.
is-
I just said.
Hold-
I
hold
don't
on,
dislike
hold on,
the
hold
ending.
on.
I like the ending. I think the
Yeah.
ending could have been better,
Hold-
but I like the ending. So don't say that
Yeah,
I didn't
yeah.
like the ending. I think the ending works. I
Okay,
think it worked
so
better. I
my
think the
bad,
ending
my
works.
bad on
I
that.
don't like the 2 hours in the middle. The 2 hours in the middle don't justify a good beginning and a good ending.
Yeah, okay,
Agreed.
that's
Yeah,
fair enough.
completely.
But what I'm trying to say is that most people liked the ending of Endgame. A lot of people,
Okay.
a lot more people liked Infinity War. They did.
Yeah, Infinity War's good.
So, yeah. So, like, what I'm trying to say is that when this saga ended, that's when Marvel ended. And
I agree with that, but that's not what we're talking. What we're talking about
this is
we're
where we're
criticizing a
gonna
singular
like
film.
agree a lot. Hold on. This is where we're gonna agree on a lot, right? After this ended, that's when it went all downhill.
I mean, actually, I
That's it.
think it
That's
started
all I
going
gotta
downhill
say.
midway
That's all I
through
gotta
phase
say.
2. But yeah, I agree. That's when it officially died. But
I mean,
you know, I
that's
think
not what
that
we're
this
talking
film
about.
as a whole is not a good film. It is an acceptable ending, but it is not a good movie. And that is my point that I'm trying to make, is that the movie as a whole
Fair enough.
does
Fair
not work
enough.
as a
But
narrative.
like that's all I was saying. I was just trying to say my point. I'm not like trying to say your point is invalid.
No, and that's totally
it.
fine. Just, like, when we started the conversation,
Well, I don't
you-
think that's
you-
connected.
Yeah, exactly.
we're
'cause
just
you
trying
said
to have a
You said
conversation.
that I
That's
called
it.
in-game trash, which I did. And I was like, yeah, I did call in-game trash. But the reason I call in-game trash is not because of like what came after or Marvel dying. The reason I call in-game trash because I think that there's a 2-hour second act that does not work as a second act and is an absolute slog to get through that just doesn't justify the otherwise very serviceable ending.
Well, sure. I do think there's some fan service stuff. Obviously, I can point out some elements, but I think to me overall, like if we look at like I know me and you like The Dark Knight, right?
Yeah,
We
I
can
love
agree
it,
on
but I'll
that, The
also
Dark
criticize
Knight.
that. I think that
Okay,
Dark Knight
all right.
goes on way too long. I feel like the last half hour of the movie should have been
and
cut.
then all right, so let's agree on The Dark Knight Rises. That
movie is trash.
Ended good, but that had problematic.
Yeah, no, that's a very good.
right?
I will say the Dark Knight Rises ended well, but that overall movie is a trash movie. That's how.
Yeah,
That's
but
exactly how
I would
feel
say
about
this
Endgame.
ended a little bit better, in my opinion. Right? In my opinion,
Endgame ended
You
better than
could-
Dark Knight. I didn't watch
Yeah,
Dark Knight, so I can't even
I
comment.
would say that.
I
Right? I would say
think-
that though.
I sort of. I
Because the
think there's
power
a caveat
like,
to
look
that.
at,
There-
like,
there's an
Bane, the
asterisk there.
passage
The
of
reason
time, right?
Endgame ends better than Dark Knight is because Endgame is the literal ending of a culmination of 10 years and like 15 movies, whereas Dark Knight Rises is
Yeah,
the
yeah.
end of just 3 movies in a pretty good franchise.
Yeah,
So-
because there's more consistency. Like there's characters that we care about, right?
So, well, no, I mean,
Right?
yeah,
There's-
that's what I'm saying. Is the reason the ending is better is because there's more emotional satisfaction because it has more it literally has more moving parts, and so when all those moving parts fit together for a good ending, it's gonna resonate more than something that also has a good ending but isn't near as complex.
Yeah. Like the thing is, let me bring it back up. Like the Dark Knight stuff, right? The Dark Knight is probably revocated or like this pronounced thing as being one of the best films of all time. I heard you disagree on that, but like when we bring
I
up
think
the
it's
Dark Knight
definitely one of the
Rises-
best superhero films of all time. If I was going to make a list of like the top 20 greatest films ever made, I don't think it would make the cut. In fact, I think it might. There's only 3 superhero films I think could possibly make that cut. Dark Knight is one of them, but it would be between Dark Knight, Logan, and Spider-Man 2. Those are the only 3 superhero films.
Logan's probably up there.
Those are the only 3 superhero
Yeah.
films that I think have a hope in hell of being considered in like the top 20 greatest films ever made. So Dark Knight's in
Yeah,
the
yeah.
conversation, but I don't know if I'd put it above those 2. I'd have to really sit down and analyze
Yeah.
all 3.
Yeah, because cinematically, like, sure, Logan's up there, but as far as like you look at the Hans Zimmer score, the epicness, even Batman Begins scoops it up a little bit higher, and like this surreal world you're feeling in Gotham makes it. Like
Sorry,
this higher
one
tier
sec.
of film you
IJP
look
Mexican,
at.
we're saying Endgame has a better ending than Dark Knight Rises, not Dark Knight.
Yeah.
Just,
So,
sorry,
like-
I just want to make sure that he understood in the chat. Continue.
Yeah, so what I'm saying is, like, yeah, we can just. I love we're having this conversation. This is a brilliant conversation. This is a conversation.
Yeah,
I
I agree.
have
I'm
with
very
you.
much
Like,
enjoying this conversation.
This is awesome. This is awesome. This is the conversation I want to have. I want to talk with someone
Yeah,
film
no. I'm
aficionado
very much
that,
enjoying
like,
this.
This is dope.
I'm not.
So, yeah,
I was gonna say,
I
I'm
don't
just
know.
glad we're not
the-
talking
the
about
meme.
Star Wars.
Sorry,
I was gonna
sorry,
say
we're
the meme
geeking
is
out
like,
right now.
I
We're talking
consent,
about
I
film,
consent.
cinema. Sorry,
don't.
we're hijacking your show. My bad. My bad. I'll go off cam.
Consent meme.
I consent.
Sorry
I
for
consent.
nuking your show.
You didn't nuke my show. This computer did that.
AI did this.
Yeah, you're talking about
One, two.
AI
Dark
brought us
Knight.
together. Sorry. This is dope conversation.
Yeah, no,
it's just
I'm enjoying
like,
it.
yeah. Blaine, do you want to say something about these films? I feel like you got something to say. You're working on your hard drive a little much, so we're here for you.
What? Wait, what film?
He's cable managing. Dark Knight Rises, right?
Which one
No,
was
the
that?
Dark Knight. Talk about the
Was
Dark
that
Knight.
the Bane?
The second one.
With the Joker. No, that's the second one. Batman Begins, then Dark Knight. The Dark Knight with Jared Leto. Let's hear
Oh,
it.
the Joker one only got like a lot of popularity because what's his face died.
Oh my God, you stole my hot take. Yes, Heath Ledger's overrated, and the Joker would not be as fucking remembered if it weren't for Heath Ledger dying.
I really like the character.
He's just
I don't dislike
he's
him. I
just
wanna throw
Johnny
that-
Depp
because
walking
people-
around. That's all he is.
Like I don't dislike Heath Ledger's Joker. I like that performance fine, but I think that it's overrated because a lot of people say, like, when you say something's overrated, they automatically assume you think that it's bad. No, something can be
You're
good
just
but
trying to
still be
trigger me.
overrated.
Why are you
I
such
think
a
Heath
hater,
Ledger's
Leon?
Joker is overrated.
Why do you hate me?
I'm confused because I thought it was just good, and I didn't even know that the dude died.
Yeah, no,
How did
I
you
just
not
thought
know
it was
the
good.
motherfucker died.
Honestly,
I mean,
didn't see the movie
I was in
until
like
after,
school, so you
so, like,
guys
when
had to
one
have been,
was
like, I think, at the point.
I mean, I just think it's really good. I think it's my favorite Joker.
To be
You're
fair, I have a
freaking
very
amazing.
controversial pick for favorite
Jared
Joker anyway.
Leto
My
as
favorite Joker
Joker.
is John DiMaggio.
Okay,
John
that's
DiMaggio.
weird.
Not Caesar
What
Romero?
about, like,
Or what's his face?
No,
Jared
Jack
Leto.
Nicholson's my second favorite, but
yeah, what about Jack Nicholson?
he's my second favorite. John DiMaggio.
I don't think I even watched Jack Nicholson.
Or what do you think about Joaquin Phoenix?
I've not
What's your
seen,
thoughts
I've
on
not
that?
seen
was
the
really
Joker
good.
movie.
He needs to
Yeah.
be walking
Joker-
himself to
You
another
do know
film.
they're doing a second film.
Yeah, I know they're doing a second one. I'm actually really interested in the second one, so I'm gonna eventually watch the first so I can see the second. But the first Joker movie, I had literally zero interest in. I've never been a Joker fan. In fact, I find most of the Batman mythos really, really boring. Minus Nightwing and a few other characters.
I see how it
So
is.
yeah, I'm not
love you.
I'm not a Batman fan in the slightest. I'm very much a Superman fan.
How
now
can
there's
you be
some
a massive
Batman
Star
stories. I
Wars
love
fan?
the Killing Joke. I've read the Killing Joke.
You're
I
one
love
of
the
those
Killing
people.
Joke.
I guess that makes sense.
Yeah, I'm
Leon, how can
Yeah,
you
hearing
be a
you talk
massive
about
Star
the
Wars fan? I love
Superman,
you on
it
that
makes sense
aspect,
that you
but
don't
you
like
don't
good
love the
stories.
Joker.
So the reason I don't, it's not that I don't love the Joker so much so as when
Leon is
I'm
weird,
not a-
man.
since
I
I'm not a
love you like
Batman
as a
fan-
Joker fan, but you don't like.
No,
Go ahead.
that's
Sorry,
not me
bro.
saying I dislike the Joker. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying I dislike my favorite villain of all time in comics was based on the Joker. My favorite villain ever in comics is Carnage. Carnage was literally based on the Joker
Yeah,
when
he's a
writing.
dope character.
So it's not that I dislike Joker, but since I dislike the Batman mythos, there's not a lot like. If the Joker appears in other stuff, like for example, Injustice, he's not in it for very long, but when he's in it, I very much enjoy him. But because I don't like a lot of the Batman stories, that leads to a lack of exposure of the Joker.
Well, do you not like that he doesn't kill people? Is that it?
No, it's just I find Batman just to be an incredibly boring hero. I don't like Iron Man either. I think that there's the
Wow.
yeah. I don't when
Well, you
I'm
read
reading
comics, so that makes sense.
Yeah. When I'm reading comics, I like to read. First of all, I like my characters to be like Peter Parker. I
rich man who
personality-wise,
helps
I want
other
my characters to
people.
feel human. And to me, Bruce Wayne has never felt like a human character. Now, again, there's some
Yeah,
exceptions.
billionaires
There's some
don't
good
help people.
stories. Hush is a good story. Killing Joke is a good story. But as a whole, Batman is not a relatable human character.
Really? That's the
Wait.
take you're going with? Okay.
I do not find Bruce Wayne to be a very human relatable character. Most DC is not DC is
He
very
is not
often
very
written to be
human.
more power fantasy and extraordinary, where Marvel was more grounded and down to earth.
I feel like you'd be able to understand the tortured soul of Batman.
Like I said, there are some stories I do enjoy. Like I said, I love Hush. Hush is a good story. The thing is, since Batman is
Yeah,
such a
Hush is
ubiquitous
really good
character,
in the
he's
animated
gone through
series.
a lot of writers, and the vast majority of writers I don't think write Batman well because they can't relate to a billionaire tortured soul. I'm not saying you have to relate to your character to write them well, but comics aren't exactly known for having the paragon of writing and
I don't
a
really
lot
have
of
to relate to
instances.
somebody. I just have to understand. I have to be able to
Yeah, you
understand.
should like.
I
I think the problem with comics today is that like you should not be able to identify the race. Like you should be able to relate with someone on a humanistic factor. If you can't do that, you're not human.
And no, and I
Period.
completely agree. And that's
Yeah.
why I find issues with Batman, the juxtaposition of I'm doing everything I can to keep the streets safe while I
Okay, I
bang my
see how it
while,
is.
while
You
I
just
bang
don't
my
like him because
sidekick's
he's
fucking
black.
girlfriend. Fuck you. Like Batman wants to sit there
I
and
don't
fuck
like him
Robin's
because he's
girlfriend
not
and then
blue.
talk about how he's the
Yeah.
paragon of justice. Go fuck yourself.
Yeah, you
Dude,
only
you
like
know
white
damn well
superheroes
that's
that
not
are very
supposed to
obviously
be.
white. You don't like it because he's too dark.
That's
what really
exactly
pisses
what it
you
is.
off.
Yeah, that's
That's
You
it.
damn
That's what it's
racist.
named,
I
bro.
figured it out. I caught you in a trap. You just admitted.
that's why
admitted the real
my favorite DC villain is Lobo. He's literally white. Like
We know. Now we all know. It's been exposed.
We all know.
It just took a little bit.
Blaine
It
is
took
like-
a 5-hour
Dr.
stream. That was it.
Dr.
Blaine,
Suro
what are
made
you
a
doing,
comment that I
bro?
think will
Blaine,
make
like
it
this.
easier to explain. So Dr. Suro
Yeah.
says, I just like edgy stuff more. I think it's better entertaining than Superman. I also like it if people can relate, like Silent Hill stuff. So here's the thing about edgy. That's where Batman, in my opinion, is not very good. In that edgy, in my
Blaine has,
opinion, is
like,
so hard to do. It's
look at
very
those
hard to
legs.
make an
Look at
edgy
Blaine's
character
legs.
and
Those are
take them
nice legs.
seriously. I think the majority of Batman stories.
Leon, do you take me seriously?
Blaine, I like you, bro.
Yeah, so I take
I like
I
you
take you
too.
seriously when we're having like legitimate dialogue.
I'm joking
And then
with
when
you,
you do
man.
things like the human centipede, not so much. So
Blaine, I apologize, man.
Why?
I love you. I do. Because you're a good guy.
Tim,
Oh, why
how
would you
drunk are you?
apologize about that?
No,
When-
you
when
asked
are-
me
when
why
are you, Tim?
I like you, and I said you're a good guy because I spoke with you backstage. I know you're a good guy.
Yeah,
You're an excellent dude.
that went on for a while. We know each
Yeah,
other
sorry,
intimately.
man.
Don't apologize. I've told you 1,000
that's,
times. Don't apologize.
Yeah, Blaine, you're a good dude, so don't get offended.
Just
I
scream
never-
more.
Stop being a little
That's
bitch,
more
Blaine.
for
Don't
you.
get
yes.
offended.
I have an
because I showed you
idle
Human
wand. I don't
Centipede.
think I'm gonna get offended if you're like, "Hey, you got nice legs." I don't. 1 and 1 doesn't equal 2 in that scenario.
Yeah, but then we brought in Human Centipede. Come on.
No, I can
You
tell.
can't act like you
Blaine
have
does
to
That's
take
why
a
it's not
shield.
taking you seriously, Serrano.
Blaine works out. I'm a personal trainer, so I know who does squats.
Yeah, I was just
So,
doing 120s on my leg lifts and getting my
Yeah.
bench back up after doing shoulder and chest focus for the last like 3 weeks. Tired.
Yeah.
I did it
You're
though.
working out. That's good, man.
Did it.
That's good. I want to see you
computer
back
works.
at it, man.
The real
I
secret
wanna
is
see
I
you
want
back
to
at
I want
it.
to cosplay Majima pretty soon. So I'm gonna have to do a pretty severe
Are you
cut.
gonna go to Comic Cons, bro?
Comic Con? No, get out of here. It's called anime
No,
conventions.
I go to
Are you
Comic
talking
Cons.
about
Why,
Majima
like,
from
bro? If
Licorice
you're like a
Recoil?
Comic Con fan,
No,
why
not that
don't you-
Majima.
why don't you
Majima
go?
Goro
You could use the
from.
pro-
I know which
cosplay
one you're talking
Majima
about.
from
I of course
Licorice.
know which one you're talking about.
Dude, I go to Comic Cons all the time. Why the fuck are you not?
Because I have
Costs
anime
money.
conventions to go to.
Yeah. So,
Anime people are there too.
Yeah, but
well, are you
there's,
talking
like, not
about
a
Comic
ton.
Con?
Mega dude. All right, listen to this. No cap. The biggest Comic Con people are the anime people.
yeah, so why not just go to the anime convention?
Oh yeah,
No,
I think
no,
you can pull
no.
this character
The
off, Blaine.
MegaCon?
Absolutely. I mean, I don't know if you got
You're
the
not
six-pack, but
listening.
I think you can pull this character off.
You're not listening.
I've got the height. I just need to do the cut. It's gonna be
Yeah.
be a fun one.
You're not
You gotta do it.
listening, bro.
What do you want me to listen to,
biggest-
Tim? What do you
the-
want me to? What are you saying that I haven't already heard and addressed?
What I'm trying to say to you that anime is the biggest cosplay.
Yeah, but why not just go to an anime convention where anime is the only cosplay?
They're
I mean,
at
it won't be the
the
only
biggest.
one because Harley Quinn
They're
It's
at
not the only one
biggest
because there's a
cosplay.
billion Genshin Impact cosplayers.
and Harley
They're at the biggest Comic Cons, bro. Why do you have to single yourself
You
out?
underestimate how many
You're
Chinese people
accepted.
exist.
I'll explain it a different way.
You're accepted, brother. I'm Dragon Ball Z fan no matter what. but,
I'll
like,
explain a different
bro,
way. When I go to conventions, I do so typically for shopping and then also hosting panels now. And when I'm at a Emerald City, the Comic Con that's in Seattle, there's nothing there that I'm interested in.
I'm from Seattle,
Good.
actually.
Yeah, you were talking about tribes
Well,
and stuff.
How about we meet up, dude?
I was-
and stop
I was
making excuses.
Down listening to Nickelback by the Muckleshoot people.
See, you're gonna make excuses so you don't want me. You don't want to meet me.
Make
at Seattle.
excuses. You're the
You're
one who
just
keeps
like-
saying, "I'll come on my stream," and I'm like, "Tell me when," and then we don't
then
do
you
Yeah,
just, like,
you're the one
pass
that
out.
canceled, asshole.
Canceled
No,
what?
no, check the Discord message.
I will
Check
open
the
the Discord
Discord
DMs up
message.
right
Alright,
now.
Where are
I'll
we?
open it up right now.
Open
What
it
are you
up by
talking about?
stream. Bring out the DMs.
You asked
out the
me
DMs.
if I could stream during a time that I was going to be on Anime Guy's stream that was already set up. And I said, not that time. And then there was nothing from you.
Well, I invited you at that specific time.
Okay,
you could have canceled.
One invite to a time I already had booked. We can get another time.
You could have canceled. You could have canceled.
Didn't he get if he wasn't on the show? Is it that
They
a
cancel
cancellation?
on your stream.
You could. All right. You could have canceled if you really wanted to come on the stream. You could have canceled.
No,
canceled-
you gotta
I don't
honor
know
your
your
original
schedule, dude.
commitments, dude. You gotta honor the person you committed to first.
I'm
Is
just
that how
saying,
it goes?
I invite you to
Yeah.
every Friday stream. You invited me to one stream and haven't done it since. So I'm down. Don't talk to me about like, oh, I'm running away. I'm not gonna be there. Like I am here. If you're in Seattle, we'll do it. If I'm wherever you
All right,
are,
if
we'll
that's
hang
how-
out. We'll make that
I
happen.
didn't know how you do channels. But like literally invited you on.
Yeah, like next time I go up to Seattle, I'm gonna go see Blaine. Assuming he's not like just busy. Like if I go up to Seattle, I'm gonna be
Well,
there for at least
it-
multiple days, so there should be plenty of time.
Yeah, we
Blaine, for us to meet,
Dude,
you'll have to
I'm
come to
never
me
in
because I will
Seattle.
All
never
right,
step
if you have
foot
a
in fucking
consistent,
hipster
all right,
central.
let me bring up my argument. You guys get to talk all the time. All right, so
Oh,
Um,
you.
It's fine.
Take your going.
It's fine. No, man, I understand your loyalty, and I get it. I think that's pretty admirable. Like, and you have pretty good friends around here, and I love you all. That's why I come back on, and I come to listen to you all because you guys are full of shit, and I love you.
We love you too, Tim.
But no, I'm not discrediting. I think that
I know,
you guys need to. I think you guys take me as being negative, and I love Blaine.
I don't think
Blaine
that's
is
it,
an
no,
awesome
Wait,
dude.
you're
and
positive about all kinds of
only,
stuff.
You're way more
I
positive
only,
than I am.
I
you
only
just roasted
come
me for
on
not
here to
liking
talk
Endgame.
shit to
You're
Blaine. I only come on here to talk shit to Blaine because I can. You guys are a bunch of
You're welcome
asshole dicks.
anytime.
Yeah, so that's it. You guys think I was gonna say something negative, but I'm an asshole. Go fuck yourself.
So
that's all I gotta say.
Dr. Asuro, when it comes to convention vlogs, I'll be doing one for the convention I'm going to next weekend.
That's right, you fucking assholes. You gotta go.
You're gonna keep
You
saying
fucking
that, Tim. It's
dicks.
not okay.
I know everyone likes it. I know Blaine likes me talking shit. Whatever. I'll bring you all on. Don't worry.
I think we need to
You
start
bunch of fucking
establishing
cockfucks.
a blow and go for the stream. So we we just
Blow
have to
and go? What does that
periodically
even
blow
mean?
into a breathalyzer and show it to the stream so everybody's aware of where we're at. Little on-screen monitor.
Oh, now Blaine chooses to dox me. This is how he does it.
Now Blaine is Blaine's here now.
He doesn't believe I'm sober. The fact that I've never had a drop.
Swallow my sake.
This is just full
Blaine's
Sopranos.
been
This is what
doing-
it is. This is what you get.
Blaine's been doing things.
He knows how you.
I'm
people
always
get.
unlocked.
You're gonna go pick up chicks at
Alright.
Comic-Con like God
Dude,
intended.
you don't know Serrano's schedule. He wakes up, takes a shot.
To be
tequila.
fair, I gotta agree with Jim there. The only time I've ever picked a chick up at a con was at a comic convention. She was dressed as Psylocke, and it was nice.
You guys had a good time.
We had a great time. She put me in her Psylocke.
I pick up a
We
chick at
love
every
when
convention I
Tasha
go to,
finally shows up.
but I also went there with her.
Yeah, that's fair. If I was counting that, I've gone to anime conventions with both my wives. So, ex-wives, I guess.
Like
But if
that,
anyone's
man.
curious, I'm cosplaying as Dobby from My Hero Academia.
You son of a bitch. I can't believe you.
If it
That's
makes it's not, it wasn't. I mean, I guess it was my idea. So someone I'm going with is cosplaying as Todoroki.
Blaine,
so I was like,
hey,
well, if
Blaine,
I'm gonna
yeah.
go and
you
cosplay,
plug
I want to
my,
match you.
Can you plug my Discord? I do want to.
Well, you've got a Discord? Or do you want
Yeah.
your personal, like you?
No. I don't care about that. My Discord. I
think
do
I'm
want to
in your
bring you
Discord.
on a Wednesday at 9 p.m. ET. You choose the date. I want Blaine to be featured.
Sure.
But
Hey,
What
Blaine,
day
on
was
that
that?
same day,
No,
will
I
you come
don't-
on my show instead of his?
He just said it first, so I can't.
yeah,
You lost this one.
whatever. I
Alright,
know I'm
Leon, I'll be on
troll.
your
I'm an
show.
asshole.
If I have to
But
run
no,
away from work.
Blaine. No. Me and Blaine's my homie G.
Actually, I
We
don't-
talked about a lot of
I
stuff.
don't. Can you post
so,
a Discord link in somewhere?
Yeah. I'll post it. But I do want to say Blaine is like one of the best friends I've met. I haven't known him from long, but he is a really good guy, and he's been really honest with me, and he's just a really good friend, and then I'm done shilling out for him because he's an asshole sometimes.
Yeah, that was all I paid you for this stream.
Yeah, he paid me $1. I was at the strip club and he threw me $1, and I was
Yeah,
just like,
I
damn
covered
it, Blaine.
I covered a hello.
Wasn't
Wasn't even a dance. It was just a hey, just an acknowledgement of his existence.
Oh shit! And then he was just like, "Oh, bro, give me one more $1." I
Is
was
that
like,
graphics
"Okay."
card
Yeah, 50
updating
cents.
still?
No, we're done.
Okay.
We're done. The,
No,
the only thing
I-
that's next is I'm not gonna full cable manage because I still have to get a fan hub to be able to power all the fans. But we are officially
All
updated
right, I'm
and all set.
Blaine. I just messaged you. Send me the link.
Wait, hold on. Where'd you put it?
I just said hi.
It's funny how tired you guys are.
Wait, can you just put it in the private chat that's in this? Or you can like, because my problem is I'm not signed into Discord on this computer, so I can't.
Man, that Chinese food I ate before the stream is giving me so much energy.
Is it all those
I don't know.
carbs?
Yeah, I'm just like ready to go. I'm just like ready to go for another
Blaine
3
hasn't
hours
eaten
today.
a carb
If
since
you're gonna go to bed.
2004.
Let's do
That's
it.
a long
Let's do it.
time.
When did you get up today, Blaine?
When did I get up today? I don't know.
Yeah,
8
normal
o'clock.
time, like 8, 9.
Yeah.
Jesus.
I say yeah. I
Blaine
got about the
hasn't
same
eaten
time.
carbs since
I got good
2004.
sleep last
Why are
night.
you
That probably
asking all these
helped.
questions?
Oh, okay, but it's only like a little after midnight your time, right, Blaine?
Yeah.
Correct. It's only about 12:20.
Okay, gotcha.
He's
It's
just
like
old.
2:30
He's got
my
old
time.
man
I don't normally
strength
go to bed
now.
until 5 or
I'm
6
just
a.m.,
I'm just
so.
tired. I'm just weary from the update.
You're working on that
Just
PC
in
this
your
whole
mouth,
time.
bro.
There was a minute there where I
at
was
each
like,
other.
I'm just gonna shut this stream off and not even do an outro. Like I'm just gonna close it, and
Just
people
gonna-
will know something's wrong.
Jesus, dude. Close the stream. Can we close the stream? Can we still talk backstage?
Yeah.
No, not today. I can. You guys can all hang
Oh
out.
no, yeah,
That's
we
fine.
can. Yeah, we can. He's gonna go to bed.
I'll bounce though.
All right.
Oh yeah, you should probably go to bed, Blaine. You seem really tired.
Yeah. All right, everybody.
I'm tired. All right, man.
Wait.
You got a
Wait.
shout out, Michael?
I got
I got one too after, but yeah, it's
Stranos, want to do a watch party in Discord after this?
for what?
I don't know. I'm just bored.
And I'll hang on Discord because I'm not. Yeah, I can do stuff outside that. Whatever. For my thing, I'm still working on my next fest video. I hope to get out. I hope to try to get out like mid next week. Not next week. 2 weeks from now, basically. Let me pick a day. Like I want to try to get out probably by like the 19th ish, like 18th to 21st. I want to get it before 2 weeks from now.
Nice.
Yeah.
We'll hold you
We're
to
gonna-
it.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to get out by then. If I can't get it out by the 23rd, I'm gonna be very sad.
Well, someone will help you get it up. I'm sure.
I'm gonna
Leon.
employ Michael. I'm gonna take his labor to make some extra stuff for me.
Yeah, I'm busy.
I'm busy. I'm too busy.
Dude, I got the worst work schedule next week.
Yeah, you've got more rats to
you
fight.
have to work 28 hours next week? Oh, sorry, Michael.
Oh, Jim and
That
Air, what a
sucks.
brilliant
Right,
fucking reference. I
right.
appreciate you.
You understand.
He does it all the time.
That
What
dude
is
wants
it?
a day off, so I
To
have
fix
to
the
work
damn
like-
door. Right.
I get like 1 day off and then 11
Yeah, I hope you
days.
do DR.
It's rough.
All right, Leon. What's next on your schedule?
Yeah, well, I do nerdy news videos almost every day, aside from when I drop the occasional scripted video about once a month. So I'm not sure what I've got going up tomorrow because I'll be recording it after this stream. So yeah, just go to my channel, Words of Paradise. Just exactly like it sounds, Words of Paradise. The avatar is a chibi version of me holding some magic cards. And just check out my catalog. I try to cover pop culture and from a political lens, making fun of both sides whenever both sides do something wrong, because I think that there is no left and right, and no one's right all the time. So you got to be able to criticize both sides, even the sides you agree with. And other than that, if you're into anything from Magic the Gathering to anime, movies, whatnot, you will probably enjoy what you have to see on my channel. Other than that, thanks for letting me come on again. I absolutely love it. This is one of my favorite streams, to be honest, especially because it's so laid back and not news oriented. So it's a nice break from what I normally get to do. And yeah, I will be happy to come back again. I won't be here next Friday because I'll be on the road to Collecticon in Kansas. And so yeah, expect some convention vlogs from that and seeing your boy in cosplay. And yep, just like, comment, subscribe because it's all here in the Nerdosphere.
Awesome.
I'm offended by the insinuation I'm not right all the time.
Mods, can we get links in chats to everybody's channels? Tim, Serranos,
I'll post my own.
Leon.
Oh, thank you, Dr. Asuro.
Michael. Can we
Hell
pop
yeah.
that for everybody?
Nice to meet
Tim,
you, man.
Tim,
Take it easy.
what's your next thing coming up for you?
Yeah, I got my video. I hit 1.5 million views on my last short. So we're about to do things. Not joking.
Nice.
So I thank you for having me on, man. I love you like a fat kid loves cake. I love you, man. I love your content. I know you love anime. I love everybody on the stream. I love my man over on the left. I think things are about paying it forward and paying respect for people that need to have you know, need to be doing it, man. I love you all 3000. And that's all it's about. That's it. And God bless. And thanks for bringing me on. And 1.5 million to 3 million. And that's it, man. If you ever want to reach me and want to be on my show, I'll bring you on. I have no ego. I am, you know, that's it.
Michael,
thanks
where is
for
your channel?
bringing me
That's
on.
true.
I love
You're a
you.
good guy on that.
Blaine, you've always been a good dude for me. And that's it. You know, sorry to expose that tonight, but
we bust
you know,
balls and still have
I
fun.
believe in moving it for paying it forward. People need to stop being shady and just being honest, and God bless. So thanks for having me on tonight, and everyone, good night. God bless. You know, Mark 23, it just said, if you can believe, you know, walk the steps, whatever. I don't know. He said, just basically leave. I love you all. I'm out. Peace.
Peace. Michael, what's next for you?
Maybe stream tomorrow.
Maybe stream tomorrow. Awesome.
Maybe.
Oh, bye, Tim. I thought he wanted to.
Did
hang
you
out.
actually want to do a stream tomorrow, Blame? Because we joked, we talked about the politics thing. Do you want to?
Oh, I didn't know that we were going to do it on a Saturday. But yeah,
I was gonna say, oh yeah, what day would you want to do it on then?
I
Would you wanna
haven't
do a
decided
weekday,
yet. I
a
think
normal
someone
weekday?
brought it up as a Saturday, but I still need to look into it.
I
I
thought
am
it was,
slammed tomorrow, so I'm not doing anything then. But I'm thinking maybe I cut like Tuesdays or something into it. That way, since Tuesday tends to be the day that we find like fun stuff to do, my waifu and I, maybe we make it Tuesdays so that if we miss it, it's not a huge deal to the overall escapism of the channel. Everyone, thank you for being here. Thank you for chatting. Thank you for working, helping me get through this upgrade. That was a huge pain in the ass, but it was all the better with everyone there. To everybody, kampai.
Come by.